Chapter 1. Ow, ow, ow. I whined as I ran across the coffee shop to place the fresh scones in the display case. I'm too impatient to wait for them to cool a bit more, so I end up with pink, irritated fingers. You should have waited, Dana, Callista scolds me. She's been working at Java Coffee Company about as long as I have, about 2 years. She's become a good friend, so I love it when we have shifts together. I'm not the most patient person. I grumble under my breath as I run cold water under my fingers. They already feel entirely normal. Another reason for my need for speed this morning is that it's almost time for me to get off my shift and head home. I'll only have a few hours to get ready for my first day at Westwood Community College. I'm nervous, but I'm more excited than anything else. I have this passion for learning and basically absorbing any information placed in front of me. The front door chimes, alerting me to a new customer. I quickly dry my hands off and walk over to the register to take their order. After another 30 minutes, I say goodbye to Callista and Marcus, the owner of the shop. He's always around, usually in his tiny office in the back of the store, doing paperwork. I grab a to-go cup and pour a good amount of coffee into it, adding some cream and sugar. I will admit, I am a caffeine addict. I cannot go a day without coffee, or else I get these awful headaches. And it just tastes so good, so why should I stop drinking it? The warm coffee does wonders as it counteracts the slight chill in the autumn air. Connecticut is cool in August, something I still find I'm not used to. I moved to Westwood, Connecticut, with my mom almost 6 years ago from Florida, and I still find the cold weather to be strange. Who knows if I'll ever get used to it at this point. I sometimes miss Florida. I left behind a few friends with the move. We tried staying in contact, but when you move hundreds of miles away, it becomes hard to remain close friends, and I eventually lost contact with them all. However, the move was necessary. So I'll suck it up and walk faster. When I walk inside the heated house, I sigh in relief and immediately take off my knockoff Ugg boots and jacket. Mom, Evina, I'm home. I scream out. The sound of light footsteps and a high-pitched squeal tells me my little sister is about to plow into me in 3, 2, 1. My Evina excitedly says as she rams into my thighs. Hey, how was your day so far? I questioned her as I picked her up and placed her on my right hip. I continued walking through the house until I reached the kitchen, where I found my mom. Hey, Mom. I smiled at her and gave her a hug with my left arm. Hi, hon. Evina, do you want to tell Dana what we did this morning? We made dinner. Evina giggled at me while playing with my blonde hair that was still in a messy ponytail from work. I quirked my eyebrow at her response. Do you mean you made breakfast with Mommy? I asked. She shook her head very fast back and forth. Nope. My mommy and I made dinner in the crock pot, she clarified. Her response sent me and my mom into a fit of laughter. I was laughing so hard that I had to put Evina down so that I didn't drop her. A full minute passed, and my mom and I still couldn't catch our breath. Every time I thought I was through laughing, one look at my mom and I burst into laughter again. After another minute, I finally stopped laughing to direct my attention back to Evina, who was very confused as to why we were laughing. I think you mean you made dinner in the crock pot, I corrected, letting out a small laugh as I shared a side glance at my mom, who looked at the two of us in amusement. Yeah, that's what I said, Evina added. I smiled at her. She was so cute and sassy. I can't wait to see what she's like in 10 years. What did you two make? My mom answered this time. We made pot roast with potatoes and carrots. I also have some garlic bread that you'll just have to throw in the oven. I have to leave for work at 4:30, and I won't be back until late, but you won't have to cook it all. It should be ready by 6. Thanks, Mom. Where are you going today? I'm going to Mexico and making a stop in Texas on the way back. Want any souvenirs? My mom is a flight attendant, so she travels all around the world. She only works 3 to 4 days a week, so she's around for Evina a lot of the time. I help take care of Evina when I can, but it's going to be hard now that I'm starting school and working part-time at Java. Mom doesn't even want me working at all, but she won't admit that she needs my help with the bills. Ever since Dad left, and we've only had one income, things have been tight. My father left us when my mom was 8 months pregnant with Avina, and he never looked back. He owned his own business, but when he left, it impacted our family financially and emotionally. But we don't need him. I'll take a snow globe from Texas. I think I have one from Mexico already, I smiled. It was tradition for my mom to bring back things from her trips. I have countless snow globes from different states and countries my mom has flown to. I've never been to any of them, but maybe one day. For now, I have little pieces of the world all around my bedroom, my desk, my bookshelf, my dresser. Some have even overflowed into my closet shelves. I have to start getting ready for class. My first day. I jump up and down excitedly, and my mom only laughs at my eagerness. "I'm so happy for you, honey," she says with a proud grin. I smile back, then direct my attention to Avina. "Want to help me pick out my outfit for my first day?" All I got was screaming in response, but based on the way she grabbed my hand and led me to my bedroom, I'd say it was a happy scream. An hour later, I was wearing a new outfit and had fixed my hair and makeup for the day. My hair was now down in its natural waves, while my makeup was light yet still noticeable. If it were up to Avina, I would be wearing a red polka dot skirt with a purple tank top, so we compromised and instead I wore the purple tank top with a black skirt that flowed out and ended mid-thigh. Modest, yet cute. I walked down the hall hand in hand with Avina, and I returned to the living room where my mom was sitting wedged into the corner of the couch with a new book. "Which book is that?" I asked her. I must have startled her because she jumped slightly, and her reading glasses fell off her face and onto her lap. After huffing about me always frightening her, she told me that she was reading Where the Crawdads Sing by Delia Owens. "Finally. I've been telling you to read that book for months," I said as I sat down with Avina between my mom and me. We talked about her book theories and entertained Avina until it was time for me to leave for my first class. "Bye, sweetie. Have a great first day. Go learn some stuff," my mom said as she handed me my backpack. "Bye, sweetie." Avina mimicked my mom, causing me to chuckle to myself at her ability to always say the most adorable things. After hugging them both, I set out towards Westwood Community College, excited and nervous for what was to come. Chapter 2. By the time I arrived on campus, I was a jumble of nerves. The excitement and nerves battled it out, but the nerves ultimately won as I stepped onto campus. Pulling out my phone, I looked up my schedule to check the room number. Not like I haven't checked 50 times already, but I had to check again because who knows, maybe the numbers changed in the last 10 minutes since I left my house. They didn't. I still had Introduction to Psychology with Professor Jamie Sullivan at 2:05 p.m. in the Psychology Building, room 207. Wow, they give you a lot of information. I recited the information over and over in my head as I neared the Psychology Building so I wouldn't forget it and have to fish my phone out of my pocket again. I should get accustomed to this building because I'll likely be here a lot for the next 4 years. I'm a psychology major in hopes that one day I can become a social worker to help children who are neglected or abused by their families. Thanks to my dad, Father of the Year, I feel like I can relate to children in those situations and could really make a difference in their lives. After walking up a flight of stairs, I walked down the first hallway. 203, 205, room 207. I check my watch and see that I'm 15 minutes early for class, but I enter the room anyway. The room is a lecture hall with seating that could fit about 100 plus students. There are a few students already seated, so I take a seat 3 seats down from a friendly-looking girl near the front of the room. I sit close enough to her that she could easily strike up a conversation with me if she pleased, and far enough away as to not bother her if she chose to keep to herself. I'm more of an introvert, but I'm very friendly. I'm not the type to strike up a conversation with a stranger, but if they come up to me and begin talking, I will gladly speak to them. Either the girl is an introvert like me, or she is just way too interested in her phone to pay attention to her surroundings. 15 minutes fly by, and the professor is writing her name on the board along with the course code. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to see so many of you showed up today. This is Introduction to Psychology with me, Professor Jamie Sullivan. If that is not on your schedule, you are not in the right class. The professor waited a few moments, giving anyone the chance to leave who accidentally walked into the wrong class. When no one made a move to leave, Professor Sullivan gave a dramatic sigh. Good. It's always so embarrassing for that one person who's in the wrong class. I, along with the rest of the class, laugh at her comment. I already know I'm gonna love this class. The professor goes on to talk about the syllabus and says that for the rest of the class, she will go over the assignments for the course and then begin teaching Chapter 1. I'm, of course, already taking notes on the syllabus. When she finally begins teaching the actual course material, I flip to a new page in my notebook and begin writing down what is on the PowerPoint. About 2 minutes into the lecture is when my pen decides to run out of ink. I shake my pen in a desperate attempt to dislodge any non-existent ink from the inside, but it does nothing. I huff out a breath and throw the pen down on my desk as I frantically search for a new pen. With all of the school supplies I packed, of course, I only packed one pen. I'm so mad at myself. I keep searching the small pocket of my bag, hoping a pen will appear out of thin air. I feel a poke on my shoulder, and I turn to see a guy holding out a pen with a smile on his face. He's attractive with curly brown hair and these warm brown eyes that draw me in instantly. I smile back at him and mouth, "Thank you," to him as I graciously accept the pen and continue writing down the lecture notes. Throughout the hour, I write faster than I ever have before, and when we watch a few videos, I'm able to rest my hand. I lean my elbow on the desk and lean forward, pressing the pen to my lips. Halfway through the second video, I realize that this isn't my pen and I shouldn't be putting my mouth on it. Hopefully, the kind stranger didn't see. When class is dismissed, I pack up everything except for the pen and turn in my seat, happy to see that the guy is still behind me. He stands up to leave, and I, being the smoothest talker on the planet, scream, "Wait." The guy is instantly on edge and turns to me, ready to react to the unexpected sound. I cringe when the few stragglers stare at me while wondering why I just yelled. "Sorry. I just wanted to return your pen." I gave him a shy smile, now embarrassed with the attention. He chuckles back at me and grabs the pen, putting it in his front pocket so he doesn't have to open up his bag again. No problem. After class, I walk home, while picking up coffee on the way back, and say goodbye to my mom. I spend the rest of the day and night with Evina as we eat the pot roast, color, bake brownies, and read a bedtime story. She is asleep by 9, and I get to read a new book I just bought from the bookstore right across the street from Java. I stay up until my mom gets home, say goodnight to her, then hop into bed and get ready for an early day tomorrow. Chapter 3 Greyston's POV. Oh my god. If he asks me one more time where his mate is. Gray, have you heard from Carter? My beta axle mind links me for the 12th time in the past 20 minutes. I abruptly stood from my chair, not even bothered by the fact that it banged against the opposite wall with a resounding crack that surely the entire pack house could hear. I stormed down the 2 flights of stairs it takes to reach the front entrance of the house, where I found Axel pacing back and forth. "Axel, you need to calm down," I said in an attempt to soothe his worries. I'm not great at offering comfort to others, but for my best friend and second in command, I'll try my best. He should be back by now. His last class ended at 5, and it's 5:45. He's not answering his phone or the mind link. I placed my hand on Axel's shoulder and lightly squeezed to get him to stop pacing, which only seemed to be stressing him out more. He grabbed his dirty blonde hair between his fingers and pulled at the strands as he closed his eyes. I could tell his wolf was trying to take control because his usual green eyes were darkening into a forest green color, his wolf's eye color. I'm sure he's fine. Knowing Carter, he probably just got distracted with something and... The sound of footsteps crunching on gravel stopped my thoughts, and Carter's scent washed over me. I could see Axel physically relax, and he rushed to open the door. Carter stood on the other side with his backpack on and a coffee in his right hand. When he saw Axel standing there, his brown eyes brightened, well, the one eye that wasn't covered by the brown curly mop on his head. "Hey, Ax." I missed, ugh, Carter groaned as Axel pulled him into a tight hug. If he weren't a werewolf, I'm sure some of his bones would have been broken. "Hey, watch the coffee. he said as he pulled out of the hug and smiled at his mate. Where were you? I was mind-linking you, and I'm sorry. After class, I went to this cute little coffee shop called Java and spoke with an employee about their brands of coffee. I lost track of time. I'm sorry for worrying you, Carter said to Axel. Axel's response was to place his hands on Carter's cheeks and kiss him. I looked away to give the two some privacy, but after a few seconds, enough was enough, and I had to tell them to stop. All right, enough, you two. Get a room, I smirked at them. I was happy they found each other. They were mates, as in soulmates. The moon goddess pairs each werewolf with another person who is perfect for them in every way. Most werewolves find their mates at around 16, but I still haven't seen mine, and I'm almost 23. I lay awake at night dreaming of her, my other half. I wonder what she looks like, what she smells like, what she likes to do. Will she love me as much as I will love her? I fear that something has happened to her. What if she died? Or what if the moon goddess doesn't think I deserve a mate and is forcing me to live a loveless life filled with meaningless one-night stands? Axel punches me lightly in the arm, then removes Carter's bag from his shoulders and proceeds to hold it for him. They walk hand in hand to the kitchen, where I'm headed right now to check how dinner is coming along. A few pack mates are walking around the first floor, and they all slightly bow their heads and say alpha to me as a sign of respect. I nod my head at each one of them as a show of mutual respect. After checking on the food, which smells amazing, I head back out to the kitchen table and sit with Axel and Carter. How was your first day of college? I ask Carter, who turns to me with excitement as he scoots closer, to tell me all about his classes. When he moves his chair forward, I detect a foreign smell, like roses and honey, that immediately wakes up my wolf side. The smell is so sweet and intoxicating. My eyes dilate, and I stiffen my posture as I lean into Carter to see where the smell is coming from. I immediately find the source, a simple ballpoint pen sitting in his shirt pocket. I rip the pen away from him and bring it to my nose. The smell is faint, but it's the sweetest thing I have ever smelled in my life, and I instantly know that it belongs to my mate. Without thinking clearly, I have Carter pinned to the closest wall in a matter of seconds, my human side losing control to my inner wolf. My hand tightly gripped his neck as I waited for him to submit and tell me what he knew. Where did you get this pen? I instantly growl at Carter. Carter is no longer Carter, but the obstacle between me and my mate. Axel grabs my shoulder and shoves me off Carter, who is now grasping at his neck with his hand as he gains his breath back. What the hell are you doing with your hands on my mate? Axel screams in my face, standing directly in front of Carter in a protective stance. Werewolves are extremely protective beings, but I being an alpha means I am even more protective than others. The only person who rivals me is my beta. What I would like to know is why Carter has my mate's scent on him. I scream right back at his face, matching his aggression. Just before I lose my temper, yes, that was me restraining myself, Carter gets in between the two of us and talks us out of a fight. Calm down, both of you. GREYSTON, I don't exactly know who your mate is, but if the pen smells like her, then I know what she looks like. She's in my psych class. Her pen ran out of ink, so I gave her mine to use for the lecture, and then she gave it back to me. That was the extent of our interaction, Carter calmly informed me. Take me to her, I ordered him. Carter gave me a slight shake of his head. Alpha, she's human, he said. Those words broke me. Not because she had to be a werewolf, she's perfect the way she is, but because she doesn't know anything about mates or werewolves or alphas. Even though I recognize her as my other half, she won't feel the same pull as I think. I'll have to slowly win her over, which will be time-consuming and a much slower process than I had hoped it would be. I couldn't just walk up to her and kiss her like most wolf mates did once they found each other. There are other wolves in my pack with human mates. It's not common, but it does happen. So, I guess I'll have to play human for a while until I can convince her that I'm hers because she's already mine. Chapter 4, Theana's POV. As I walked to psychology this morning, I rubbed my hands up and down my arms. I thought that a long-sleeve sweater would be enough to keep the chill out of my bones, but as soon as I stepped outside, I knew that I would be cold for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to go back and change, so I rubbed my hands up and down my arms for warmth. It was unusually cold today, and as I walked to class for my third day of college, I noticed how everyone besides me was wearing at least a coat. Some were even wearing beanies and scarves. At least I'm wearing jeans. By the time I made it to psychology, I was basically a frozen popsicle. The warm air spread a warm tingle throughout my body as the building's heat rushed through me. I rubbed my hands together to regain some blood flow in my fingers. I walked into the lecture hall 10 minutes before class started, so more people were here than on my first day on Monday. Yesterday, I had biology and calculus, which were so dull that I almost fell asleep in them. Hopefully, we will start learning more interesting concepts in those classes. As soon as I walked into the room, I looked around for an empty seat where I could sit so that I wouldn't look antisocial, yet still seem like a part of the crowd. However, when a familiar face started waving in my direction, I couldn't help the slight grin on my face. It was the guy who lent me his pen. I walked down the aisles until I reached his. When I got closer, he patted the seat next to him, so I sat there. He wore a long-sleeved shirt and jeans with a black beanie on his head. "Hey, pen guy," I joked when I realized that I didn't even know his name. He dramatically gasped and put a hand on his heart. "I'm so hurt." "After I saved your day in this class, all I get is a hey?" "I was at least expecting coffee," he grinned. I lightly punched him in the shoulder, to which he completely fell out of his seat and sprawled on the floor. Everyone in the lecture hall turned their heads and stopped their conversations to see the guy who was making a commotion. "Oh my God. And you're violent. What did I ever do to you?" He jokingly yelled at me. At least, I think he was joking. I definitely did not hit him hard enough to cause him to fall to the floor. "Crap, sit down. People are staring." I whispered, shouted at him, to which he got up from the floor and leaned down to whisper in my ear, "I'll stop if you promise to do me a favor." "A favor?" The only kind of favors hot guys want are just favors, and I'm definitely not doing anything uncomfortable. "No, I don't even know you. Now stop making a scene." Just as he was about to reply, the teacher walked in the side door and began preparing for the lecture. My eyes met his, and an amused smirk spread across his face. He took a deep breath and was about to raise his voice to embarrass me once more, but I quickly stood up and placed my palm over his mouth, blocking any sound from coming out. Fine, but you have to shut up right now," I quickly said, while praying that he wasn't going to continue attracting attention. I hate attention from crowds. It was something I regularly avoided at all costs. Pen guy smiled at me, revealing 2 cute dimples in his cheeks, making me almost forget, that I just agreed to do him a favor. "Great. By the way, what's your name?" he asked me while holding out his hand for me to shake. "Dana. And you?" "I can't call you pen guy for the rest of the semester," I add, causing him to roll his head back in laughter. "True. I'm Carter." As the lecture starts, I pull out a pen from my backpack along with my notebook. I made sure to pack at least 2 extras so what happened last time didn't happen again. As I start taking notes, Carter drops 20 loose pens on my desk, some landing on my lap and some clanking on the floor and echoing around the room. The students sitting in front of us turn their heads to give me a nasty look while the teacher slightly pauses her lecture, then continues. Carter gives me a "what can you do" look with a shrug of his shoulders. "What?" "I want to be a good friend and make sure you have all the pens you'll need." I shake my head and grumble something about him being annoying while I scoop up the pens and put them in the front pocket of my backpack. Although on the outside I appear annoyed and embarrassed, I secretly liked Carter's sense of humor. Hopefully, we can be friends. When the lecture finally ends, I pack up my bag and say goodbye to Carter as I prepare to brave the storm once more. Okay, I'm being a bit dramatic, but it's frigid outside. I walk outside and begin my walk home when Carter grabs my hand and begins pulling me along the sidewalk with him. Carter? What are you doing?" "You're fulfilling my favor, silly," he said while tugging me harder. My breathing picked up, and I quickly yanked my hand out of his grasp and began backing away from him. "No, I don't wanna." "I won't." Carter turned back to me with his eyebrows scrunched up. He walked up to me slowly, as if he were trying to calm down a scared puppy. "I was just going to take you with me to get coffee." My jaw dropped open. Oh, how wrong had I been? What did you think I owe? Oh my God, Thana. Did you think I was trying to? And then he proceeded to laugh in my face. Not just a slight chuckle, no, this was a full-blown cackle that again drew unwanted attention to me. When he finally calmed down enough to breathe, he wiped the tears under his eyes. Oh my God, I haven't laughed that hard in a while. Thana, I'm gay. Very, very gay and in a committed relationship with my boyfriend. How could I not tell? I'm so embarrassed. Am I that conceited to assume he was trying to sleep with me? I'm making a vow to myself to be more careful about assuming what guys want from me. While I stood there like a speechless mess of a human, Carter continued talking. My boyfriend was worried that I wouldn't make any friends at school, and since he doesn't go to college, he kept nagging me about letting him take me to classes. To get him to shut up, I told him that I had already made a friend and that I would invite her to get coffee with me. He's also bringing another friend of his. I smiled at the cuteness of their relationship. His boyfriend must be so sweet. Well, I'd be honored to be your fake friend, I said, a little disappointed he only wanted to bring me to prove something to his boyfriend. Bitch, you're already my best friend here. You're not getting rid of me now. What if I need a pen? He smirked, and I laughed at him. After he told me we were meeting at Java, I perked up and said to him that I worked there and was absolutely obsessed with coffee. Apparently, he was just as obsessed as I, and on the way to Java, I told him about the various drinks they offered and some secret menu items that I loved. Just thinking about coffee was already warming me up from the cold outside. As we got closer and closer to Java, my stomach began to clench, and my breathing picked up. My stomach felt weird, almost like I had butterflies flapping around in there. Well, coffee definitely won't help with that feeling, but there's no way anyone can talk me out of more caffeine. Chapter 5. Once we arrived in Java, the wonderful scent of coffee beans wafted through the air. I subconsciously closed my eyes to collect the smell. This place smells like paradise. Carter and I walked up to the counter, and as we waited for the employee who was probably in the back of the store, he told me that his boyfriend and his friend were sitting on the other side of the coffee house. I turn my head in the direction Carter is pointing, and my eyes fall on the most attractive man I've ever seen. He has this silky black hair, or maybe it's dark brown. And his eyes. They're these two beautiful blue-gray orbs that I know I could stare at for hours. Is that weird? And don't get me started on his body. He's sitting down, but I can already see that he's built like a truck. His arms are extremely muscular and are most likely bigger than my thighs. He has biceps, triceps. All the seps. And now this man, whose name I don't even know, is staring at me with an intensity I've never felt before. I blush and look down at the ground, suddenly finding my shoes to be extremely interesting. Oh look, my right shoe has a bit of dirt on it. I should probably clean that when I get home. I'm interrupted from my thoughts by Carter, who is tapping on my arm. I say as I snap my head up to see what he wants. He chuckles and says, "Are you going to order?" This is when I notice that the employee came out from the back of the store. I turn to see that it's Taylor, a guy I went to high school with, whom I trained a few months ago. Thana, it's great to see you again. How's school going for you? I miss having shifts with you, Taylor says with that pretty boy smirk that usually works on girls, but now I find I'm not in the mood for a boy, but a man. Oh my God, where are these thoughts coming from? Hey Taylor, school's fine. How are you? I ask, avoiding the comment about missing me. I'm doing great. Just had football tryouts, so hopefully I make the team. I remember Taylor played football in high school. I never went to any games. I was the girl who stayed home to study, or at least used studying as an excuse to be antisocial. I still remain on the shy side, but I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. Yeah, hope you do, I say, not knowing what I'm supposed to say in this situation. I barely know the guy, and he's striking up a conversation with me. I guess he's just trying to be nice. Can I get a vanilla latte for myself and a caramel macchiato for him? I nod in Carter's direction. Ooh. Also, do you have any blueberry scones? I question, biting my lip in anticipation. Oh, we don't have any made right now. I can start a batch right now, Taylor says. I look behind me and see a line starting to form. No, that's okay. We'll just take the drinks. How much? I ask. On the house, Taylor smiles at me. I'm about to tell Taylor that he really isn't supposed to do that at Java when I hear a low growl tear through the room. I jump and turn my head in the direction of the sound. Instead of finding a grizzly bear in the room, I just see an extremely grumpy looking. I don't even know his name, but it's the really attractive guy that I'm praying isn't Carter's boyfriend. There's another guy with golden blonde hair and brown eyes across from Grumpy, who matches him in size and looks. I didn't even notice him when I first walked in. What the heck was that? I asked Carter, alarmed by the sound. It was just a motorcycle going by or something, he says to me. That did not sound like a motorcycle, but I guess that's what it must be. I don't see an animal around here. Come on, let's go sit down. Carter grabs the coffees and leads me over to the table where the other guys are already seated. I chuckle at what Carter just called me, because Avina always calls me that. They would probably get along really well. They both act like 6-year-olds. The closer we get to the table, the more nervous I get. This is what happens when I don't go out at all during high school and am thrust into social situations. What if I don't know what to say? What if they don't like me or think I'm weird? And now I realize that since the two guys are sitting across from each other, I'm going to have to sit next to one of them, not Carter. This just helps my nerves even more. As we near, they both stand up to greet us, and Holy Mother of God, they are so tall. I'm only 5 feet 2 inches, and Blondie must be around 6 feet 2 inches and Grumpy around 6 feet 4 inches. I have to tilt my head up to look into their eyes. Carter embraces Blondie and kisses him quite provocatively, I might add. I smile a little, thanking the heavens that Carter is with Blondie, not with Grumpy. I look over at Grumpy, who is smirking at me, almost like he knows exactly what I'm thinking. I widen my eyes and look down while preoccupying myself with my coffee. I grab it and sit down in the seat next to Grumpy as the other two sit down across from us. So, this is Dana, my friend from psychology. Dana, this is my boyfriend, Axel, Carter says, pointing to Blondie. And that, Carter says, nodding to Grumpy, is GREYSTON. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dana, GREYSTON says. His voice is deep and smooth, and it perfectly matches his exterior. It makes my breath hitch, and when he extends his hand out to me, I place my small hand in his large, calloused one. Sparks. That's the only thing I can say to describe the feeling of my hand in his. A series of tinglings spread down my arm and throughout my body, landing somewhere I'm too embarrassed to mention. I swallow very loudly, and to cover up my awkwardness, I clear my throat and reply before too much time has passed. Same to you, GREYSTON. I really wanted to say his name, to see how it rolls off my tongue. I love it. We continue to stare at each other until Carter basically screams, so it seems you two are off to a great start. His comment brought me back to reality, and I quickly pulled my hand from GREYSTON's grasp, almost like he burned me. GREYSTON glares at Carter and grumbles something under his breath that sounds a lot like, "I'm going to kill you." I really tried to suppress my giggle, but it somehow slipped out and GREYSTON looked at me with a look that I can't define. Maybe he was surprised that I found his actions funny? I'm not sure. I'm not very good at reading people. It looked like GREYSTON was about to ask me something when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Taylor with a tray of blueberry scones. They smell amazing, and there's steam coming from the top, so I assume he just made them. For you, Taylor says, looking directly at me. His hand is still on my shoulder, which makes me a little uncomfortable, and I find myself slightly gravitating towards GREYSTON. Thanks, I mumble to Taylor. I avoid eye contact, hoping that he'll go away, but he asks if there's anything he can do for me, and I get that he's not just talking about as our server. I would remove your hand from Dana before I have to remove it for you, GREYSTON threatens. Taylor immediately removes his hand in fear of GREYSTON. I would be scared too if GREYSTON were staring at me with his jaw and fingers clenched like he's ready to pummel me. Taylor mumbles something about seeing me later, and then he returns to the counter. With one look at GREYSTON, I see that he is still staring at Taylor with disgust and pure rage. I don't understand why he's so mad. We just met, and Taylor didn't do anything to me. He may have made me a tad uncomfortable, but his hand was only on my shoulder. GREYSTON seems to be breathing heavily, and it looks as if he clenches his jaw any tighter, then he will break it. I place my hand on his and give him a shy smile in hopes it will calm him down. Surprisingly, that seems to work, and GREYSTON looks at me with an intensity that I've never experienced. I remove my hand when I realize that Carter and Axel just witnessed that entire scene. Carter is smirking at me while Axel has a soft smile on his face. I'm incredibly embarrassed, and I hide my face with my hair as I look down. 2 fingers on my chin pull my face back towards GREYSTON as his other hand pushes my hair behind my ear. Don't hide from me, Dana. And you look absolutely adorable when you blush, GREYSTON says, causing me to turn even more red if that were possible. He chuckles at my involuntary response, then releases me. I quickly grab my coffee and chug half of it just to give me something to do. What is with you guys and embarrassing me? I say, half joking, but also half serious. What do you mean? GREYSTON asks with pure curiosity. I stare at Carter, who only begins to laugh like he's the evil villain in a movie. GREYSTON glares at Carter and leans forward. What the heck did you do to her? He growls. Grey, calm down, Axel says. That's when I realize that that's the first time I've heard Axel speak. He must be a man of few words. Considering who he's dating, I guess it makes sense. Opposites attract. I didn't do that much, Carter chuckles. Really? I ask with my mouth agape. He has got to be kidding me. You got everyone in that class to think that I attacked you and wouldn't stop screaming. Then, in the middle of the lecture, you threw 20 pens at me, and everyone stared at me again. They probably think I'm insane. I screamed. Once I finished my mini rant, I turned to Axel. How do you deal with him? Axel's smile spread wider as he turned to look at Carter. You get used to it, he said, then he kissed Carter's temple. Carter cuddles into Axel's side and puts his arms around him. You love me. Yeah, I do. Chapter 6. The 4 of us talked for 2 hours at Java. We laughed, and I learned more about Carter and his sense of humor. Apparently, he was a bit of a prankster and had pulled some pretty savage pranks on them, his words, not mine. When I pulled out my phone, I realized that I had 2 missed calls from my mom and 5 texts. Crap, I mumbled. What's wrong? GREYSTON immediately asked. Oh, my mom has been trying to reach me. 1 second, I said as I stood up to stand in the corner so as not to disturb their conversation. Carter was still laughing about one of his pranks where he dyed Axel's hair pink in his sleep. I called my mom back and she immediately picked up. Dana? Hey, Mom. Sorry, I didn't answer you. I'm at Java with Dana. Where are you? I've been calling you and your class ended hours ago. You should have been back. Mom, as I said, I'm at Java with some friends that I made. My mom sighed over the phone. Okay, you didn't tell me and I got worried. And I have to leave in an hour for work, so you need to watch Avina. Can you please come home now? Crap, I forgot you were working today. Yeah, I'll head over now. I'm sorry. It's okay, sweetie. I'm glad you're meeting new people. Just let me know when so we know who's watching Avina, okay? Sounds good, I nodded, even though I knew she couldn't see me. Love you. Love you too, honey. I hung up and slowly walked over to our table. GREYSTON was staring at me again. I felt like the entire time I'd been here, all GREYSTON's done is look at me. Not that I minded, because I've been doing the same to him, but at least there's a reason for my staring. He is literally the most attractive person on the planet. Every girl in the coffee house and some of the guys have been looking at him. He commands attention. At the same time, I'm just a tiny, shy girl with average looks. I'm nothing special. Hey. So, I have to head home now, I said as I grabbed my backpack from the floor and placed it on my shoulder. Thanks again for inviting me, Carter. I really had fun. It was nice meeting you, Axel, GREYSTON, I said as I nodded at them both. I shyly waved to GREYSTON and went to leave when I felt GREYSTON grab my hand. How are you getting home? He asked, not letting go of my hand. Oh, I live kinda close, so I'm just going to walk, I said to him. Nonsense, I'll drive you, he said as he stood up and gathered his coffee cup, which he hadn't thrown away yet. You really don't have to. It's not that far of a walk. And how will Carter and Axel get home? I'm driving you, end of discussion. I'll pick them up on the way back, he said, almost like it's an order. But what if they don't want to wait, Thana? Greyston said, looking directly into my eyes. His hand went to my cheek, and his thumb lightly traced it, which sent tingling through my body. Okay, I said. Well, it came out way more breathy than it was meant to, but around Greyston, I found that I'm not really the one in control. He smiled so widely when I agreed, then he placed his hand on my lower back. See you in a bit, Greyston said to Axel and Carter. I shyly waved at them both. Bye thee. Now I have Axel all to myself. Carter said as he jumped into Axel's lap, causing him to let out an oomph. I giggled as I was let out of Java, Greyston's hand warming my back from the cold. With Greyston right next to me, I barely noticed the chill in the air. As we walked to the parking lot, I silently prayed that Greyston didn't have a motorcycle. Those things are so dangerous, and even though it would thrill me to ride one, I don't think I want to right now. Greyston reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys, clicking a button on them to unlock a matte black Tesla. Wow, that car looks expensive. Thank God it's a car. Greyston let out a low rumble, which I soon realized was him trying to hold in a laugh. What's so funny? I asked. I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I? Is there something on my face? You're cute. What else would I be driving? Oh no. I said that out loud. Quick. Say something. Oh. I was saying that I'm glad it's not a motorcycle. You seem like the type to drive a motorcycle. I mean, not like you have a type or anything. It's just that you're really muscular and tall and attractive, so I wouldn't be surprised if you rode one, is all, I said all in one breath. Wow, I'm rambling. I ramble when I get nervous and say stupid stuff that was only supposed to stay in my head. But now he knows I think he's attractive. Well, of course, he must know that. He owns a mirror. Greyston threw his head back in laughter. Great, now he thinks I'm a freak. But what he says next takes my breath away. You're so adorable. And motorcycles are death traps. I would never let you ride on one of those. Anne, I am speechless. What does a person say to that? Greyston smiles at me with his perfect pearly whites, and I swear I almost faint. He led me over to the passenger side of the car and opened the door for me. I shyly thanked him, my confidence gone now after he just complimented me. He must have been kidding. We drove home in comfortable silence, with the only talking being me directing him to my house. After only a few minutes, we reached my house. Thank you for the ride, Greyston, I said. I smiled at him, then opened the car door to leave. He opened his door as well and walked over to me. What are you doing? I nervously chuckled. Don't worry, love. I'm not staying. I want to walk you to the door. Love. He just called me love. Cue swoon. I'm sure my cheeks are bright pink again. I looked down in an attempt to hide my embarrassment, but just like in the coffee shop, Greyston didn't let me look down. His hands cupped my cheeks and directed my face up to face his. Don't hide from me. You never have to be embarrassed with me, he said. I can't even believe I'm letting him touch me like this. When Taylor had his hand on my shoulder, I was very uncomfortable. However, with Greyston holding my hand and now holding my head in his hands, I don't feel awkward at all. In fact, it's the opposite. It feels right. Why do I feel this way around you? I said aloud without meaning to. Once I asked the question, I immediately regretted it. I probably freaked him out. Stupid, Thana. Think before you talk. So you feel it, too, he responded, and my heart stopped for a moment. He feels what I'm feeling. He feels this insane attraction, this force that's pulling us together. It's insane because I just met him 2 hours ago, and I already feel like I've known him forever. Just when I'm about to ask him about it, the door opens to reveal my mother already in her flight attendant clothes. There you are. Oh, my mom said when she noticed Greyston. That's when I realized the position we were in. We're incredibly close, and Greyston has his hands on my cheeks. It probably looks like he's about to kiss me. I jolted out of his hold and cleared my throat while my cheeks burned. Hey, Mom. This is Greyston, I mumbled to my mom. Well, Greyston, it's very nice to meet you. Do you go to school with Anna? My mom questioned. No, ma'am. I graduated last year, but I'm friends with one of her classmates, he said. He already graduated. How old is he? Now that I look at him, I suppose he does look older than me. But he can't be more than 23. Hopefully. Oh. Well, that's nice. What did you stew? My mom was interrupted by the screeching that is my sister. You're home, she said as she sprinted outside and jumped into my chest. If I missed her, she definitely would have knocked me over like a bowling pin, which has happened, I'm afraid. Hey, Evina. How are you? Did you have a good day? I had the best day ever. Today at daycare, Evina stopped talking when she noticed GREYSTON standing beside me. I know precisely when she noticed him because her eyes grew wide as saucers, and she hugged me tighter. She can be a little shy around new people, but she blossoms once she gets to know you. Who is that big man? Evina whispered, but since she's 6, she doesn't really whisper that well, so it came out as more of a raspy speaking voice. Evina, this is my new friend, GREYSTON, I said to her. He's nice. You can talk to him. While she's still in my arms, she turns to GREYSTON. Hi, GREYSTON, she says, a little shy, but she still speaks to him, which is a good start. Hi, Evina. It's nice to meet you. I like your outfit, GREYSTON says, to which Evina giggles. Thanks. Mommy got the sparkly skirt from Justice. Well, you look adorable in it, he says. I know it shouldn't really bother me, but GREYSTON called me adorable a few times in the cafe. Does he mean that in the same way as he does with Evina? That I'm just a small, shy girl whom he feels he needs to be nice to? As GREYSTON is talking to Evina, I turn to look at my mom, who is still standing in the doorway, looking at the three of us. She mouths, he's cute, to which I aggressively mouth with wide eyes, hoping she won't embarrass me. Unfortunately, she's not the one who should be embarrassing me. GREYSTON, Evina says with more confidence. He hums, waiting to hear what Evina will say. Are you dating Nana? I almost choked when I heard Evina ask him that. I looked at GREYSTON, about to tell him he doesn't have to stay and answer Evina's questions, when he says, hopefully one day. Chapter 7. After GREYSTON's flirty comment and my extreme blushing, GREYSTON left to go pick up Axel and Carter from the coffee shop. I got an insane amount of questioning from my mom about Mr. Tall, dark, and handsome, to which I told her the events of the day. I told my mom everything, so I explained about Carter inviting me to Java to meet Axel and GREYSTON. She was very interested in GREYSTON, and she wouldn't stop giving me the mom grin when I said his name. She scares me sometimes. Once she left for work, I spent the rest of the night taking care of Evina. We played dolls, ate dinner, colored, and then I got her ready for bed. By 9, she was asleep, and since I didn't have any homework yet, I decided to read a book. As I'm reading my book, I just got to the part where the guy was confessing his undying love for the girl when I got a text alert from Carter. Carter, TG. Help me. Me, LOL, hey. What's up? Carter, I need your help, he's killing me. Who? The next thing I know, I'm getting a FaceTime call from Carter. He really is the most dramatic person I've ever met. Even though my bun looks like a rat's nest on my head, I shrug and accept the call. Thank God you answered. He's driving me crazy. Carter screams. I jump at first, then lower the volume on my phone to halfway so that Carter doesn't accidentally wake up Evina. Who is driving you crazy? I ask him. He has a pair of glasses on, which I didn't even know he wore, and his hair was curly and unruly. At my question, he let out a loud sigh and dramatically dropped down on his bed, causing him to bounce up and down as the mattress supported him. GREYSTON, he keeps bugging me about you. He's like, dude, can I have her number? And I'm like, sure, here you go. And he's like, no, bro. I don't want to seem like a creepy stalker, and I'm like, okay, so I won't give you her number, and he's like, but I want to talk to her. What am I supposed to do with that? Carter's complaint shocks me. GREYSTON is thinking about me and wants to talk to me? I can't help the smile that spreads across my face, which doesn't go unnoticed by Carter. Look at you and your little smile. I hide my face behind one of my hands so Carter can't see the blush that is forming just thinking about GREYSTON. In an unnatural fake tenor voice, Carter says, "Don't hide from me, Diana," as he mocks what Greyston said to me in the coffee house, which only makes me mumble, "Oh my gosh," as I close my eyes and pray that Carter will stop teasing me. He really knows how to humiliate me. I can't believe he brought that up. It seems that my prayers were answered when I heard Axel's voice over FaceTime. "Carter, stop teasing her. What are you going to do about it?" Carter mocks, to which I see Axel whisper something in Carter's ear. Carter's eyes fly out of their sockets as he listens to Axel, and I honestly have no desire to know what it is he says. Carter now seems to be the one flustered as he quickly says he has to go and he'll send me Greyston's number. 20 seconds later, Carter sends Greyston's number to me, and I'm staring at the contact that I've now added as Grumpy in my phone. Should I call him? No, that's too forward, and what would I say? Carter seems to think that Greyston wants to talk to me, but he could just be lying to make me feel better. It would be like Carter to prank me into thinking Greyston is interested in me. But what if he's being serious? Okay, I'm just going to text him. Nothing special, just a simple, "Hey." I type a text to Greyston, then delete it, then type it again. This repeats for a full minute until I decide that I need to do this for myself. I need to act like a normal teenage girl and text the boy already. Me, "Hey Greyston, it's Diana. Carter gave me your number." I did it. Oh my gosh, I did it. What if he thinks I stop whatever negative thought that popped into my head because I see the 3 dots indicating that he's texting back. My heart is racing and my palms become sweaty in anticipation. My eyes don't move from the screen, and once his text comes in, I immediately smile. Grumpy, "Hey love. How was the rest of your day?" Me, "It was pretty good. I just hung out with Avina." "What about you?" Grumpy, "I just ended up going home afterwards." Nothing as exciting as that 6-year-old. Me, "Yep. She's a handful, haha." After I send that text, I wait for the next text from Greyston. I became disappointed when, after 5 minutes, he hadn't responded. When did this become me? The girl who is upset when a guy doesn't immediately text her back? I'm not going to sit around and wait for his response, so I take a quick shower, keeping the door to the bathroom slightly ajar to listen out for Avina if she needs me. Then I brush my teeth, comb my hair, and pull out The Great Gatsby, my classic of the day. I've read this book at least 4 times and can probably quote some passages already. After reading for 20 minutes, I checked my phone to see the time, and my eyes bugged out when I saw I had 3 texts from Greyston from 30 minutes ago. Grumpy, "Sorry, I had to take care of something." Grumpy, "I wasn't ignoring you." Grumpy, "What are you up to now?" I quickly unlock my phone and open my messages. My eyes are slightly blurred from fatigue from the day, but I can't go to sleep knowing I could be texting him. Me, "I'm just reading The Great Gatsby again, haha," he responded immediately. Grumpy, "Never read it." Is it really that good that you're reading it again? Me, "OMG, are you kidding me?" Yes. On the surface, it comes across as a love story, but underneath it all, there is passion, longing, and love, and it's incredible. Me, "Sorry for the rant." Grumpy, "LOL, don't be sorry. It's cute." I'm incredibly grateful that he's not here right now to see me blush. I also can't stop smiling. I've never been this attracted to a guy before. Sure, I've seen attractive guys before, none like Greyston and none that have given me a second glance, but also, Greyston is so sweet and flirty with me. Just thinking about him gives me butterflies, and I only met him today. As I'm thinking this, I yawn and use my hand to cover my mouth. I check my phone and see that it's 12:45 a.m. How did it get to be so late? As if reading my thoughts, I get an incoming text from Greyston. Grumpy, "You probably have class tomorrow, so I'll let you go. Talk tomorrow?" Me, "I'd love that, Grumpy. Good night, angel me." Night. I shut off my phone and set it to charge, then walked over to my window to close the curtains. Before I do, I look outside and see the rustling of the bushes from the wind on the opposite side of the street facing my house. For a split second, I think I see an animal, but in a flash, it's gone with only foliage in my sight. I close my curtains, then set my alarm for the morning. I have to wake up early to take Avina to school because my mom has an overnight job. I pull the covers over me and pull them as tight as possible until I'm wrapped up like a burrito. I'm always cold. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. Chapter 8. All I can hear is the sound of my heart beating and my labored breaths as I run. I run as fast as I can because my life depends on it. Well, my academic life. I've overslept. This is my first ethics class, so my being late is especially horrible. I finally made it to the lecture hall 2 minutes late, and as I open the door, all heads turn to face me like I'm that person who can't make it on time to class. Even the professor glares at me before going back to speaking. At least he didn't say anything. I think I would actually combust if he did. I decided to sit in the back of the class, and the only available seat in the area was one next to a guy with platinum blonde hair. He only seemed to be half paying attention to the teacher. He seemed to be focusing more on reading a small, worn-out book on his lap. On the other side of me, there's a girl with black hair who is chewing gum while sketching what looks to be a rose. As I sit, I slightly cringe at the squeaky nature of the chair, then pull out a new notebook and one of the 20 pens from my bag. I smile, thinking of Carter. I want to ask someone what the teacher was talking about before I walked in, so I decided to ask the guy instead of the girl. She seems very invested in her drawing. "Excuse me," I whisper to the guy. He doesn't look up at me as he grumbles, "What?" "Sorry to bother you. I was just wondering what the professor was talking about before I walked in," I whisper once more. He sighs, places a bookmark in his book, and then turns to face me. When he looks at me, his eyebrows raise, almost as if he wasn't expecting me to be talking to him. He was talking about how attendance is mandatory and how he hates tardiness, he says quietly while slightly smiling at the irony of my situation. My eyes widen as I realize that I was late, as he was talking about how he hates when students are late. Crap, I mumble more to myself than to him. However, he chuckles anyway. "It's okay, it's the first day. He won't remember that it's you," he says, which makes me feel slightly better. I smile at him, then go back to listening to the professor. He is talking about assignment due dates when the guy next to me nudges me lightly with his elbow. "I'm Eli," he says. "Thana," I say, to which he grins. "Nice to meet you, Thana." About 20 minutes into class, the professor gives us an assignment. Since I only have you guys once a week, a lot of your readings and assignments will be done online. Today, we're going to start with a quick writing assignment. I know you haven't learned anything yet, but I would like to see where your moral compass is. This isn't graded, so please answer honestly. Here's your prompt. If you're walking alone in an empty parking lot and see a person's wallet on the ground, what would you do? Would you bring the wallet to the closest building to return it to the owner? Would you remove the money first, then return the contents? Would you leave it on the ground and pretend you never saw it? Write a paragraph or two on what you would do. Later in the semester, we will analyze the different responses and see which school of thought you all revert to. You may begin. I begin writing my answer down. It's very obvious what I would do. I would try my best to return the wallet to the owner. It's their money and identification, not mine. I finish writing quickly, then read over my answer. On my second reread, the paper is snatched from my hands by Eli, who begins to read it over. "Hey, give that back." I whine, but he leans over with the paper so I can't reach it. He begins laughing softly as he returns the paper. "There's no way that's what you would do." I scrunch my eyebrows in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Of course, I would return it," I reply. "Okay, but you wouldn't even want to look inside at the money? You wrote that it wouldn't matter if they had hundreds of dollars in the wallet. You still wouldn't take anything." "And I stand by that," I defended. "But what if I told you that you wouldn't be caught? No one would ever know that it was you who stole the money." Eli asked. "Doesn't matter. I would know that the money I'm using is stolen money. It's morally wrong, and my conscience wouldn't allow for that." "Well, you're a good person then," Eli replies. "I would take some of the money. I'd still return it, but who cares if it's $400 instead of $600 in the wallet? Nobody would catch me. I'm still returning the wallet, and I'd be $200 richer." "That's not right, Eli. What would your friends and family think of you?" I ask him. He looks me in the eyes when I question him, and his dark brown eyes are almost black in the light. He blinks a few times, then looks away as he says they would do the same. Or worse. Oh, is all I can think to say. He chuckles. Not everyone is as pure and naive as you are. I'm not pure and naive. I say, slightly louder than anticipated, so a few people begin staring at me. I shyly duck my head, which only seems to make Eli laugh at me more. Sure, he mumbles under his breath. After we turn in our responses, we are free to leave. I pack up my bag and walk out the door along with 50 other students. I feel a little cramped in the crowd and huff out a sigh when I finally have my own space. I feel a tap on my shoulder, and I nearly jump out of my skin in surprise. I turn to see Eli with his hands up as he attempts to hide a smile. Sorry, Jumpy. Didn't mean to scare you. Oh, it's fine, I mumble. So, did you need something? Right? I wanted to know if you maybe wanted to. Eli is interrupted by my phone ringing. Sorry, 1 second, I say to him as I pull the phone out of my backpack and answer after seeing Carter's name at the top. Hey, I say into the phone. Hey, V. Want to hang out and grab dinner with me? I was thinking of inviting Axel and GREYSTON, but only if you're okay with Dash, yes. I blurt out, before realizing that I must sound like an overexcited, obsessed person. I mean, I would be fine. With GREYSTON coming. And Axel, Carter chuckles. Yes, and Axel. Great. I'll pick you up from your house at 6. Axel and GREYSTON are busy until then. We can meet them at the restaurant. Sounds good, I reply with a smile. I gotta go, Carter, I say as I look at Eli patiently waiting for me to finish my phone conversation. Bye, Vanna. Dress cute. Carter says, then hangs up. I put my phone away, then turn to Eli. Sorry about that. Needy friend, I say, hoping that explains enough. It's fine, he says. Listen, I have to go. But I'll see you next week in ethics. I ask. He looks a little disappointed at my response, but nods his head and says a quick goodbye to me before he disappears behind the building. I grab a quick lunch at one of the dining halls on campus, then rush off to psychology. I sit next to Carter, and the entire time I'm trying to listen to the lecture, Carter is talking about where we should go to eat, what I should wear, and how I should do my hair. If I wasn't sure he was gay before, I'm definitely sure now. Carter drives me home after class, and I open my closet to figure out what I want to wear, which is when I realize I am very unprepared for this dinner. Chapter 9, okay. Give me a minute. I grumble, pretending like Carter could actually hear me from his car when I'm still inside the house. I'm running around my room, quickly spritzing myself with perfume and grabbing my belongings while Carter honks his horn. He only arrived 2 minutes ago, and he won't stop honking at me. Honey, your friend is here, my mom screams from the kitchen, like I'm not already aware of his presence. I clamber down the stairs and say a quick goodbye to my mom and head for the door. Wait, Dana, am I ever going to meet your friend? I sigh as I give a quick hug to my mom. Eventually. I have to go, though. He's 10 minutes late to pick me up, I say frantically as I yell, love you, to my mom and Evina and head out the front door. I run out to Carter's car and pull on the door handle, but the passenger door remains locked. I pull again, but Carter still doesn't unlock the door. Carter, I say as I knock on the window to gain his attention. He rolls down the window, and his eyes travel up and down me. Carter opens up the driver's side door and comes around the car while mumbling incoherently. What the heck is he doing? We're late. Carter, we need to go. I don't want to keep them waiting. I say, and when Carter finally gets close enough so I can hear him, he is chanting no over and over again. I scrunch my eyebrows and throw up my hands. No, what? He turns to face me and throws his hands up, gesturing to my outfit. No to this outfit. Are you kidding me? Jeans and a t-shirt? No freaking way you're showing up to dinner in that. Go change. I look down at my outfit, slightly offended at Carter's obvious disapproval. I know it's not anything fancy, but I thought we were just going out to dinner. Carter could read my sad expression, and immediately his eyes softened. Dana, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just... You really want to wear that to a double date? At his words, I roll my head back, and my heart begins beating erratically. There's no way. This wasn't a date. I bite my lip hard as my mind runs wild with possibilities of how the night will go. They all consist of me embarrassing myself. Thana, calm down. You have nothing to worry about. It's a double date, so you won't be so nervous. I'll be there the whole time. If you feel uncomfortable or want to leave at any time, we'll come up with an excuse and leave, okay? His words calm me down slightly. Don't get me wrong, my heart is still beating erratically, but deep down I know that Carter really does care. Now, let's go inside and pick out a sexy outfit that will have Greyston basically coming in his pants when he sees you. Carter, I say as I blush profusely and hit him in the shoulder with my purse. Ow. You still haven't gotten over your anger issues, have you? He smirks and holds his shoulder, pretending to be injured. I roll my eyes and walk through the front door that my mom still hasn't locked. Honey, is everything okay? My mom asks, then freezes in place when she sees Carter next to me. She wasn't expecting me to be friends with one hot guy, but a second? She must definitely be confused about where I'm finding my guy friends. Oh, is this Carter? My mom smiles at me, then directs her gaze to him. Carter nods. Hi, Miss Brooks. Listen, I would love to stay and chat, but we need to fix this outfit now, and we're already late. Got to go, he says while already heading up the stairs. I follow Carter, so he can't be in my room without me. Who knows what kinds of trouble he can cause? No boys behind closed doors, my mom screams. I'm gay, Miss Brooks. Carter screams back at her. I cover my face with my hands. I can't believe he just said that to my mom. I can hear my mom chuckling from downstairs, so I know she found Carter amusing. Thank God. When we reach the top of the stairs, I direct Carter down the hall and into my room, and he immediately opens my closet door and begins frantically searching my clothes. No, May, he says, more to himself than to me. Finally, he comes across a chestnut brown lace dress that has been sitting in my closet for years. I had honestly forgotten about it until he took it out. Here, wear this, he said as he threw the dress at me. I barely caught it before it fell to the ground. Carter, I can't wear this. The last time I wore this was in 10th grade. Before I hit puberty. I can't tick, tock, tick, tock. Carter kept reciting over and over again, which stressed me out enough to go into the bathroom and quickly change. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled. I did look good, but it wasn't something I would usually wear. Maybe I should just change back into the jeans and tell Carter I won't. I'm brought out of my thoughts as Carter bangs on the bathroom door. Come on out, Thana. I know you're dressed. I slowly open the door and step out, looking down at the floor while fiddling with my fingers. Carter's eyebrows raise, and a huge grin spreads across his face. I knew there was a hot bod underneath all those layers you wear. Here, put these shoes on and we're ready to go. I choose to ignore Carter's comment about my body and quickly put the beige strappy shoes on. I take a quick look in the mirror again, then I'm pulled down the stairs and past my mom, who also has a shocked look on her face at my getup. She gives me the creepy mom smile once more, then tells me to have fun and not to hurry home. Ivina gives me a quick hug and tells me I look pretty, then she hides behind my mom when she sees Carter. I'll give the two a proper introduction another day. The drive to the restaurant only takes 5 minutes, and before I know it, Carter parks his car. That's when the nerves kick in. I open the car door and nervously shuffle to the front door of the restaurant. Carter smiles at me before saying, "Don't be nervous, Thana. Greyston's gonna shit himself when he sees you." I don't believe Carter for a second, but his words give me the slight push I need to take a deep breath and walk into the restaurant behind him. He walks past the hostess and towards the back of the restaurant, and I follow him because he seems like he knows where he's going. Sure enough, he leads us to Greyston and Axel, who stop talking as they hear our footsteps. Greyston looks so handsome with his hair styled to perfection. He's wearing a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves rolled up, matched with black slacks. A black and silver Rolex rests on his wrist, which makes me slightly nervous because I knew he had the fancy car, but the watch tells me that he has even more money than I initially thought. Will he treat me differently when he realizes that I don't have money? When Greyston stands up to greet me, I temporarily stop breathing because of the look he's giving me. His eyes travel up and down my body, and I feel as though I'm being studied very intensely. Usually, an action like this would bother me and make me feel more than uncomfortable, but with GREYSTON, it's kind of hot. Jesus Christ, he mumbles before clearing his throat. Thana, you look absolutely gorgeous. I give him a shy smile and tuck my hair behind my ear as I duck my head slightly. GREYSTON lifts my head with his fingers, which he has been doing quite a lot in recent days. You as well. I mean, not gorgeous. You look very, handsome, I finish, hoping that I can go die in a hole with how awkward I am. GREYSTON lightly chuckles, then slides down in the booth while motioning for me to sit next to him. I give a wide-eyed look to Carter, who gives me a reassuring smile. I scoot down next to GREYSTON, adjusting myself multiple times until I'm comfortably seated, all the while GREYSTON looks at me in amusement. I don't know what I'm doing that he finds funny. Chapter 10. Sorry, we're so late. I got held up, I say, not willing to throw Carter under the bus. As much as I'm annoyed with him for making us 20 minutes late to dinner, I know he was just being a good friend. GREYSTON gives me a small grin, then adds, "It's okay, I know who's to blame." He looks across the booth, and I follow his eyes to see that he's looking at Carter with a knowing look. Carter throws his hands up. Okay, it wasn't completely my fault, Carter defends as he looks between Axel and GREYSTON. Honestly, with the way he looks right now, it only confirms that it is, in fact, completely his fault. Diana was wearing an unfortunate outfit, and I made sure she was good to go. So, you're welcome. I know Carter is only joking, but a girl's got to defend herself at some point. First of all, my outfit wasn't bad, as you put it. A bit casual, yes, but that's what happens when someone doesn't tell me where we're going. Second, you showed up late to begin with. So really, like GREYSTON said, it is all your fault, I retort. I lean back against the bench, cross my arms across my chest, and give the darkest glare I can and direct it at Carter. Instead of the feared expressions I hoped for, I got 3 laughs from the guys, which only made me more annoyed. GREYSTON leaned down to whisper in my ear. Sorry, but you look like an adorable kitten like that. I turn to face him, and he has one of those smirks that always find their way on his face and a glint in his eyes as he looks at me. Oh, he says as he turns to Carter, his face suddenly losing all playfulness. If you say anything bad about Thana again, I will make sure you regret it. Just to be clear. A little chuckle is released from my throat, and when no one else laughs, I stare at Carter's dazed expression. Carter looks to be slightly sweating, and his Adam's apple bobs as he nervously swallows. Axel places a protective arm around Carter and glares at GREYSTON. Wow, there's a lot of glaring at this table for just a joke. GREYSTON wouldn't actually hurt Carter, right? Thankfully, the server came over and distracted everyone as he took our orders. Carter ordered a Shirley Temple while Axel and GREYSTON ordered Coronas. I just asked for water. Once the waiter left to give us more time to peruse the menu, GREYSTON spoke to me. You know, you can get a drink. Whatever you want, price doesn't matter. I look at GREYSTON and give him a small smile. Thank you. I'm fine with water, though, I say. He's so sweet for thinking that I didn't order a drink because of the price. He was right, too. I open the menu and begin reading the options. It's an American restaurant, so they have options like burgers, pastas, chicken tenders, anything you can imagine. I honestly have no idea how I'm supposed to choose. My eyes dart around the pages, pages of the menu when I see movement in front of me. Carter is holding up his menu so that I can only see his eyes, and he is widening them and motioning over to GREYSTON. With my eyes, I raise my eyebrow and give him the what expression. Carter continues to look at GREYSTON, then at me. I still don't get what he's trying to say, and after 30 seconds of him doing strange eye movements, Axel swoops in to save the day and mouths talk to him while looking at GREYSTON. It's now my turn to widen my eyes. I look to GREYSTON, who is obliviously still checking over the menu. My heart flutters, and my palms begin to sweat. I know Carter is playing Cupid, and for some reason, I really appreciate his help. I know GREYSTON, and I won't ever be in a relationship, though. He's too handsome, confident, and rich to slum it with someone who lives in a family that lives paycheck to paycheck. I'm average in looks and personality. However, GREYSTON makes me feel something that I have never felt before. I feel like a nervous mess, but I strangely trust him and want to get to know him. The real him, not the arrogant, growly guy he shows the world. I decide that it's time for me to woman up and take Carter's advice. Talk to him. How hard can this be? Ahem. I clear my throat, and immediately, GREYSTON turns his head to look at me with curiosity. I say as I put a piece of hair behind my ear. Did you decide what you're ordering? I question. Only minimal stuttering. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting 2 of the build-your-own burgers. I actually come here a lot. I always get the same thing, yet I feel the need to look over the menu every time, he laughs. I grin at him. So, you're one of those people? You find something you like and stick to it. Yeah, that's me, he says. That's not you, I assume? Nope. I love trying new foods. What if I find something I like better than my original choice? I'll never know. But, he reasons, if you order something else and end up not liking it, then you're stuck with something you don't like. I guess, I say. At Java, I've tried all the drinks at least twice. I'm unpredictable with my drinks. I'll always keep you on your toes, I laugh, and a smile is mirrored on his beautiful face as well. That's when I notice the dimple in his right cheek, which only makes him more attractive. I internally swoon until he asks me a question. What are you ordering to eat? I bite my lip and turn to the menu, flipping through the pages. I'm on the page with the salads when GREYSTON puts his hand lightly over mine. Order what you'd like, Thana. I was planning on ordering a salad, but not because I'm trying to be thin in front of GREYSTON or anything like that. I will proudly eat pounds of food in front of others without shame. Okay, I'll order what I really want if you promise not to make fun of me, I tell him, to which he tightens the hand gripping mine. I will never judge you. Ever. Okay, I was gonna get the same thing as you, but every time I eat a burger, I make a mess. GREYSTON chuckles, and so do Axel and Carter, reminding me that they're at the table too. I laugh with them as well. No, I'm being serious, GREYSTON. Like, ketchup gets everywhere, and the tomato never stays on the bun for longer than a few bites, and my hands get all greasy, and don't forget about the onions that dash, and amused GREYSTON stops me as he places 2 fingers on my lips to stop me from talking. His strategy works to stop my talking, but does nothing to stop my thoughts from racing. He's touching my lips. He's touching my lips. GREYSTON seems to have the same thoughts as mine because his eyes slightly darken and his focus shifts to my lips. He slowly slides his fingers down my lips, catching the bottom one slightly and causing it to be pulled down before being released. GREYSTON takes in a sudden breath and slowly, ever so, begins to lean forward. His trance only lasts for a second before the waiter comes back to take our orders. GREYSTON groans when I look towards the waiter, and Axel smirks and whispers something into Carter's ear, which causes Carter to laugh in response. After we all order, the conversation picks up again. I should mention that I was the only one who ordered a burger in the group. The guys all ordered 2 burgers and 6 sides for all of us to share, which is insane, if I might add. Carter and I started talking about school, and GREYSTON also spoke about his college years. I learned that he studied business and graduated in 3 years instead of 4. He used his degree to help him with his family business, which was passed down to him by his father. He told me that his father died a few years back. He seems devastated. I know I would be if it were my mom who passed. The mood lightened after that, and, before I knew it, the food was served. All the guys dig into their meals while I remain staring at the monstrosity of a burger that lies before me. You gonna eat, babe? GREYSTON questions. Yeah. I just, don't know how to. GREYSTON gives me the strangest look, like he's super confused yet is still trying to understand what I'm saying. It's huge. I clarify. Just grab it with your hands, Thana, Carter says as he takes an inhumanly large bite out of his burger. Okay, well, I don't have monster hands like you all do, so it's not going to be graceful by any means. I grumble under my breath, but I think they all heard me based on their smiles. I grab the large burger in my hands and can already feel the grease seeping into my fingers how I like it. I open my mouth as wide as it will go and attempt to bite into the burger, but my mouth doesn't even reach around the entire thing. I bite down anyway, which begins to squeeze ketchup out of the opposite side of the burger and drip onto my plate. See, I say, motioning with my eyes at the mess I've already made with one bite. We all eat our food in comfortable silence, as we all enjoy the fantastic meal. I finish half of my burger and a handful of fries before I'm full, all the while the boys polish off their double orders and the sides too. Greyston wipes his hands on his napkin, then looks over to me, and then to my plate. His head reels back when he sees the complete and utter mess on my plate. The bun fell off my burger and various condiments are spread out in disarray all over my plate. It looks like an animal ate the burger, not an 18-year-old girl. I told you. I tease Greyston as I push his shoulder lightly. Pfft, and you call us monsters? Carter laughs. Look at you. What did you do to that poor burger? Okay, do you see these hands? I hold up my small hands in front of Carter. I physically cannot grip the entire burger, so things fall out. It's not my fault. I whine. Greyston grabs one of my hands and holds it in his. His large, calloused hand completely envelopes my small one. I like your small hands, he mumbles. I blush at his words. There's something so attractive about his hands. They're so big and warm. And muscular. Is that a thing? Muscular hands? Well, I think it's a thing. But since you like trying new foods for our next date, maybe you can eat something that doesn't result in its destruction, he says with a small smile. That comment makes Carter lose it. His laugh attracts half the restaurant, which in turn makes Axel laugh loudly along with him. The quiet, reserved Axel is laughing at my expense. I scrunch up my face in anger and remove my hand from his and cross my arms. I attempt to glare at him, but Greyston's smile only grows, which reminds me that he told me that I look like an adorable kitten when I glare at him, which only gets me more upset. Stop the presses. Greyston Dark just told a joke. Carter screams. Oh my God, this will go down in history, folks. Shut up, Greyston grumbles. Shortly after, the waiter comes to take our plates away. He does a double take when he sees the mess on my plate, but after a low growl from Greyston, the waiter doesn't remark on it and cleans the table. The waiter returns with dessert menus, and even though I'm not hungry, I still look at them. I thought you said you were full, Greyston says to me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Greyston, do I have to teach you everything? I question. Okay, I'm going to give you an anatomy lesson. I back up slightly on the bench so that Greyston can see my stomach area. Especially you, Carter, since you're pre-med. This is important. I motion over to Axel and Carter. I point at different parts of my body and say the corresponding names. Ribs are here. Then there's the small intestine. The large intestine is down here, and above that is the stomach. I then point to slightly below my stomach. And this is the dessert stomach. It's a slight extension of the stomach, but it's a place where no real food is allowed. Only sweets. Therefore, I am full, but I have my dessert stomach that is still completely ready for dessert. Once again, Carter laughs at me. I don't think Carter can go more than a minute without laughing at something. Greyston shakes his head at me and then very suddenly grabs my hips and slides me, so I'm basically sitting in his lap on the bench. I squeal at the sudden movement, and my hands immediately move to his chest to steady myself. I can feel the muscles in his chest tighten slightly at my touch. Our faces are so close that I can see each individual eyelash and the different shades of blues and grays in his eyes. Our noses are touching ever so slightly. What am I going to do with you? He mumbles. I've never been in a position like this with a guy, ever. I so badly want to kiss him, but I know I'll never have the guts to do it. If we ever do kiss, it's got to be him making the first move. I know I'm way too shy to do anything. The longer we stare at each other and remain close, the more tension builds. If he only tipped his head up slightly, then, have you guys decided on a dessert this evening? The waiter asks, oblivious to our moment. I jump in surprise and then immediately remember where I am. I'm in a crowded restaurant, across the table from another couple, and I was about to kiss someone. What is wrong with me? I quickly and ungracefully moved off of Greyston's lap and drove back on the bench to get some space from Greyston. His jaw immediately clenches, and he glares at the waiter, who begins shaking in his boots at the anger directed at him. We're still thinking, Axel says, but he doesn't seem to take his eyes off of Greyston. The waiter scurries away to give us more time, and our table goes quiet again. Carter looks amused by the situation. Axel seems focused on Greyston and making sure he doesn't attack our waiter, and Greyston seems downright livid, which doesn't make any sense to me. Why is he so angry? I guess my nickname, Grumpy, wasn't too far off. I jump in surprise for the second time in the past 10 seconds when my phone rings. I see it's my mom calling. I'm sorry, guys, I have to take this. It's my mom. I alert them as I answer the phone. Hey, Mom, I'm still out at dinner. Is everything okay? Hey, honey. I'm sorry for calling you, but I thought you might be on your way home soon, she said. While speaking, I can hear Avina crying loudly in the background, which makes me tense up immediately. Oh my God, Mom. Is Avina okay? Why is she crying? Is she hurt? I begin panicking. What if she's seriously injured? She's only 6 years old. The guys are all focused on me, alert to my sudden panic. No, sweetie, she's physically fine. Look, enjoy your dinner and hopefully Avina will have calmed down by then. I sigh in relief, but my calmness doesn't last long because Avina's cries only seem to get more intense as time goes on. Mom, tell me what's going on. Avina doesn't usually freak out like this, I say. My mom sighs on the phone as she gives in and tells me the problem. I was playing dolls with Avina before bed, and since the dolls were in your room last, we were playing in there. While holding one of the dolls, Avina backed into your dresser and accidentally knocked over one of your snow globes. It shattered on the floor. Avina is fine, but she thinks you'll be mad at her. I've tried to calm her down, but she's been crying for 30 minutes straight. I'm on my way, okay? Tell her that I'm coming and that I'm not mad at her, okay? Okay, honey. I'm sorry to ruin your dinner. I didn't realize Mom, it's totally fine, I interrupt her. We were finishing up anyway. I'll see you soon. After I hang up with my mom, I turn to Greyston. Hey, I'm sorry, but I need to go home. Avina needs me right now. I turn to Carter. Is it okay if you drop me off at my house now? I'll make it up to you, I'll drop you off, Greyston says as he attempts to scoot out of the booth. However, I'm still in his way. Oh, I say in surprise. Are you sure? I don't want to ruin your night. I'm positive. Greyston reaches into his pocket and places $200 bills on the table and then motions for me to stand. My eyes widen slightly at the amount, but nonetheless, I scoot out of the booth and stand. Greyston stands up beside me, which only reminds me once more how tall he is. My head only reaches up to his chest. We say goodbye to Carter and Axel, and then I head over to Greyston's Tesla. He opens the car door for me, gets in the car, and then heads in the direction of my house. Hopefully, Greyston won't be too scared by the state Avina's in. Chapter 11, we pull up to my house in under 10 minutes, and I quickly unbuckle my seatbelt and get out of the car. Greyston follows closely, and before I make it to the front door, my mom opens it for me. Hey, Mom, I say. She gives me a grateful smile and opens the door even wider to allow me to enter. When she sees Greyston, her smile only seems to grow. Avina begins to cry again, so my mom tells us that she's going to check on her and leaves the two of us alone on the front porch. So, I had fun tonight, I say shyly, my voice almost in a whisper. I don't know how it's possible for it to be so easy yet so hard to speak to someone. I felt compelled to tell Greyston about how I felt, but I was also still extremely nervous around him. I had fun tonight, too. He smiled at me, and in that moment, I completely forgot where I was. I forgot that Avina was crying inside the house. I forgot that my mom was right on the other side of the door. I forgot I was standing on the front porch of my house in the dark with a guy I had only met a couple of times. I forgot all of that because it didn't really matter. I was here with Greyston, who has somehow become really important to me in the short period of time I have known him. Sorry, we didn't get a chance to get dessert. I scratched my head and looked down for a moment before remembering that Greyston doesn't like it when I look down. I tilted my head up and saw his gray eyes fixed on mine. Cue the butterflies. It's okay. That just means that we have to go out for dessert another time. Another time? I asked as I fidgeted with the edge of my dress. Yeah, date number 2, he smiled, which caused me to blush even more than before. My cheeks probably looked like 2 tomatoes at this point. I didn't know it was possible to be this affected by one person. This sucks. I'm probably way more into him than he is into me. I'm already hanging on to every single word he says. I'm scared that now that we'll be going on another date, I'll become even more attached, and when he figures out that he's bored with me, I'll be heartbroken. Hey, Greyston whispers and grabs my hands, his large hands stopping the movement of my own. That's when I realized I had been pressing my fingernails into my palms, which had formed crescent marks into my skin. What's wrong? What are you thinking? He asked quietly, yet I could still sense some urgency in his words. I opened my mouth to reply when Evina's loud cry sounded even through the front door. I'm sorry, I need to go take care of her. I pulled my hands out from his, unwillingly, and began to walk towards the front door, which still remained unlocked. I turned the handle and intended to turn around to say goodbye when I saw Greyston standing right behind me, which caused me to let out a squeal of surprise. Oh my, what are you doing? Greyston placed his hand gently on my shoulder, warming me. You seem upset. If it's all right with you, I thought I'd come in with you. You can talk to Evina, and then we can talk. It isn't too late right now. Only if it's okay with you, he finished. Yeah, that's okay with me. Let's go in before the neighbors call the cops. It sounds like she's being tortured, I joke. Greyston laughs. Once we're inside the house, I follow the sound of crying to the living room where Evina is face down, crying into the rug. Evina. I call out in the smallest voice I have. I want her to know I'm not mad at her and am trying to coax her into talking to me. Her wailing stops immediately, and she lifts her head up to see me kneeling next to her. I bring my hand to her back and gently rub up and down. Hey, why are you crying? Evina gets up quickly and runs into my arms, tackling me to the floor in the process. I let out a small oof sound as the wind is knocked out of me by a 6-year-old. Yeah, not my proudest moment. Especially when my mom and the guy I just went on a date with both began laughing at me for my lack of strength and balance. I quickly recover and hug her back, wrapping my arms completely around her as I begin to rub her back soothingly, my nails lightly scratching her back through her t-shirt. I'm so sorry, Thee. I promise, it was an accident. I was playing Dee Dee dolls when I don't understand the rest of what she says because she begins crying and blubbering more. However, I keep nodding my head and pretending that I know exactly what she's saying. After she cries for another minute, I decide I need to calm her down before she runs out of tears. For real, she could get dehydrated from the amount of crying she is doing. I don't understand why she's so upset. I know she broke my snow globe, but it was an accident. I've never yelled at her or gotten upset with her once in my entire life. Evina, I need you to stop crying and look at me. Can you do that, sweetie? I say, gently coaxing her to calm down. After a moment of harsh breathing, Evina looks at me. Good girl. Now I want you to listen to me, and listen very carefully. She nods her head and sniffles slightly, but at least she doesn't start crying again. Progress. I ignore Greyston and my mother, who are standing on the other side of the room, watching this interaction, but giving the illusion of privacy. Maybe it should bother me that Greyston is watching this intimate family moment, but it doesn't. It actually warms my heart that he doesn't want to leave me while I'm dealing with family issues. I'm not mad at you. Not at all. It was just an accident, right? I ask. She nods her head again, more vigorously than the first time. That's right. You didn't do it on purpose, so I'm not mad, okay? Yeah, she croaks out, her voice raspy from crying for so long. But I broke the Venice one. Your favorite. Her eyes begin to water again, and I have to think quickly so she won't start crying again. I crush her body to mine and hold her close, rubbing her back soothingly again. Don't cry, Evina. I'm not mad, but you're making me sad because you're sad. Thank goodness that gets her to stop crying. After a couple of minutes of rocking her back and forth, I pick her up off the floor and sit on the couch. Sometime during my talk with Evina, Greyston, and my mom had moved to the sofa, so I ended up sitting between the two of them. Evina, I whisper. She picks her head up from my shoulder. Yeah, Without crying, can you tell me why you were so upset? I've never gotten mad at you for anything, let alone a mistake. Did something happen today? My suspicion is correct when she starts to frown and looks down. She brings her small fists up to her eyes and begins rubbing them. Today at school, we had to make a family tree, she starts, and my heart already begins to constrict. I look at my mom and see tears start to collect in her eyes. My mom holds onto Evina's hand, urging her to continue. A girl sitting next to me started looking at mine when I only put you and Mama on it. She said that I didn't have a real family. She said you need a mommy and a daddy, and I don't have a daddy. He went away because he didn't love me, and the rest of her sentence is muffled when she begins to cry again. I bite my lip to prevent a sob from coming out. I'm almost afraid to look at Greyston, and when I do, I can see his jaw clenched tightly and a sad look in his eyes. I give him a look of embarrassment, knowing I will have to explain this to him later tonight. And when I broke your snow globe, I thought that you might get mad at me and leave me just like Daddy did. That breaks me. A few tears escape, and then I feel a hand on my back. Greyston. He's here for me. This makes me like him even more. This family drama doesn't scare him away. He also knows exactly what I need at this moment, strength, which he gives to me when he shows me he will comfort me. I wipe my eyes once, removing any evidence of my tears, and stand up abruptly. I put Evina down, then grabbed her hand. Evina? You're my sister. You're my family. And family doesn't leave family. Ever. That man, our father, wasn't ever our dad. He wasn't a good person, and I'm so glad you never got to see him. All the family you'll ever need is right here. And I will never leave you. It would take an army to separate us. And even then, we would use our ninja skills and fight them all. I karate chop her arm lightly, which makes Evina let out a light giggle. It warms my heart. This little girl deserves all the happiness in the world. She doesn't deserve to be sad and disappointed by our sorry excuse of a father who left us. We started to karate chop each other until she chopped me in the stomach, and I pretended to fall on the ground. I surrender. Please have mercy on me. I scream. After she stops her attack, I get up and grab her hand. Come on, let's go clean up the mess together. Then, it's time for bed, okay? Okay, she smiles. She then looks next to me and finally realizes that Greyston is here. Greyston, she screams and runs into his legs, hugging them tightly. It was like the last half hour had never happened, and she was back to her peppy self. Hey there, Evina. It's good to see you. Greyston replies with a slight grin. While they were talking, I went into the kitchen and grabbed paper towels and a small trash bag to dispose of the broken glass. I motion for Evina to follow me. We go upstairs, Greyston following. Well, he follows after getting a slight nod of approval from my mother. That surprises me, because based on how she responded to Carter coming into my room, before she found out he was gay, I expected her to bar him from coming up. I guess Evina was a good enough cockblock in my mom's eyes. When I open up my door, my eyes instantly travel to the broken glass on the floor. Evina, I want you to stay right here. There's broken glass, and I don't want you to cut yourself, okay? She nods and stays where I wanted her to. I walk up to the glass, crouch down, and begin gently grabbing the glass pieces. It didn't shatter completely, so the majority of the glass remained in shards. Diana, will you let me do it? Greyston begs. I look at him in the doorway, and he seems really antsy and worried. It's fine, I got it. I'm fully capable of cleaning this up, I say as I continue to pick up the glass. Not 2 seconds later, Greyston chimes in again. Please, Diana? You're gonna cut yourself. I'll do it. He begins walking over to me. Nah, I hold up my finger at him, then point to my bed. Sit down. I'm almost done anyway. And besides, I don't want you to get cut either. I could feel his eyes of steel as I finished cleaning up. As promised, I cleaned it all up without cutting myself. All done, Evina. No more mess. Are you okay now? I ask, still slightly concerned about her. Yeah, I'm okay, she says, but her words get distorted through her yawn. Okay, time for bed. I grabbed Davina's hand and walked to my door frame. Mom? I called down to my mom, who quickly hops up the stairs. With one look, she can see how tired Davina is. Let's go to bed, baby, my mom coos to her while picking her up. Also, Vanna, please be responsible. I'm allowing him up here because I trust you, and he seems like a nice young man. But any indication that anything inappropriate is going on, I got it, Mom, I quickly reply. With a nod, she walks down the hall to Davina's room and shuts the door. I turn around and close my door as well to find GREYSTON looking at me while sitting on my bed, while the two of us are alone in my room. Why does my mom trust me again? Chapter 12. I stand leaning against the door, frozen in place. I have no idea what to do or what to say. I've never had a guy in my room before. Fighting my fears, I decide to speak up before GREYSTON leaves. I'm really sorry about Davina. And my mom. And really, this whole situation, in general, I apologize. I didn't expect you to come here and see that. I mean, it's a lot of... My words trail off into nothing when GREYSTON rises from my bed and walks over to me. All I can do is stare at him as he stalks over to my position by the door. He doesn't stop until he is inches, and I mean inches, from my body. He barely leaves enough room between us, yet he still gives the illusion of space because we aren't touching. I think I forgot how to breathe because as soon as he got close to me, I sucked in a breath and haven't released it yet. He stares at me with those beautiful gray eyes that are the only thing that can clue me into what he's thinking. Stop apologizing. He takes my hand in his and walks me over to my bed. It's almost comical how he's in my house, my room, and he's the one leading me and making me more comfortable. But I guess that's just GREYSTON. He sits down on the edge of my bed once again and gently tugs on my hand to urge me to sit next to him. He doesn't let go of my hand, though. He holds it in his hand and strokes it lightly back and forth with his thumb in a soothing manner. It feels really lovely, and it calms me down more. Breathe, Vanna, GREYSTON whispers, to which I let out the breath I've been holding. How have I not realized that I'm not breathing? It's a basic human necessity, yet when I'm around him, everything else seems so unimportant. I don't realize that I'm staring at our joined hands until his other hand lifts my chin so that I'm looking at his face. Just like before, his hand doesn't leave my skin. His palm rests against my cheek, and I don't make a move to remove it. He continues to stare at me for a few moments before he speaks. I'm guessing that you're nervous with me in here. Crap. How does he know? It's probably by the look on my face, but I don't know what face I'm making and therefore wouldn't know how to change it. If he only knew how fast my heart is beating right now. Afraid to say something embarrassing, I nod my head. I figured. Listen, I don't want you to be nervous around me. Like I could stay calm around him. Just so you know, I'm nervous too, he says. Feel my heart. He takes our joined hands and places them against his chest, right above his heart. My hand is trapped between the warmth of his chest and palm, and for a moment, it's hard not to concentrate on the muscles underneath his shirt. I don't even want to think about what he looks like without a shirt. Once I calm down enough to pay attention to his heart, I instantly realize that he's right. His heart seems to be beating just as fast as mine. How? Why? I shake my head. You, Vanna. Being around you makes me nervous. And I don't get nervous. He begins ever so slowly to lean his head forward. I sit still, letting him lead. It seems the closer he gets, the faster my heart beats and the more my head spins. When his nose touches mine, I abruptly stand up, my hand leaving the protection of his. With space, I can think more clearly. No, I say, more to myself than to him. I begin pacing the floor of my bedroom, trying to find a reason why he's acting like this towards me. He's being a perfect gentleman. He's polite and kind, funny and flirty. Why me? It just seems so out of the blue. We just met, and I feel all kinds of things for him that I shouldn't be feeling this soon. We're not dating, he's not my boyfriend. And on top of all of those things, he's the most attractive guy I've ever seen, including in magazines and on TV. So why, out of everyone on earth who would kill to be with him, would he pick me? The shy, average-looking girl who is still figuring out who she is? No, what? Greyston asks, looking confused and concerned on my bed. You and me, I whisper, and I honestly don't expect him to hear me, but he must have superhuman hearing because as soon as the words pass between my lips, he is up and pinning me to the dresser with his body. His gray eyes dilate so that most of his eyes are black, and there is only a small sliver of the gray-blue that typically resides there. He looks angry, honestly. Why the hell not? He grinds out, his jaw clenched together tightly as if he's controlling himself. His hands found their way to my waist, and he held me firmly. I let out a surprised gasp that then turns to a breathy moan when his hands begin to massage my sides. My body is completely touching his, and I can feel all of the stiff muscles of his body tensing against me. He stares at me as if he can see right through me, and it compels me to answer him, to please him. You and I don't make sense, I start, to which a low growl is released from deep in his throat. I've never heard a sound like it before. It's really sexy though. Dang it, why did I think that? Greyston, I continue. You're amazing. You're tall, handsome, kind, and outgoing. You can't possibly want to be with someone like me. I am interrupted by Greyston, who gets even closer to me, if that were possible. Don't tell me what I do and don't want. Nothing keeps me from what I want, and I want you. Before I can get another word in, his mouth descends on mine. He kisses me with passion like no one else has. The only thing I can think about is him, his hands gripping my sides, his cologne which smells of cedar and pine, and his lips, which expertly move against mine. He sucks my bottom lip into his mouth, then lightly bites it before releasing it and diving in for more. Throwing caution to the wind, I wrap my arms around his neck and pull myself closer. He tilts his head to the side, which causes the kiss to go deeper. I grip his hair, triggering a low groan to come from Greyston, which only makes me more confident. He wants me. Me. I've kissed other guys before him. Not a lot, but I do have a little experience. None of those kisses ever felt like this one. I've never gotten butterflies in the pit of my stomach before, or wanted to cling to them for hours on end. I have deep feelings for him, and I never realized how deep until now. He shows me how deep his feelings for me are as he kisses me. It's raw. It's real. There's no way that I can believe that he wants me. But I fear that he wants more than I can give him. Reluctantly, I pull away from the kiss. I rest my forehead against his as I take deep breaths, recovering from the kiss. Looking into his eyes, I speak. Wow. Yeah, Greyston laughs, moving his hands to my back. Listen, Greyston, don't start. Greyston interrupts. He places a finger on my lips to prevent me from talking, which honestly surprises me. He has no idea what I'm gonna say. That kiss was incredible, and I know you thought so too. So don't feed me nonsense about how I can't want you because you're perfect. You're beautiful, smart, and funny, and I really want to get to know you better. I know we just met, but I know if you give me a chance, I cut him off with a kiss. It was short, more of a peck, but it does the job, and he stops talking. You didn't know what I was going to say, Grumpy. I let out my nickname for him, to which he scrunches his eyebrows. It makes him look like an adorable puppy. Grumpy. I bite my lip to hold in the laugh bubbling to the surface. It doesn't really work, and my giggle breaks through. Yeah, that's my nickname for you because the first time I saw you, you looked really grumpy. You had this tough guy face on, and I thought you were gonna be mean. But then, you looked at me, and suddenly you looked lighter. Happier. It surprised me. I could never be grumpy around you, he smirks. Especially when you kiss like that. I have to put my hand against my face to keep the sound of my laughter down. Evina is being put to bed now, and if I'm too loud, she won't be able to sleep. And my mom will kill me. I turn my head and finally realize that I'm up against the dresser in my room, the very same dresser that Evina knocked a snow globe off of. All across the dresser are other snow globes from all around the world, all places my mom has traveled for work. Evina was right. The Venice one was one of my favorites. It was a medium-sized snow globe with a gondola in the middle, and a couple in love was sitting in the center of the boat. Instead of snow, there were gold flakes that would rain from the surface when you shook it, surrounding the couple. You have a lot of snow globes, I see. GREYSTON picks up the closest one to him, which happens to be one from California. He shakes it, causing a snow flurry inside the globe. It's mesmerizing to watch. The brown bear inside disappears in white. I also have more in the closet. It's a collection I started with my mom when I was young, and I never stopped. I could look at every single one and remember how old I was and when my mom gave it to me. You've really traveled around, GREYSTON mumbles as he looks at the snow globes on the other dresser and my desk. I laugh at his comment. Quite the opposite. GREYSTON tilts his head slightly and places the snow globe down, focusing all of his attention on me. What do you mean? This is the embarrassing part. I've only been to Florida and here. I'm originally from there, and I moved here a few years ago. I collect snow globes because my mom is a flight attendant, and everywhere she travels, she buys me one. GREYSTON continues to stare at me, and I blush at the attention. I begin to think that he'll laugh at me for having a stupid collection from places I've never been to, but the laughter never comes. A soft smile spreads across his face instead. Well then, I guess we'll have to change that. Where would you want to go if you could go anywhere? If money weren't an issue. Easy, I reply instantly. Venice, Italy. I think it's really amazing how they use boats to travel everywhere. Although it's not great when you think about climate change, it's still beautiful. Oh, and Venetian glass. I want to see how they make those beautiful glass sculptures. GREYSTON grins at me the entire time I talk. Then, when I finish my mini rant, he replies, I'll take you. What? The heck? He'll take me to Venice? I nervously laugh. That's a nice thought. But I don't think I'll ever get to go. Maybe after college, after I get a job with a better salary than the coffee shop dash I told you money wasn't an issue. I'll take you in my private jet. He leans in and kisses me slowly, his hands returning to my hips. I want to laugh at the absurdity of his statement, but the laugh dies in my throat when his hands grip my waist. Since his hands are so big, the fingers spread across my back while his thumbs reach under my belly button. GREYSTON attempts to move back, but when I grip his arms, his lips curve up slightly before he dives in again. I can't get enough of him. The first time we met was at the coffee house, and we talked with Axel and Carter for hours. I got to know him pretty well. Then we texted each other back and forth. Our text conversations lasted hours. Then, at dinner tonight, he was calling me babe and love and being all touchy. At first, I thought he was just being flirty, but now I think he actually, for some insane reason, likes me. My hands move up the large muscles of his arms and rest on his shoulders. I'm about to lean my head to deepen the kiss when GREYSTON abruptly backs up and moves to the desk chair. I'm left a panting mess, while GREYSTON looks unaffected. How can he look so put together after that kiss? Why did he stop? My questions were answered when my mom opened the door and scanned the room. She finds me standing by the dresser and GREYSTON holding a snow globe in his hand. Oh, hey, Ms. Brooks. Vanna was telling me about all the snow globes you've gotten for her. You've traveled to so many places. My mom smiles at him. Yes, it's one of the things I love about my job. Even in the airports, the places are so different. When there's a large time gap between flights, I'll get a couple of hours in the city I land in, where I can explore. It's definitely a perk. My mom glances at me, and I smile at her. Maybe a little too widely based on what she says next. It's getting late. I think it's time for GREYSTON to go. Okay, just give me a few minutes, and then I'll walk him out. Fine. Good night, GREYSTON, my mom says. Good night, Ms. Brooks. Thank you for allowing me into your home. My mom doesn't reply, but she does give him a little nod before closing the door behind her. I'm surprised and happy that she actually closes it and doesn't leave it open. She must trust him. Askisser, I mumble under my breath. GREYSTON's focus shifts from the door to me as he smirks. Askisser, huh? My mouth moves, but no words come out. I barely whispered my thought, but he still heard me. How did you? I have great hearing, GREYSTON adds. I stood there, not really knowing what to say. I had so many questions for him, so I blurted out the first one that came to mind. So, do you have any plans this weekend? I cringe at my words. I instantly regret saying it because it makes me sound desperate. We met 2 days ago, for crying out loud. From the desk chair, he rubs the back of his neck nervously as he finds his words. I'm actually busy this weekend. Great. Even when he's rejecting me, he's nice. I shake my head back and forth while blinking back the tears that begin to form. I move towards my door, hoping that he'll follow so that he can leave, and I'll never have to see him again. He probably thinks I'm clingy and doesn't want to hang out 2 days in a row. That was a stupid question. Of course, you're busy with other girls and stuff. Sorry, I asked. My voice breaks on the last word, and I inwardly curse myself for being so sensitive. It's not like he lied to me. He never made any promises to me. I just got my hopes up. 1 minute, I'm standing by the door, and the next I'm pressed up against the wall with an angry-looking GREYSTON. His hands rest on my cheeks as he looks at me. When a single tear falls, GREYSTON frowns and instantly wipes it away with his thumb. His eyes are back to black, and I realize that he looks that way when his emotions are high. He kisses me with more power than before, his tongue plunging into my mouth. My stomach feels all tingly with this kiss. I open my mouth for him, and his tongue explores my mouth. My tongue hesitantly touches his, which spurs him on. His hands leave my face and travel to my waist, then my hips, then down to my thighs. He picks me up, and my legs immediately wrap around him. My arms wrap around his neck naturally. He continues to kiss me until I run out of breath. Even then, he seems to be fine on oxygen as his kisses spread to my jaw, then down my neck until they reach where my neck and shoulder meet. He lightly bites there, and I let out a moan. I don't know why that spot is so sensitive, but it's almost as if he knew. He continues kissing, biting, and licking that spot, and I continue to be lost in heaven. He stops, then buries his head in my neck as he pants heavily. He puts me down slowly, then lifts my chin with his finger. Listen, I'm not hanging out with other girls. Please don't think that. I'm just going out of town for work. Okay. I have no breath, so I simply nod. He continues. I want to see you, I desperately do. But we'll have to settle for texting and calling. I'm not talking to any other girls, and I don't want you talking to any other guys. I smile shyly at him, my cheeks most likely turning a dark shade of pink. I nod once again. He gives me a peck on the lips. Okay, it's settled. You're mine. My smile grows at his possessive comment. It's really cute how he wants me all to himself. And I couldn't be happier. I've never felt so light before, so happy. I wrap my arms around his neck and hug him tightly. He returns the hug and buries his face in my neck. We stay like that for a few minutes until he reluctantly lets go of me. I should probably go before your mom comes in again. Laughing, I say, you're probably right. I walk him to the door and we say goodbye. He kisses me once more, then tells me he'll text me. I watch as he walks to his car, and I don't close the door until I can't see his car anymore. Chapter 13. After GREYSTON left last night, I was left in a state of pure bliss. All night, I couldn't stop thinking about him. We've known each other for such a short period of time, yet I don't feel weird about our kisses. Maybe if it had been another person, I would have considered our relationship fast-moving, but with him, it just felt natural. And besides, we were in the talking phase of our relationship. That's what people call it, right? He said he doesn't want me talking to other guys, but that doesn't mean I'm his girlfriend, does it? Well, whatever we are, I'm happy to explore more. After I fell asleep last night, I awoke this morning with a smile on my face. Turns out I had dreamed about him last night, and let me tell you, I have never had such a steamy dream before. But I'm not complaining. I took a shower, rubbing my vanilla body wash over myself. After I got dressed, I checked my phone and saw that I had a text from GREYSTON. Grumpy, good morning, love me, good morning. How did you sleep? Grumpy, I slept well. I dreamt of you. My cheeks flushed while I thought of my dream, which starred none other than GREYSTON. I chose to leave out telling him that, though. I told him my plans for the day, to which he told me that he was already in the car on his way to the airport for his business meeting. He told me he would text me later. When I texted goodbye, I made myself avocado toast and coffee, but I groaned after the bitterness hit my tongue. I've been spoiling myself with the coffee from Java recently, and now I don't want to drink anything else. So, because of my need for more coffee, after I finished breakfast and drained the last of my coffee, I headed out to Java to get more coffee. Yes, I know I have a problem. No, I don't want to fix it. I brought schoolwork with me so that I can do something productive. I had homework to do in all of my classes, meaning that I may very well spend all day at Java. Evina and Mom are still at home sleeping, and Mom isn't working this weekend, so I'm free to do as I please. The walk to Java is short, and I make sure to quicken my pace to get out of the semi-chilly weather. I walk past the bookstore, which reminds me that I haven't been in there in a while. Hopefully, one of these days I can find more time. Between classes, homework, my job, and watching Evina, I don't get that much time to myself. The bell jingles as I enter Java, and I'm instantly greeted by Callista, my friend and coworker. Hey, Vanna. How's it going? She asks in a chirpy voice. I'm doing well. Classes are definitely a change to my daily life, but nothing I can't handle. I laugh lightly as I grab my wallet out of my bag. Can I have a large cinnamon dolce latte? Extra whipped cream, please. Sure thing. That'll be $3.52. I pull out the exact amount of money and hand it to Callie, who opens the register. What an angel. I don't have to count out change. She hums in approval. Yeah, I laugh. It gets so annoying when the order is $3.00 and the customer gives you a 20. Exactly. Callie exclaims. My job is making coffee, not counting out excessive amounts of change for you. I place my wallet back in my bag and look around the coffee house to see that there are many open tables. Sit anywhere you like. I'll bring it to you, she tells me. Oh, thank you. I smile, then walk over to a table in the corner of the shop. This is my favorite spot because there's an outlet and the chairs here are more like armchairs. Comfortable, secluded, and practical. I open up my laptop and start working on calculus. My textbook is online, so I open it up to the first chapter, grab my notebook, and begin the first problem. Halfway through the second problem, Callista brings me my coffee. I give her a soft thank you and continue my work. Seconds turn to minutes, which turn to hours, and before I know it, I've been at Java for 3 hours, finished 2 homework assignments, and I ordered another coffee. Coffee flows through my veins. It's official. As I am pulling out my ethics notebook, the creepiest thing happens. The door chimes, and when I look to see who it is, it's that kid from my ethics class. The timing of that is absolutely crazy, but there he is. Once he enters, he immediately sees me and waves. I shyly wave back. He walks over to me, and that's when I realize he's not alone. Behind him, a girl with the same platinum blonde hair follows him. She dyed the tips of her hair hot pink, adding a punk rock vibe to her. She wore bright neon clothing, which juxtaposed with Eli's dark clothing. She had many piercings. From what I could tell, she had about 5 on each ear, a nose ring, and an eyebrow piercing. Eli had a smile on his face when he reached my table. Hey, Vanna. Fancy seeing you here. Yeah, I say, not sure what to say. I'm not really good at conversing with people I've just met. I find that I run out of things to say, which leaves long, awkward pauses in the conversations. However, Eli picks up the conversation easily. He looks at the notebook I just placed on the table, and his eyes widen. Were you just pulling out your ethics homework? That's creepy. I chuckle at his comment. It is strange. Were you lurking outside, waiting for me to start my ethics homework so I would do it for you? I joke. The corner of his mouth tips up in amusement. For your information, I kept walking by this coffee shop, so I decided to take my sister with me. This is Elle, by the way. Elle, this is Vanna. She's in my ethics class. Elle extends her ring-clad hand out to me. Nice to meet you. Still can't believe that this dipshit is going to college, but whatever, she snickers. Nice to meet you, too, I say politely. She seemed a little intense, with all of the piercings and her blunt attitude. Still, I kept a smile on my face, intent on not judging a book by its cover. Eli looks around the coffee shop, which is surprisingly full. I didn't even notice how crowded it had gotten, lost in my own world of homework. Do you mind if we sit here? I don't see any more tables available, and I want to be able to do homework, he asks with wide, hopeful eyes. I want to say no, but I can't deny him when he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. I don't usually get work done when sitting with others, but I'll try. Sure, I nod. Awesome. I'm gonna put my bag here and go order. Looks like there's a line. Elle, I know what you want. Can I get anything for you, Dana? No, I shake my head, feeling uncomfortable with him buying me something when I barely know the guy. I insist. It would be ethical if I got you something because you're letting me and my sister sit at your table. He gave me a goofy grin, which made it impossible for me not to laugh at his antics. Okay, not how ethics works, but it's nice that you're giving it a go. I'll get a white mocha extra whipped cream. Sure thing. Be right back, he says. As soon as he turns away, Elle takes the seat across from me and spreads her legs out in the seat next to her. So, how do you know Eli? With the way she questions me, it almost sounds like he's not allowed to have friends, or he's going to get in trouble for even knowing me. Oh, like he said, we met yesterday in ethics. Okay. Eli doesn't talk to people, so that sounds a little off to me, she insists, her eyes scrutinizing me and making me a little uncomfortable. I was late yesterday, and the only spot was next to him. When I sat down, I asked him what I missed in class. We talked a little bit more about an assignment we were given, but that's it. I feel like I'm being interrogated. She stares at me, concentrating on me a little longer, before she smiles widely. Don't freak out, babe. I believe you. It's just that I'm his twin. We've been connected at the hip forever. He's never one to initiate with people, so I was just surprised to learn he made a friend. And a baddie at that, she smirks. I'm not a baddie, I gulp. I was late just once. It was an accident. You see, I overslept Chillax girl. No need to have a brain aneurysm. I can't hospitalize my brother's first friend. He'd never get another one. We laughed together. Apparently, I passed Elle's test because now she's joking and laughing with me. She doesn't seem so intense when she's smiling. I kind of like her when she's smiling. I bring coffee. Eli says nervously as he approaches our table. The 3 coffees are balanced on a coffee tray along with 2 hot panini. The smell of the sandwiches reminds me that I haven't eaten since this morning, and it's 1 in the afternoon. My stomach growls at an insanely loud volume, making my cheeks turn a bright shade of red. I put my hand on my stomach, but that doesn't stop the embarrassing noise. Eli and Elle laugh at me, furthering my embarrassment. Eli sits in the seat next to me and hands me half of his sandwich. Here. I can't take your food. You already bought me coffee. I'll go get something, I insist. It's fine. Take it. I'll get another if I'm still hungry. I'm still full from breakfast, Eli smiles, pushing the food into my hand. I smile back and take the food. I know he's lying, but it's sweet that he's being so nice. Elle's words come back to me. Eli doesn't talk to people. The fact that he's talking to me and being nice to me is already a shock. Based on what she said, he doesn't really have friends. I don't want to cause him to retreat into a shell. We all talk, eat, and get to know each other. I heard more stories of Eli and Elle growing up. It shouldn't have been a shock to me that they were twins, but it took me entirely by surprise. I thought that twins were supposed to be alike, but Eli and Elle are like night and day. Their personalities and styles are completely different. After we finish our food, I mention that I want to start doing homework, to which Eli asks if we can do it together. I agree to complete the work together as long as he actually does the job and doesn't ask me for all of the answers. And it's not like he can ask for all of the answers because a lot of it is opinion-based. Elle scrolls through her phone. 3/4 of the way through the assignment, I get a call from Carter. 1 second, guys. I answer the phone on the 3rd ring. Hello. I ask. Hey, V. What you doing? I'm so bored, Carter says. Nothing much. I'm doing homework in Java with some friends. What about you? Oh my goddess, I am so bored. Axel's away, and I don't know what to do with myself. I can't annoy him because he's still on that flight with GREYSTON. But now I can annoy you. Can I come? Please see. He repeatedly asks please until I finally give in. I ignore the oh my goddess comment. Maybe it's a gay thing? I don't know. I also find it a little strange that Axel is with GREYSTON. I didn't think they worked together. Fine. You can come. Yes. I'll be there in 15. Bye, Carter. I chuckle into the phone, then hang up. I look up to see an anxious-looking Eli. He opens his mouth to say something, then closes it again. He does this for a few seconds until he decides what he wants to say. I think we have to get going now. We have a family thing going on. Can't be late. Eli puts his computer hastily in his bag before zipping it up and standing abruptly. I start to say, but Eli is already motioning for Elle to get up as well. They both begin collecting the remaining trash. Are you sure you have to leave right now? I can call Carter if you're uncomfortable. No. I mean, it's fine. We have to go anyway. His call just reminded me. See you in class, Thana. Eli waves and walks out the door. He doesn't even look back. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around. Ciao. Elle gives me a 2-finger wave and walks out of Java, slightly jogging to catch up with Eli. Well, that was abrupt. Chapter 14. Eli and Elle left abruptly from the coffee shop, and I cannot be more confused. Maybe Eli heard me inviting Carter to join us, and he freaked? Elle did say he doesn't make friends easily, so maybe he was nervous to meet someone new? I honestly thought Carter and Eli would get along. Carter was my first friend in college, so I thought we could all be friends. I have to apologize to Eli for making him uncomfortable. Like clockwork, 15 minutes later, the door chimes as Carter enters Java. Across the shop, he yells, "I'll get you something. I'll surprise you." Just like in class, people turn their heads in my direction to see who the loud guy is yelling at. The nasty looks make me push my head into my hands and pray that Carter will stop drawing attention to me. However, I don't see that happening in the future. Dana? Should I be concerned? Carter asks. I look up at him with my eyebrows furrowed and a slight tilt to my head. Huh. Carter sets down a coffee in front of me, then sits down in the seat in front of me where Elle was previously sitting. Are you making up imaginary friends because I'm not spending enough time with you? Because if that's the case, I will gladly clear my schedule for your mental health. The only reason I know he's messing with me is the slight lift at the corner of his mouth. They're real. I huff in annoyance. I swear. After I hung up with you, I think he got nervous about meeting new people and he bolted. He? Carter questions. He takes a sip of his coffee but never loses eye contact with me. Yeah. Is that a problem? I ask. I'm confused. Why is Carter questioning my choice of friends? Isn't he a guy? No, there's no problem. I just thought you were hanging with GREYSTON, he says with caution. Carter is being so confusing. What does my talking to GREYSTON have to do with me meeting a friend for coffee? And I didn't even meet Eli for coffee. He just showed up with his twin sister, and we all got to talking. But he showed up with his sister, and there were no tables, so I said they could sit with me, I explained to him. With my answer, Carter visibly relaxes. His shoulders, which were tight and raised, slumped in relief while his hand flew to his chest. Phew, you almost gave me a heart attack. Carter let out a big sigh, then took a huge gulp of coffee. Why? Oh, I'm really set on you and GREYSTON, Carter explains. I thought you may have been on a date just now. GREYSTON would not have been happy. My eyebrows rose instantly, and if I were an animal, my ears would have perked up in interest. How do you know GREYSTON wouldn't be happy? Carter grins. I live with Axel. Axel and GREYSTON are best friends. Everything he knows, I know. And I know that GREYSTON is crazy about you. Which reminds me, how was last night? Did anything happen? Did you guys do it? Sputtering, I attempt to shut down any of Carter's crazy theories of the night. Oh my gosh, no. Nothing like that. You sure? Carter looks at me with a knowing grin. Something must have happened. You guys were alone for the first time, right? You sure you didn't just, oh my God, please stop. I pleaded with him, my hands covering my face in embarrassment. Why does Carter always have to be so crude? Come on, give me the juicy details. GREYSTON wouldn't spill anything juicy. He only talked about his feelings. EW. I smile at Carter's words. GREYSTON didn't say anything about what we did last night. That makes me feel respected, and it makes me trust him more. It warms my heart that what he wants isn't just physical. If it were, he would have told his friend about what we did. Instead, he kept the details to himself and talked about our emotional connection, not our physical one. Someone's blushing. So, spill. What happened? So, I told Carter exactly what happened last night. I told him about the ride home, calming down Avina, and then we went into my bedroom. When I got to the part about our kiss, Carter yelled out, "Yeah, baby," really loudly, causing me to cover my face in my hands and groan loudly. I guess Carter's friendship comes hand in hand with my embarrassment. I left out the part about my snow globe collection. I felt that was personal. I didn't need to share everything with Carter. When I next checked the time, it was 4 in the afternoon. I had officially been at Java for too long, so I said goodbye to Carter and headed home after buying another coffee to go. When I got home, I spent some time with Avina and my mom until I saw I had a text from GREYSTON. I excused myself to my room to answer his text. We ended up talking on the phone for a few hours. He talked about how bored he was on his business trip and how he wished he were with me. I awkwardly laughed and went on about my day with my new friends and Carter. At first, I was nervous we would run out of things to say to each other, but that problem never arose. We talked about everything and nothing at the same time. Our talk got interrupted when my mom yelled from downstairs that dinner was ready. I reluctantly hung up on him, then scarfed down my dinner and immediately excused myself again. I texted GREYSTON again, and he immediately called me back. To say I was pleased would be an understatement. We kept talking until I couldn't keep my eyes open. He heard me yawn and wished me a good night. I hung up the phone and went right to sleep. I dreamed of GREYSTON again. All day Sunday, I spent working at Java. Callista and I shared a shift, so we talked and laughed the entire time we were working. She made me promise to hang out with her soon, which I didn't mind. I missed her. In between making coffee for customers and organizing the back storage areas, I was texting GREYSTON. He would ask me what I was doing, how my day was so far, what book I was currently reading, and any other information he could gather. I thought it was adorable that he wanted to know so much about me. I wasn't super interesting, so I don't understand why he was interested in every detail of my life, but I sated his curiosity as long as he answered questions about himself. Let's just say that he preferred to be the one asking the questions. When I asked him about Axel coming with him on the business trip, he answered by saying that Axel was his vice president for his business. I wanted to know more about his company, but when I asked, he said he had to go to another meeting. He said he would come home Monday morning and had a surprise for me, so when Monday finally arrived, I was all jittery. And it's not from the 3 cups of coffee I already chugged. And it's not from all the sugar in the colossal amounts of whipped cream from the 3 cups of coffee I already chugged. Just the thought of seeing GREYSTON made me smile. So, all through my monotonous morning shift at Java, to the short walk to psychology, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Whoa. What's got you smiling like the Cheshire Cat? Carter questions with a knowing smile on his face. Are you going to make me say it? I mutter. Fine. I'm excited to see GREYSTON. Aren't you excited to see Axel? Carter lets out a maniacal laugh. Oh, honey. I already greeted him this morning. Over and over and over and oh my gosh. Stop. I don't want to know. I squeal. I push my hands as hard as I can against my ears in an attempt to block out Carter's dirty words. I could only hear his muffled cackling. Thankfully, the lecture started shortly after that, so I didn't have to hear about Carter and Axel's bedroom activities. I became embarrassed just thinking about it. Today's lecture was on Ivan Pavlov and his theory of classical conditioning. It was actually quite interesting, and I scribbled the notes in my notebook at an alarming speed to keep up with our professor. Using one of my 1,500 pens, I jotted down notes about unconditioned, neutral, and conditioned stimuli and how his dogs would salivate just at the ring of a bell. Once we are dismissed, I pack up my bag and throw it over my shoulder. All I can think about is going home and texting GREYSTON. I wonder what surprise he was referring to. Before I have a chance to run home, Carter places a hand on my shoulder to prevent me from leaving the room without him. I look up at him, trying to figure out what he wants. Do you have any plans today? He asks. My heart slightly deflates. No, I don't have any set plans, I tell him honestly. I don't tell him that I was hoping to see GREYSTON later. That would make me seem too hopeful and needy, two things I did not want to appear. Good. You have plans now, he smiles excitedly at me. My feet hit the dead autumn leaves lying on the grass with a satisfying crunch while the sun warms my skin. The air conditioner felt like it was set to the icicle setting, so I shivered as the golden sun spread heat to my frozen fingertips and the rest of my body. The warmth felt so good that I momentarily forgot that I was in the middle of a conversation with Carter. What plans do I have? I wonder nervously. Not that I don't trust Carter, but he can be a little mischievous sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to prank me right now. I've heard stories of his past pranks, none of them good. Those plans. He juts his chin out, motioning for me to turn around. I cautiously turn around, and then my eyes light up and my heart picks up speed when I see GREYSTON, looking as dashing as ever, leaning against his matte black Tesla. I'm pretty sure he's not supposed to park in front of the building like he is, but he doesn't seem to care as he leans casually against the hood of his car like it's the most normal thing ever. He's wearing a plain black t-shirt that he paired with black ripped jeans. He is leaning against his car, arms crossed, looking like an alluring dark angel. His black hair is pushed back messily, yet it still looks perfectly styled. With the position his arms are in, they look like tree trunks with how thick and bulging his muscles are. As my smile spreads, a slow grin spreads across his face. I internally swoon. His gray eyes light up as I excitedly walk over to him. By walk, I mean speed walk. I don't want to seem too eager to see him. As soon as I am within arm's reach of him, he tugs me forward and wraps his massive arms around me, encompassing me in warmth. Who needs the sun when you have your own personal heater? I bury my head in his chest while he buries his head in my neck. He seems to like doing that, so who am I to stop him? After we have our moment, I drag myself away from him so I can look at his face. Hi, I smile shyly at him. He gives me a cocky smile because he knows what he does to me. Hey, love. I missed you. My heart flutters as my head spins. Why you did? I ask. I look up at him through my lashes, and GREYSTON threads a hand through my hair, his palm resting on my cheek. Fuck yeah, I did. I couldn't focus on anything else except you. Axel kept getting annoyed with me when I spaced out or was distracted while texting you, little one. My jaw dropped in embarrassment. I was keeping him from his work. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was keeping you from important things when I was texting you. You shouldn't have dash. I was cut off by a single finger being pushed into my lips. Stop, Thana. I wanted to. You're more important than any meeting, he finished saying with a grin. He slowly removed his finger, and his eyes seemed to hone in on my lips as he captured his own between his teeth. Fuck, I want to kiss you. But not with all of these nosy assholes watching the show. I turn my head abruptly, and sure enough, there is a small crowd surrounding us. I instantly back away from the crowd, half hiding behind GREYSTON's wide form. When he sees my unease at the attention, he growls at the few people who were staring at us. Keep moving or I'll rip your eyes out of their sockets so you can't ever watch her again, he threatens. The crowd scatters in seconds. If I were anybody else, I would be terrified, possibly peeing my pants right now. However, his authoritative voice sends a warmth straight to my core. I tighten my thighs to try to relieve the tension, to no avail. GREYSTON has already turned himself around, and if the dilating of his pupils has anything to say about it, he saw me. He grabs my hand gently and walks me over to the passenger side of his car. Let's go before I take you right here against my car. Chapter 15, the ride to our unknown destination, is a quick one, only about 15 minutes. Since my mom and I share a car, I don't get to use it too often. Therefore, I've never gotten to explore the surrounding towns. She usually uses the car to drive to work, and I only drive when I need to pick up groceries or run other errands. GREYSTON is moving in the opposite direction from town, where I haven't ever explored before. It's not in walking distance of my house, so I'm pretty excited to see where he's taking me. I'm practically shaking in my seat, my knee bouncing up and down in anticipation. Nothing can stop the smile on my face. I'm with a cute boy who says he has a surprise for me. This is the most adventurous thing I've ever done. Baby, Greyston chuckles as he places his hand on my knee to stop it from bouncing up and down. Calm down, we're almost there. Sorry, I answer, though I'm not really sorry. I'm just really excited. Where are we going? I look at him with wide, excited eyes. Not telling, he answers in a taunting tone. I honestly have no clue where we're going. We drove out of town, and now it looks like we're in the next small town over. He weaved in and out of dirt roads until we got here, and if he weren't driving, I would have never found it. The number of turns it took to get here made my head spin, and it almost seems like the town was designed to be hard to find. After a few more minutes of driving, he pulls into a spot in a parking lot. The ground is covered in small white pebbles, and all around us is a large park. Other families are playing frisbee, eating on picnic benches, and spending time out in the sun. The park is lined by a large forest, my eyes assaulted by a sea of greens and browns as they take in the new environment. It was beautiful with the sun shining down on us, creating a golden glow that gave off an almost ethereal effect. The breeze was light, yet it sent a wonderful scent of wildflowers and freshly cut grass to my nose. The dandelions spread along the grass, scattered into a million pieces with the wind, the white pieces floating through the forest, then disappearing out of my sight. As soon as I get out of the car, Greyston comes around and takes my hand in his. In his other hand, he holds a small wrapped gift box with a pretty bow on top. My face begins to hurt with all of the smiling I'm doing today, but I can't help it. Is that for me? I point to the present in his hand. It has lavender wrapping paper, which I told Greyston was my favorite color. Of course. You'll get to open it later. He gives me a jaw-dropping smile that can't be described as anything except heart-stopping, which my heart nearly does. I tighten my hand in his as we continue walking towards the edge of the parking lot, where a large truck sits. Thank you. You didn't have to get me anything, though. I feel a little bad. He got me something, but I don't have anything for him in return. I wish he had told me so I could have gotten him something special. I wanted to. I hope you like it. Well, of course I'll like it, I reassure him with a smile. You got it for me, so I'll love it no matter what it is. He stops walking to face me. He lets go of my hand, and I'm disappointed for only a second before warm tingling spreads through my cheek. He cups my face and sets a gentle kiss on my forehead. My eyelids close with the warm feeling passing through me. I sigh in contentment. Just being near him makes me happy. His lips stay there for a few more seconds before he removes them from my skin, and he looks at me with a face I can't read. I don't know what he's thinking. His lips move, and he whispers something which almost sounds like, "You're perfect," but I'm not sure. He takes a deep breath through his nose, releases it through his mouth, then grabs my hand once again. Greyston walks me over to the large truck parked in the corner of the lot, and when we approach, I realize it's an ice cream truck. I may have let out a slight squeal. I jump up and down in excitement, then give Greyston the tightest hug I can manage. I love ice cream. I probably sound like a 6-year-old with my excitement over dessert, but I can't help it. And I know it's going to taste 10 times better because it's from an ice cream truck. Greyston laughs at me, but it's not a condescending laugh. It's more of an "I think you're adorable" laugh. His free hand presses to the small of my back as he returns my hug. I thought you'd like it. We walk over to the truck just as the people in front of us receive their ice cream. The small child, who looks to be about 9 years old, stares at Greyston with eyes as wide as saucers upon seeing him. He stands completely still before bowing his head, almost as if Greyston were royalty. It nearly makes me laugh at the boy's silliness. When I look to Greyston to share our amusement, I instead find him staring at the boy with a stone-like facade. Greyston has never looked at me like that before. It's almost as if he's an entirely different person, closed off and harsh. The boy's mother turns around after paying for the ice cream, and once she sees the stare down between her son and Greyston, she visibly pales. Adam. The mother quickly grabs her son by his shoulders and pulls him behind her. She acts as a shield, protecting her son from harm, like Greyston would harm a child. I am sorry, sir. He didn't know. I'm so sorry. The woman keeps apologizing to GREYSTON, but her apologies altogether cease when she looks at me. Her eyes widen much like her son's did moments ago, and she begins shaking and slowly backing up. I look to GREYSTON, trying to find an explanation for why she is freaking out so much. It's evident that GREYSTON has scared her and her son, but why? Despite her strange words, I can't let her be so scared over nothing. I reach out to her and grab her hand. When I'm touching her, I'm close enough to see the sweat beating on her forehead and the complete fear in her eyes. Ma'am, are you all right? He won't hurt you, I promise. I begin to lead her to the closest bench so she can sit down. She honestly looks like she's about to pass out. Here, let's sit you down. You look a little faint. We reach the bench, and I slowly lower her to a sitting position, her son right next to her. Can I get you some water? She begins to shake her head back and forth, but I refuse to listen to her. Okay, sit tight. I'm gonna get you some water. I'll be right back. I walk back over to the ice cream truck, where GREYSTON stands awestruck. He is looking at me with a glimmer in his eyes. He holds a small smile, but one that is barely noticeable. Grumpy, I scold him. You scared that poor woman. Let's get our ice cream, but I want to get some fluids in her. He looks in the direction of the woman before giving me a short nod of approval. I order my ice cream, 2 scoops of cookie dough on a sprinkle cone, while GREYSTON orders 5 scoops of all varying flavors in a cup. He also asks for 3 waters. When I attempt to pull out my wallet to pay, GREYSTON only raises his eyebrows at me and scoffs. Like I'm gonna let my girl pay, he says. I blush. We walk over to the woman, who looks to have a bit more color on her face. Here you go. Drink it slowly. The woman smiles at me gratefully. Thank you so much. You're very kind. I smile at her, then turn to the little boy Adam. You're pretty. He comes over to me and gives me a hug, which I return a little hesitantly. Not that I don't love children, but I literally just met these people and they're being so nice to me. Strangers don't usually hug you right away. I'm pulled back when GREYSTON tugs on my arm, pulling me away from the boy who once again hides behind his mother. I give GREYSTON a look, hoping he understands that I want him to be nice to the people that he scared senseless. He gives them a smile which comes out as more of a grimace, then says goodbye, then he drags me to another empty picnic bench. I don't bring up the weird encounter. Instead, I focus on me and GREYSTON as I slowly lick my ice cream, which is already starting to melt from the hot sun. Anyway, when can I open the present? He lets out a sigh of relief, glad that we aren't talking about the encounter. I suspect he knows who they are, and he doesn't want to talk about it, but I don't want to press it. If GREYSTON wants to share something, he'll share it in his own time. You can open it once you finish your ice cream, he grins, motioning to my cone. Crap, I mumble as the chocolate drips out of the cone and onto my hand, making my hand all sticky. I begin speedily licking at the bottom of the cone to prevent more ice cream from melting onto my fingers, to no avail. In a couple more minutes, my entire hand is covered in melted ice cream while most of it has dripped onto the grass below us. GREYSTON had predicted that my ice cream experience might end in a mess because he had grabbed 10 extra napkins. I placed the cone down on one of the napkins and held out my chocolate-covered hand to GREYSTON. Help, I pathetically whine while looking at my hand. GREYSTON gently reaches for my wrist, and instead of wiping my hand off with the napkins, he brings my fingers to his mouth and sucks the leftovers off of my fingers. I don't know what to say, so I sit there shocked and slightly turned on as he sucks and licks the ice cream off of my fingers one by one, never once losing eye contact with me. I suddenly grow hotter and tighten my thighs together in an attempt to stop the ache forming between them. What? I stutter, not able to form a coherent sentence in this moment because I'm so flustered. GREYSTON only smirks at me, as if he knows exactly how dirty my thoughts are. He leans forward and whispers to me in a husky voice. I can't wait to taste you. The ice cream was sweet, but I bet you're sweeter. That's it. My heart exploded. I'm dead. Deceased. My cheeks are burning with heat. I'm shy of his comment, yet I desperately want to experience what he's referring to. The furthest I've gone with a guy was what I did with GREYSTON, which was kissing. I really want to experience these new things with GREYSTON, but I'm not sure I'm ready quite yet for what he's talking about. I haven't known him for long, despite the strong connection we share. He backs away from me until our foreheads are touching. I close my eyes on instinct, my feelings too strong to resist him. But not yet. I know you're not ready. He closes the gap between us and presses his lips to mine in a sweet kiss. I kiss him back with all the energy I can muster up. I want to wrap my arms around him, bring him closer, but with my hands still covered in ice cream, I can't. I instead settle for pressing my body to his, to which a low rumble spreads from deep in his throat as he pulls me closer and deepens the kiss. When we finally break apart from one another, I'm breathing heavily and GREYSTON looks like he wants to dive in for more, yet he restrains himself. Instead, he pours some of the water onto my hand and uses the napkin to clean my hand thoroughly. He throws away our trash, then grabs my hand and begins walking towards the forest. GREYSTON? The car is that way. I point in the opposite direction we're walking into where his car is parked. I know, love. We're not going to my car. Part 2 of our date is this way. There's more. I grin. He nods and pulls me along. We walk in comfortable silence until we reach a break in the trees. And what I see is so beautiful, all I can do is stare in awe. Chapter 16, GREYSTON. This is beautiful. The first thing that catches my eye is the sparkling blue-green lake that seems to extend for miles. After walking through the forest with no clear path in place, an opening in the trees revealed the breathtaking scenery. The way the sun reflects off the water creates sparkles that glimmer so brightly that it's hard to believe that it's not man-made. However, the sweetest thing about GREYSTON taking me here is the perfect picnic already set up. A checkered picnic blanket lay in front of the view of the lake, and a brown woven basket sat on top. This setup could be a scene from a movie with how perfect it is. I almost feel unworthy of the sweet gesture, but one look at GREYSTON, and all I can feel is appreciation. He looks so vulnerable standing here, the most open he's ever been around me. I can tell that he's worried about what I think of his gesture, but I can't reassure him right now because I am literally speechless. My eyes begin to water and my bottom lip quivers. I use my hand to cover my face in an attempt to hide my emotions from GREYSTON. His eyes soften, and he turns to me with a small smile. So, I'm guessing these are happy tears? I can only nod, which I do, and I probably look like a bobblehead with how fast my head is moving up and down. He places both of his hands on my cheeks to wipe away any stray tears, then he places his forehead against mine. It's perfect, I mumble, then hiccup while trying to collect myself. I say the picnic is perfect, but what I really want to say is that he is perfect. No guy has ever even attempted to get to know me at a deeper level. I've been living the life of a recluse until now, and GREYSTON is the reason I'm opening up and becoming a more outspoken version of myself. Along with that, he treats me so well in the short time I've known him, and every moment I spend with him only makes me crave more. GREYSTON gives me a quick kiss on the lips and a peck on the nose before holding my hand once more and lowering us down to sit on the blanket. I thought we could watch the sunset over the lake and have dinner. I know we had dessert first, but I thought you might like it. If not, we could wait until later too. Now it's my turn to stop his rambling. I quickly lean over and place my hands on his shoulders to steady myself as I kiss him with everything I have. I push all of my feelings of gratefulness, happiness, and onto the kiss, and he happily returns it. He places his hands on my waist and grips so tightly that it almost hurts, but it's exactly what I need right now. I need to feel closer to him, to show him how happy I am. Just when I feel GREYSTON is about to take things one step further, my stomach thinks it's a wonderful time to demonstrate the sounds of a whale's mating call. It's at this moment that I wish the earth would swallow me whole so that I don't have to face this embarrassment. I quickly break off the kiss and widen my eyes. I cringe away from him, but GREYSTON doesn't allow me to go far. He continues laughing as he pulls me into his chest, my face hiding in his neck. I can feel the vibrations from his laughter traveling through his chest, and it only makes me feel worse. "You're cute," he laughs, then he releases me and begins to open the picnic basket. The first thing he pulls out is a large silver thermos, which he hands to me. I open it and the most wonderful smell wafts out of the bottle, coffee. It smells like cinnamon and sugar, and I immediately blow on the steam to cool it down before I take a large gulp. Is this cinnamon dulce? Greyston sheepishly looks at me, pausing his search for food in the basket. Actually, I don't know. I remembered you liked coffee, but since I don't drink it, I asked Carter to get some for you. I hope it's okay. It's amazing. Anything with caffeine and sugar can't be bad. I reason. He nods, relief clear on his face, and he begins pulling out cheeses, sandwiches, and fruits. I keep thinking he's done unloading the basket, but just like Mary Poppins' magical bag, more keeps magically appearing. When he's finally done, he looks at me with creased eyebrows. Just so you know, he begins, I didn't make any of this. I enlisted the help of other people. I can't cook or prepare food or anything, so yeah. It's amazing that you thought to do this all for me. I can't really cook either, to be honest. I grab a piece of cheese and pop it into my mouth. I like to pretend that I can, but my mom loves to remind me that I almost burned the house down when I was 12, attempting to make her a surprise breakfast. She awoke to quite a surprise when the smoke alarm woke her up instead of her phone alarm. We began talking and laughing, sharing stories of our lives while we ate and enjoyed the view. Greyston made fun of me as I made a mess of the food, as always. I pouted until he took pity on me and gave me kisses. I still became flustered when he kissed me, but I also enjoyed it more and more every time, if that were possible. By the time we finish eating, the sun is just beginning to set. The sky is a mixture of bright pink and orange hues, and I can't imagine a more perfect date. As I'm leaning my head on Greyston's shoulder, watching the reflection of the sun in the lake, I jolt up and face him with a smile on my face. I almost forgot. The present. At first, Greyston tenses when I move away from him so quickly. But as soon as he sees how excited I am, he lets out a light chuckle and reaches over to the other side of the blanket and hands me the present. I give him a toothy grin before diving in and ripping the lavender paper off the box. I am not kind to the present as I shred the paper in an instant with my excitement to see what's underneath. A small part of me feels bad about ruining the wrapping job Greyston worked so hard on, only a small part, though. I finally open the box, and inside I find a small snow globe. The base has the Canadian flag surrounded by ceramic greenery and a mountain scene, while in the actual globe rests a red and orange maple leaf. It looks like one of those tacky trinkets one would buy in the airport or in the tourist shops, exactly what my mom buys me every time she brings back a souvenir from one of her jobs. I don't even attempt to stop the tears from falling down my face as I look at the priceless gift. Ugh, I'm crying again. I release a dry laugh as I wipe the insides of my eyes in a failed attempt to stop being such a baby. I'm for sure an ugly crier, so this is just great. Greyston. I look into his eyes, and in this light, they seem to be almost glowing. He looks at me as if I'm the most important person to him, which is a nice thought, but is far from the truth. I don't even know how to, I try and fail to complete a sentence to convey how appreciative I am for this gesture. He obviously remembered that this was a tradition my mother and I upheld, and he was kind enough to think of me while he was away and contribute to my collection of useless globes. It means more than he'll ever know. I basically leap into his arms, and he is so surprised by the action that I completely knock him over so that he is lying on his back on the blanket with me, squeezing him with a hug. I let out a shriek of surprise when he twists out from under me and rolls so that he's on top of me. He plays with a piece of my hair, then gently tucks it behind my ear before smiling down at me. I love how excited you are for a cheap trinket. Just wait until I buy you diamonds and pearls and jewels. Before I can comment on how ridiculous and exaggerated his claim is, he kisses me. My hands instantly grip the back of his neck, and the snow globe lies forgotten on the blanket beside us. Greyston places his hands on my waist as he continues to kiss me. His hands don't stay in place, though. They travel down to my hips, then back up again, up my sides, across my back, then back down again. I can feel the heat from his hands, the friction of burning bliss against me. He remains respectful, though, his hands never straying to any inappropriate areas. I almost want to tell him it's okay, but I'm way too inexperienced and nervous to say anything. While his hands are moving, I use my own to grip his silky black hair. The moment I saw him, I really wanted to know if his hair was as soft as it looked. Let me tell you, it is. There's no greasy hair gel in his hair. It is purely smooth and soft. Anytime Greyston grips me tighter in a spot, my grip on his hair would tighten, which always resulted in a soft groan from him. I eventually decide to get a little bold and move my hands, shyly, to his shoulders and down his back. I trace the rigid, stiff muscles, which bring out a breathy sound from Greyston. His tongue enters my mouth, and my tongue meets his in a battle for dominance, which he, of course, wins. Greyston's kisses go through a perfect pattern: bite, lick, suck, repeat. My brain melts into a puddle as he continues his gentle kisses. When I realize something hard is pressing against me, I pause. This is something new to me. I don't know what to do now. Does he expect more from me? Greyston notices my hesitation and pulls away slightly. Hey, he whispers, concern etched on his face. We won't do anything you're not comfortable with. I nod and smile softly, reassuring him with a gentle kiss. We continue kissing for a little bit longer, but then the rain starts, and we quickly gather the supplies to head back to his car. Once in the car, we're both soaked from the rain. Greyston notices how wet I am, and he offers me some dry clothes. I change quickly, trying not to feel too self-conscious. Once we're both dressed and dry, Greyston gives me a quick kiss before we head back to town. I grab my phone and see missed calls from my mother. I'm in trouble. Chapter 17, oh my god. I'm dead. Greyston, she's so mad at me. Currently, Greyston is racing through the empty streets, probably going way faster than the speed limit, to get me home to my mother, who has been calling me for the past hour. Because of the wonderful day with Greyston, I was a bit distracted and lost track of time. My mom is supposed to have work in 30 minutes from now, it being 8:30 right now. The airport itself is 30 minutes away from my house, so she will most likely be late. I'm so stupid. I forgot that she asked me to babysit Evina tonight. I usually don't have plans or work on Monday nights, so I brushed it off and assumed that I would be there to care for my sister. I didn't account for this amazing surprise date Greyston had planned. Crap. My elbows rest on my knees as I sit bent over, my face in my hands. I've never messed up this badly before. My mother may very well miss work, and she would get into a lot of trouble with the airline if she misses the flight. I called her as soon as I got her messages, and she was screaming at me on the phone, asking why I hadn't been answering her. I apologized, of course, but she just told me in a stern voice to get home before she grounds me for life. I know that I'm 18 and am technically an adult, but I'm still living at home while going to college, so the rules are her house, her rules. She pays for food and shelter, and I work for spending money and extra school supplies. She'll be mad at first, but she'll forgive you, Greyston says, attempting to calm me down. His hand is still holding my slightly sweaty one. My heart is beating a mile a minute as I think about how upset she'll be with me. My mom and I don't fight. Ever. Sure, we disagree, but we have always had respect for one another and have never had any serious disagreements. Ever since my dad, she won't do more than raise her voice at me. No, you don't understand. She could lose her job. I had one job. Watch my sister so my mom can work to pay for food on the table. I'm so selfish. A headache formed, and I rubbed at my temples while refusing to let tears fall from my eyes. I could feel the tightness behind my eyes, but I ignored it as I beat myself up more. She'll make it on time. They'll delay the flight with this weather. And look, we're almost on your street, he says optimistically. I looked up, and I only saw gray. The rain was so heavy that I don't even know how Greyston could see 2 feet in front of him. The heavy raindrops pelted the car, so instead of tense silence, I heard the pitter-patter of water hitting the car at different angles. Greyston makes a turn, and I can barely make out my house as he pulls into my driveway. With a quick thank you, I exit the car and run through the puddles littered through my front yard. I knock on the front door, hoping my mom will answer before I drown in the storm. I'm a shivering mess by the time she opens the door. She sees my quivering form and opens her mouth before closing it quickly and forming a frown as she ushers me inside. My mom is already in her work uniform, and she has her car keys in her hand and her purse on her shoulder. When she's angry, she seems to age as her frown lines and light wrinkles are accentuated. And right now, she's furious. I was going to ask why you forgot your responsibilities to this family, but I see why now. It's him. She stares in the driveway as she sees GREYSTON's car parked there. He waited for me to get inside before he pulled out of the driveway. Mom, it's not his fault. He was so sweet today, so don't blame him. I jumped to his defense, attempting to keep GREYSTON on my mom's good side. If my mom didn't like him, that would cause many issues. You've never once forgotten. And once you meet him, you stop spending time with the family, you forget your job at home. You're distracted. He's not a good influence on you. Look at what you're wearing. His clothes, Thana Brooks, she screams, taking a step in my direction. My eyes welled up with tears at her words. She has to know that this was an accident. I would never purposefully make her late for work or neglect my family. Before I can even respond, she opens up the Velcro on her umbrella and heads for the door. I'm so incredibly late. I can't have this discussion with you right now. We'll talk about this later. I jump at the sound of her slamming the door shut. I lock the door behind her and watch through the peephole as she gets in her car angrily and drives away. I'm slightly worried about her driving in this weather. Hopefully, her boss assumes she's late because of the storm. I walk over to the brown couch in the living room and see Evina fast asleep as Finding Nemo plays in the background, the colors of the TV reflecting on her sleeping form. I turn off the TV, scoop her up in my arms, and bring her to her bed. I'm out of breath by the time I make it to her room, which is a sign that I should probably go to the gym. I won't, though. After tucking Evina into bed, I drag my feet over to my room and plop on my bed. I check my phone and see that GREYSTON texted me 3 times, asking me to call him when I can. I send him a quick text telling him I'm fine, even though I'm not. He tries to pry information out of me, but I tell him I'm tired and not in the mood. I feel bad that I'm brushing him off after the magical date we just had, but I want to be alone to bask in my own misery. GREYSTON attempts to call me, but I place my phone on silent and sink into my mattress, hoping that tomorrow my mom can forgive me for my mistake. Every day this week, I got a text from GREYSTON as he checked in on me. It was really kind of him to think of me after the awful fight with my mom, and he continued to reassure me by saying that she would apologize and things would go back to normal. Well, 4 days later, I can say that things haven't gone back to normal. My mom hasn't talked to me all week. When she got home from work super early Tuesday morning, she went asleep before I could see her. She usually left silly notes on the counter for me to read in the morning, but that morning I was greeted by an empty countertop. I brought Evina to school that morning and then went straight to class. When I got home, my mom wasn't there. The rest of the week progressed similarly, and I barely saw her for more than 5 minutes. When we did interact, she was very short with me and continued to glare at me, disappointment clear on her face. I chose to give her space. I already apologized, so now I feel it's time for my mom to realize that she overreacted. I'm nice, but I'm not a pushover. I won't keep apologizing for something that was an accident. I finally reached the end of the week, which has been the longest of my life. After a relaxing morning at home alone, I left for my ethics class with enough time to stop for coffee on the way. I get to my ethics class with 10 minutes to spare. I skin the rows until I see a head of platinum hair and make my way over there. When I finally sit in my usual seat next to Eli, he drops the book he's reading and gives me a full smile. I attempt to smile at him back, but it doesn't reach my eyes. Eli frowns. "You okay?" he asks, leaning forward with his questioning. "Yeah," I say, attempting to sound normal. Except, it comes out short and pathetic. "You don't sound okay. What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just got into a fight with my mom and we haven't been talking. It's upsetting." I rub my face with my hands and put on a forced smile. "It's fine," I reiterate when Eli still looks concerned. What's not fine, however, I continue, is what happened last week. I don't have your number, so I couldn't apologize, but I really wanted to. I shouldn't have invited Carter without asking you. It was stupid and selfish and probably made you really uncomfortable, and I'm sorry, I finish, taking a deep breath after my one-breath lengthy apology. Eli raises his eyebrows and places a hand over mine that's resting on the arm of the chair between us. You have nothing to apologize for, Dana. I was the one who left so abruptly. I nodded, my first genuine smile of the day making an appearance. I'm glad you're not upset with me. He chuckles, then slowly releases his hand from mine as he grabs his notebook from his bag to prepare for the lecture. But there is something you can do to make it up to me. My breath stalled in my throat as I looked Eli in the eyes. There is a spark of something, I'm not sure, in his eyes with the way he's talking to me. Sure. What is it? I ask. It's simple. You have to go out with me. My eyes bulged out of my sockets. I choke on my saliva and begin to cough excessively, the shock of his statement hitting me hard. Go out with him? On a date? What would GREYSTON think? Eli pats my back, helping me to gain some oxygen back so I can breathe properly. The coughing fit gives me a few extra seconds to think about how to respond. When I finally finish coughing, I grab my leftover coffee and drink some of it to clear my throat. You want me to go out with you? Just the two of us? I think Eli could see the nervous look on my face, so he quickly amended his request. No, not just the two of us. Elle is making me try out this new 18+ bar. It's all the rage, she says. I don't want to go alone. Will you come? He looks so hopeful and desperate at the same time. His eyes remain on mine the entire time, and he pouts his lip out and bats his lashes quickly. He's giving me the complete puppy dog look, which makes it really hard to say no. I don't know, I hesitated answering fully. Bars aren't really my scene, which is absolutely true. As strange as it sounds, one of my favorite things to do is sit on my window bench and read. I can sit there for hours and flip through pages upon pages, traveling the world and meeting different types of people, all from the comfort of my own bedroom. Sure, those places and people are fictional, but I prefer it that way. If a character annoys you, you shut the book and eat some pizza rolls instead. Please, Eli begs. He grabs my hand and squeezes it tightly. I don't want to go alone with Elle. I would feel way more comfortable if you were there, too. I look down at our joined hands, then up at Eli. I shake my head slowly, then let out a puff of air. When exactly were you thinking of going? I ask. Eli's face lights up with a huge smile. Tonight. And it would just be for a few hours. I could pick you up at 9. I don't know Eli very well. I know his sister even less. Yet, Eli looks at me like I'm his best friend or something. He so desperately wants me to join him. My gut instinct is to say no. I should say no, stay at home, and try to work things out with my mom. She's not working tonight, or so her magnetic calendar, which she hangs on the refrigerator, says, so tonight would be the time to get over this stupid fight. However, isn't this what college is about? Going out to bars, making new friends, and being social on Friday nights? I can't stay at home all of the time. And with those thoughts warring in my head, I do something that I probably shouldn't do. I say yes. Chapter 18, I silently cursed myself for agreeing to go out with Eli and Elle tonight. Why do I do this to myself? I'm too nice for my own good. The screeching of the hangers sliding against the metallic racks of my closet and the shuffling of fabrics are the only sounds traveling through my room. I don't have Carter to save me in the outfit department, so I'm forced to search for an outfit on my own. I end up deciding on some blue jeans and a white V-neck tank top with lace detailing on the V. I look in the mirror and am utterly shocked at what I see staring back at me. I don't look half bad. My hair is left naturally wavy, and the different shades of brown in my hair are also made more apparent in the light. My hair is naturally this color, but I've been accused more than once of putting highlights in my hair. The sun naturally adds shades of lighter brown sporadically through my locks, making it look unique and different from your average brunette. My hair is probably my favorite thing about myself. As I look at myself more and more in the mirror, I find more flaws in my appearance, so I decide to put on some light makeup before the Ice Twins show up. I kind of like that nickname. I put on a light brown smoky eye, mascara, and lip gloss, and I'm ready to go. Looking at the clock, I can see that I have 20 minutes before they arrive to pick me up. I'm always prepared early, and this time is no different. I pick up the book, The Catcher in the Rye, and begin rereading it. However, I can't read more than a couple of pages before my mind drifts to GREYSTON. Sighing, I know that I won't be able to concentrate on this book without at least checking in on him. We texted this morning, but it was only to say hi. I had to get ready for class shortly after. After scrolling through our texts, I stop when I realize that I've never been the one to text first. It's always him wishing me a good morning or wondering how my day has been. How thoughtless of me. He must think I'm so rude. I open up a new message and type a simple text. He doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. Me, hey, I'm proud of myself. I'm slowly being more confident and not this shy, pathetic version of myself that I was when I initially met GREYSTON. He instantly texted back. Grumpy, hello, love. What are you up to? Me, nothing much. Just getting ready to go out with some friends. I'm ready too early and I'm bored, uneasy face. The text bubbles pop up, showing that he's typing a response to me, but then they disappear. I wait a few more seconds until my phone buzzes. I screech in surprise, and my phone flies out of my hand and onto the bed. I grab my chest, attempting to calm my racing heart. When I look at my phone, I realize that I have a FaceTime call from GREYSTON. Crap. Do I answer? Of course, I should answer. The guy I'm crushing on is calling me. I swipe to answer and hold the phone in front of me. I instantly smile when I see GREYSTON's face appear on my screen. He smiles as well. He looks to be outside somewhere. All I can see in the background is trees, and more trees. He must be hiking or something. He also seems to have his shirt off, and thankfully, I can only see from his shoulders up, or else I would be a stuttering mess. I hate texting, he says, his voice partially cracking due to the connection. My hands are too big, and I can never. GREYSTON stops talking as his eyes widen. Even through the phone, I can see his eyes darkening like they do when he looks at me sometimes. It's honestly one of my favorite things about him. I can't read his face very well, but his eyes tell a different story. Diana, he growls out through his ground teeth and tight jaw. I'm lucky he looks so hot when he's grumpy, because every time I've seen him so far, he's been cranky for at least a little while. You look amazing. My heart speeds up at his compliment. Thank you, I say, then walk over to my dresser and place my phone so that it's leaning against one of my larger snow globes. I then backed up to show him my entire outfit. Carter may not be here to help me with my outfit, but maybe GREYSTON can tell me if it's okay for a night out with friends. I wasn't sure if this outfit was okay. Carter made fun of my last one, so I tried to choose something nicer. What do you think? I question him. I'm looking down currently, and my eyes shift up when I hear a low sound emanating from his throat. He then clears his throat a little, which makes me a little concerned. Are you okay? Do you have a sore throat? Maybe he's sick. That would explain all the noises coming from him now. No, I'm fine. He quickly brushes off my concern. Your outfit. You need to change. The words I am about to say die in my throat. My eyebrows scrunch together as I look down at my outfit. But he said I look amazing earlier, and now he wants me to change? Was he lying before? Don't do that, Diana. What? I mumble. He sighs, then rubs his hand over his face in frustration. You look beautiful. Way too beautiful. You're going out without me looking like that. He points to me, then tightens his jaw once again. Every guy in the place is going to want you. And you're mine, remember. My mouth opens and moves around like a blubbering fish as I struggle for words to say. My cheeks naturally turn red, which is the exact reason I didn't add blush when putting on my makeup. I knew they would naturally blush on their own. I silently nod my head up and down, which makes GREYSTON's smirk grow. Good. Where are you going anyway? He asks. I'm about to answer when a car honks outside. I glance out my window and see that it must be Eli and Elle here to pick me up. I'm going to this bar, I don't know the name of it. Wasn't my idea. GREYSTON looks like he wants to say something, but I cut him off as I grab my phone and my bag, along with a cardigan that I throw over my arm. Gray, I gotta go. They're here. If I thought Greyston was grumpy before, then he must be livid now. Diana, don't hang up on me. You're going to a bar? We're loud. Drunk people hang around to take advantage of beautiful girls such as yourself. Every word he adds gets louder and louder until he's practically shouting at me. I don't know why he's so mad at me. I'm just going out with some friends. Greyston, I don't have time for this. I'm not drinking. It's gonna be fine. I'll even text you when I get home if you want. As I run down the stairs, the doorbell chimes. I shuffle to the front door and attempt to open the door while juggling my purse, cardigan, phone, and keys in my hand. I must be Wonder Woman because I managed to open the door. Eli looks me up and down before meeting my eyes and smiling. You look amazing, as always. I blush and am about to respond when I hear yelling coming from my phone. Greyston. Who the hell is that? I struggled to balance everything in my hand and bring the phone up to my face, so I quickly told Greyston that he's my friend and that I'll call him later. Diana, don't even think about hanging up on me. Who the heck is Dash? I hung up on him. I let out a sigh and put my phone in my bag and locked up the house. My mom and Evina were still inside, and I didn't want to bother them. I'm also still not talking to my mom, so we've now been ignoring each other for 4 days. A laugh breaks me out of my thoughts. Who is that guy? Your boyfriend or something? No, I mumble. He's a good friend. I think. You think. Eli smirks. Shouldn't you know if you're in a relationship? Shut up and let's go before I leave you to hang out alone with your sister, I grumble, pushing past him and walking towards the car. I can feel my phone vibrating in my purse, but I choose to ignore Greyston's caveman act right now. I'm just going to focus on having fun tonight and spending time with my new friends. Since Elle is sitting in the back seat, I take the passenger seat with Eli driving us. Where are we going, by the way? I ask. I know that it's a bar, but that's all the information I have on this mystery place. Oh, it's this new bar called Velvet Elixir. I've heard amazing things about it, and they have a variety of foods and drinks there. And there's music. And dancing. And Dash, wait a minute. I interrupt Elle abruptly. I turn to face her in the back seat completely. Are you taking me to a club? I raise my voice at her, and a guilty smile spreads across her face. My jaw drops at her audacity. Elle. I scream. What? She raises her eyebrows and pretends that her lying to me about where we're going isn't a big deal. But actually, Eli was the one who lied to me. I turn to face the front and shove Eli in the shoulder. Even though he's driving, I could see that there were no cars around, so pushing him wouldn't cause any danger to others. Even though I'm mad, I'm still aware of my surroundings. Eli, you lied to me. You said we were going to a bar, not a club. Take me home right now. I pout and cross my arms in front of me and sink lower in my seat. I just pulled a move that Evina does all of the time, but at this point, I don't care. Eli keeps his eyes on the road as he talks to me, occasionally looking at me. Diana, I'm sorry. Elle wanted me to go with her, and I didn't want to go alone. I thought it would be fun. I knew you wouldn't have agreed, and Elle said that if I lied, you would come, and it worked. That's not ethical, I mumble under my breath. Eli and Elle both laugh, having apparently heard me. No, but seriously, turn around. I'm not going to a club. Girl, we're already here, Elle says as she hops out of the car. And sure enough, the neon violet sign for Velvet Elixir is shining brightly in my face. I see a line of people outside and inwardly cringe. Now would probably not be the best time to tell them that I'm claustrophobic. Eli unbuckles his seatbelt and looks over to me. Come on. It'll be fun. He gives me his best smile, but it still doesn't ease my nerves about going in there. Greyston was mad when he heard about me going to a bar, but what will he say when he finds out that it's actually a club? What if he's right and a bunch of drunk men try to take advantage of me? I'll wait in the car and the sound of my own seatbelt being unbuckled brings me out of my spiraling thoughts. Eli's hand undoes the seatbelt and leans close to me. Listen. We'll go in there for an hour or so for Elle. If you hate it, tell me and we'll ditch her. She can get an Uber or a ride with someone else. I look up at Eli, his platinum hair styled with a type of gel that helped his hair spike up at the front. He also wore a plain white shirt and blue jeans. We were kind of matching, which made a small smile spread across my face. Fine, but I'm not happy about this. Please don't lie to me again. Well, I didn't lie to you. Deceive you, maybe? Lie, deceive, whatever you call it, I say, it's unethical. Are you learning nothing from our class? Eli smirks at me and opens his door. I hear him scream, "Nope," before he slams the car door shut behind him. I take a deep breath, summoning up courage for the wild night ahead of me. After a moment, I open my car door and join Eli and Elle for a night of dancing. Chapter 19 turns out, we didn't have to wait in line. Elle spoke to the bodyguard at the front, and he let the three of us inside without even checking our IDs. As soon as I walk into the club, a wave of heat hits me. I'm glad that I decided to leave my cardigan in Eli's car, or else I would be sweating. Now that I look around, even the people with barely any clothes on are sweating as they grind against each other and sing out the lyrics to the songs blasting through the speakers. True to its name, the club has purple velvet couches along the sides with metallic purple tables. The lights are also purple, the spotlights reflecting off of disco balls spaced sporadically around the ceiling and creating dancing balls of light around the room. I bite my lip to suppress a smile. Lavender is my favorite color, and I've never been in a room with this much purple. Eli catches my smile and tugs on my arm. Come on, let's dance. I'm pulled through throngs of people until I'm in the center of the dance floor with the twins on either side of me. At first, I'm nervously swaying in the middle of them, but when Elle begins moving behind me, I jump forward, which just so happens to be right into Eli. Oh, I am sorry, Elle pushed Dash. I stop talking when he places his hands on my waist and pulls me forward so that I'm pressed against his chest. My hands go to his chest to balance myself. Elle presses herself against me and begins swaying to the beat. Her little black dress doesn't leave much room for imagination, and I'm feeling more self-conscious with her dancing so close to me and dancing like that on me. My face must be a blushing mess, and I'm grateful for the dim lighting in here. I look around and see that other people are dancing in this exact manner all around me. I feel so self-conscious and uncomfortable, but the twins seem comfortable and happy as they dance, sandwiching me in between them. Relax, Thana, Eli says in my ear. He has to speak kind of loudly to be heard above the bass, but I'm able to listen to what he says. However, it doesn't calm me down. At all. Don't think, just listen to the music and react. He says as he sways with the music, bringing me along with him. I'm breathing a little heavier than usual, but I try to stop my thoughts from spinning and try to dance. I'm not used to this type of environment, so it makes sense that I would be a little uncomfortable at first. Then, like a gift sent from the heavens, the song Dance Monkey by Tones and I blasts through the speakers, and I screech in excitement. I love this song. My hips naturally sway from side to side as I sing the lyrics, and Elle does the same. Even though I'm squished between them both, I don't feel claustrophobic anymore. I forgot that I'm in a sweaty club. I forgot about the fight with my mother. I forgot about how mad GREYSTON will be when I tell him about tonight. I let loose and let my body do the talking as I raise my arms and sway, hop, and move like I never have. I have finally, after 18 years, figured out that there's more to life than just reading about it. Experiencing it is something entirely different. 30 minutes must pass before the three of us are covered in a sheen of sweat. I scream to Eli and Elle that I need water, and I part from them to get a drink. I wander over to the bar and attempt to sit in the last empty bar stool. I have to grip the edge of the counter and jump as high as I can to get my butt at the same level as the stool, and I actually missed on my first try because I'm so short. My second jump, I made it in the seat. The bartender saw my failed attempt and tried to reel in his laughter, but I could still see the tilt of his lips at the corners. I squint my eyes at him, giving him the best evil stare I can muster up. He holds his hands up in surrender. Sorry, but that was cute. He winks at me, grabs a glass and a washcloth, and begins cleaning it as he talks to me. Where's your man at? He asks. I don't have a man. Why do I need a man? I question, fed up with these cocky guys who seem to think that I need to be claimed. GREYSTON was saying something similar earlier. Why can't I go out without having a guy on my shoulder? It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm here to have fun with friends and dance without worrying about relationships or men. Well, Eli doesn't count. The guy only raises his eyebrow at me. Do you know where you are? I'm about to answer when Eli wraps an arm around my shoulder, leaning into my body while staring at the curious bartender who was previously keeping me entertained. I would stop talking to her if I were you, or else. I'm too busy staring at the expression of fear on the bartender's face to see what Eli is doing, and I see a flash of blue reflecting off the man's eyes. I quickly turn to Eli, but all I see now is the purple lights from the spotlights above us. Did I just imagine that? I slowly push Eli's arm off my shoulder. Eli, it's fine. He wasn't doing anything bad. I tried to calm him down. For some reason, he seems upset. He looks at me with his dark brown eyes and gives me a small smile, but I can tell it's forced. Yet, he didn't do anything bad yet. Oh my God. You are sounding more and more like GREYSTON every second. I say, well, more like scream out of frustration because the club is really loud. Eli's eyes widen immensely, and he grips my arm tightly. Did you say GREYSTON? As in GREYSTON Dark? Ouch, Eli. You're hurting me. I cry out, but he only gets closer to me as he pulls me off the bar stool and closer to the dancing people. I'm sorry, Vanna, but this is very important. Is that who you were referring to? Do you know him? The intensity of his entire body is freaking me out, so I pull away from him as hard as I can, as my eyes water with tears. Yes. Okay. Is that what you want to know? We've been hanging out, but nothing serious has happened, okay? Not like it's any of your freaking business. A look of hurt crosses his face, which gives me the opportunity need to head towards the exit. However, I see Elle in my line of sight, who looks as if she wants to question me just like Eli did seconds ago. As a split-second decision, I run through the crowd and get lost amongst the sweaty dancers who seem to be having the time of their lives. I can barely make out the sound of my name as Eli calls for me, so I bury myself in deeper until I make it out on the other side of the dance floor. I see a door, and not even thinking about where it leads, I crash into it and find myself standing on gravel. The night is chilly, but I barely notice as my heart is racing. I knew this was a mistake. I never should have come here with Eli and Elle. But what's confusing is that I was having fun until they started acting weird. They both got so confrontational all of a sudden, which scared me to no end. I reach into my bag and pull out my phone to call an Uber. There is no way that I'm getting in a car with them after tonight. I'm about to click Order Uber when a voice distracts me. I jump, dropping my phone flat on the ground, and a slight squeak comes out of my mouth as I look up at the most muscular man I've ever seen. Well, besides GREYSTON. This man stands over 6 feet tall with slicked-back blonde hair and pale skin. However, his most shocking feature isn't his bulging muscles or the sneer on his face. No, it's his ruby red eyes. His eyes spell out danger. I instinctively back away from him, then realize that I'm in a dead end. I place my hands up in front of me to defend myself, although I already know I have no chance of escape if this man decides to harm me. Please, I don't want any trouble, I squeak. His laugh is the most sinister sound I have ever heard, and it makes me cower in fear. What if that's what I want, he goads, taking a step towards me. My heart races at an unprecedented rate, knowing that I may not make it out of here alive. My fear only seems to egg him on more, his excitement obvious as his smile grows and grows. That's when I notice them. His teeth have fangs? What the hell? I'm so confused, scared, angry, and frustrated with this situation. Fear wins out, but not before I ask him something. W, what are you? In a flash, the man is right in front of me. He moved so fast that all I saw was a blur of colors before he was holding my arms above my head with one hand. His other hand grabs my chin in a tight hold. I scream as loudly as I can, hoping that someone can hear me and come to my rescue. I hate to play the damsel, but that's my only option right now. I feel a sharp pain in my left cheek as my head hits the brick wall with a loud thud. The pain radiates through my entire head now, and an enormous headache begins to form. He just slapped me. The man grips my face even tightly than before and gets up really close to my face. Don't make a sound, little girl. Then maybe I'll leave you alive. Now, I have some questions for you. Do you know Greyston Dark? What is wrong with this guy? He just asked me not to make a sound, and now he wants me to answer him? Fear doesn't allow me to answer him, still remembering the pain of him hitting me. My breathing remains heavy, but I force myself not to freak out. This situation is like one that I've read in the books I often read. I never imagined that I would be the girl in danger, waiting for a kind stranger to save the day. More than ever, I wish that Eli would come storming out of the club and scare the red-eyed man away. Or better yet, I want to think that Greyston would rescue me and carry me away from here. Maybe then I can finally ask him why everyone keeps asking me if I know him. I didn't know he was this popular. Another sharp pain pierces my left side once again, and my lip cracks. A metallic taste spreads across my tongue, and I cringe at the taste of my own blood. However, the man's red eyes become darker as he takes a finger and collects the blood that has dripped. He brings it to his mouth and sucks on it, closing his eyes as he laps up the blood as if it's a decadent treat. You taste so good. I don't think I can let you go now. Wait. I cry out, moving my head as far away from him as I can. The back of my head is scraping against the brick wall I'm being held up against, but I don't even care. I care about this vampire dude who's trying to eat me. At this point, I'll tell him anything. You wanted to know about Greyston? I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just please don't hurt me. The vampire smiles at my lie. Of course, I wouldn't betray Greyston like that. This guy is obviously crazy. He's so fast and strong that Greyston would never survive against him. But if I can stall for time, hopefully someone walking by will see me and call the police. Okay, little girl. Tell me, how much do you mean to him? Huh? The man can read my mind because his laugh once again permeates through the air, shaking me to my core. It's okay, girl. I'll tell you. My guess is you mean everything to him. Hurting you would make him crumble. Finally, the freaking alpha can be destroyed, and I'll be the one to do it. 1 second, his red eyes are all that I can see, and the next second, he's being ripped away from me by a bear? All I can see is black fur and claws as the creature bites, growls, and scratches at the man. His grunts of pain are evident, and then I hear a soft whine as the man kicks the creature and runs away with a speed that rivals the Flash. My mind is on overdrive, and my knees give out as I slide down the brick wall and land hard on my butt. I don't even notice I'm crying until I realize that the world looks cloudy and distorted to me. Through my tears, I see the dark creature stalking towards me. I cower away from it, bringing my head down to hide between my knees. Realistically, I know this won't protect me, but hiding is my first instinct. I expect to feel pain as the creature rips me to shreds. What I don't expect to feel is a wet snout pressing gently against my arm. I slowly lift my head to see not a bear, but a wolf. A humongous, bear-sized wolf, but a wolf nonetheless. It gently rubs its snout against my arm once again, then licks my arm. I stare at the wolf, tears still falling like raindrops in a storm. The wolf almost seems sad that I'm upset, and it slowly backs away from me. The next thing it does, I will never forget, no matter how hard I try. With the sound of bones cracking and ligaments shifting right before my eyes, I see the change of a wolf into a person. Greyston. Chapter 20, How should a person react when their friend, whom they've made out with a couple of times and who they have a huge crush on, literally changes from a wolf to a human right in front of their eyes? Because I have no idea what to do, I want to run as far and as fast as I can. I want to cry for hours on end. I want to scream at the man standing before me. And those are all great options, but I decide to sit on the dirty ground of the alleyway and stare at Greyston in shock. Just moments ago, he was this enormous black wolf, and now he's the Greyston I've grown to care for. But is he really that Greyston? That Greyston was human. This Greyston is a monster. I'm not crying anymore, but I'm shaking uncontrollably from a combination of the cold and shock. I visibly flinch and press my back as far as I can against the wall when another wolf, this one brown and half a head shorter than Wolf Greyston, trots into the alleyway and hands a piece of fabric to Greyston. Greyston takes the black fabric from the wolf's mouth and says something to it in a low voice as he puts on the shorts. That's when I realize that Greyston has been naked ever since he changed back to his human form. I'm way too traumatized right now for his nakedness to freak me out. Greyston relays some information to the wolf in a low voice, glancing over to my shaking form every few seconds, as if making sure I'm still here. Like I have anywhere to run to, he's blocking the alleyway, and my legs feel more like noodles at this point. I probably couldn't run if I tried. The brown wolf makes a low grumbling sound from its chest, which brings out a whimper from my throat. I back up even more, scraping my arms against the brick wall as I slide further back into the shadows. Greyston's head darts in my direction at my pathetic whine, his eyes as dark as a predator's. A single tear trails down my face. How is this happening? Go, Greyston says in a voice that is probably at a normal volume, but in my panicked state, it sounds more like he's screaming. The wolf makes a sound equivalent to a human scoff and darts away from the alley and towards the forest a few blocks away. Greyston slowly approaches me, using slow and careful movements so as not to scare me, at least. That's what I assume he's doing. However, I'm already scared of him, and nothing is going to change that. He's a monster. A creature with sharp teeth, claws, and a powerful body that can kill me in an instant. What does he expect me to do? Run into his arms? Baby, are you okay? Did he hurt you? His low voice does nothing to soothe me. In fact, his voice and his proximity cause my breathing to pick up, almost pushing me into a panic attack. He instantly sees my distress and reaches out for me, but stops before making contact with my skin. He retracts his hand slowly, almost like it's painful for him. Breathe, baby. Take a deep breath. You're okay. You're safe. He continues to whisper things of this nature, and I slowly calm down. When my breathing is at an acceptable rate, I raise my eyes to look at a concerned Greyston. What's happening? I don't. Yura. Oh my God. My hands immediately cover my mouth as a gut-wrenching sob is released. Greyston reaches out for my arm, but I back away from him again. Using a stern tone, I scream at him. Stop. Don't you come near me. I never curse, which probably explains the look of shock and sorrow on Greyston's face when I do. He brings up his hands in surrender and backs up to the other side of the alley, as far away from me as he can get. Dana, I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, and I promise I will explain everything to you in time. But please let me look at your injuries. I need to know that you're okay first. I'm already shaking my head back and forth, but the motion causes me to wince loudly as pain radiates from the back of my head. I lift my hand to touch where the pain stems from, and when I look at my hand, I see red. My blood. I don't even have time to process my injury before I turn to the side and vomit all over the ground. My hair is gently lifted away from my face, and it doesn't even register that it's Greyston helping me as I continue to empty the contents of my stomach. After gagging and coughing for another minute, I finally leaned back against the wall. I can feel Greyston's hands on me. One is touching the back of my head gently, and the other is checking my wrists, which have red marks from when the vampire pinned me to the wall. I whimper when he touches the back of my head, where it made contact with the rough bricks. His eyes turn black, and I can tell he is breathing heavily. It's bleeding too much. He mumbles more to himself than to me. Greyston places an arm under my knees and another around my back as he easily lifts me. He begins walking away with me, but I slowly start squirming in an attempt to escape. He's probably going to kidnap me and kill me. Or eat me. No, I cry. Stop. Put me down, I say, but my words are slurring together as my vision gets spotty. I attempt to push him away, but my attempts don't even faze him. I don't even think he notices. Baby, you're really hurt. You must have a really bad concussion. Relax, I'm gonna make it all better. I'm taking you to a doctor right now. I have no more energy left to fight him. As much as I want to escape from him, the adrenaline has left my system, and exhaustion has replaced it. All I can do is cry as I'm in the most pain I've ever been in. It hurts, I cry, pushing my head into the crook of his neck. I know I'm weak, but I need comfort right now, even if it's from Greyston. I know, love. I know. As I'm drifting off to a pain-induced sleep, I hear Greyston mutter, I'm gonna kill that bastard for touching what's mine. I wake up to an unfamiliar voice. It's deep, so I can tell it's male, and there's a raspy quality to it that makes me think that he's older, in his early 40s, perhaps. I don't know what to tell you, Alpha. She's human, so her injuries will take longer to heal. As far as my research shows, this is a normal bodily response for a human after a trauma like hers. It's been 12 hours, John. 12 fucking hours, and my mate is still basically comatose. You need to do something. This voice, I know. It's GREYSTON, and by the volume of his voice and the amount of cursing, I would say he's mad about something. Oh, GREYSTON. Always grumpy about something. I wonder what it is this time. I wish he would stop yelling, though. I'm trying to sleep. With all due respect, Alpha, I am the doctor here. I'm telling you that besides a concussion and some light scrapes and bruises, your mate will be absolutely fine. She may have a headache and slight dizziness and should avoid major stress, but she'll be just fine. The vampire didn't feed from her or inject his venom. A loud sound cuts off the unknown male's voice, and if I weren't so tired, I would probably have opened my eyes to see what the sound was. Hey, Carter says gently. Trust me, I'm just as frustrated. She's strong for a human. She'll be fine and eating like a pig before you know it. I don't eat like a pig. She doesn't eat like a pig, GREYSTON defends me. She's cute. We know, Axel says. He didn't mean anything by it. You know how Carter is. Wait. Why is everyone having a party in my bedroom while I'm trying to sleep? With all the strength I can muster up, I try to pry my eyes open, but it takes way more effort than it should. When my eyes finally flutter open, I quickly shut them again because of the intensity of the lights in this room. The room itself is white, and the lights are so bright that I can't keep them open for long. I open them again a few moments later and squint my eyes. Something doesn't seem right to me. I don't recognize this room. This isn't my room. Why am I not in my room? I move my arm and feel a light tug on my hand. I look down and realize that there is an N4 sticking out of it. It takes me a moment, and once I acknowledge the pain in the back of my head, the memories from the night before hit me at full force. My sudden intake of breath is all it takes for all the voices to cease. In an instant, GREYSTON is standing over me, his gray-blue eyes a mixture of relief, sorrow, and guilt. It doesn't matter how GREYSTON feels. He lied to me, and now I can't trust him. And I'm scared of him. Right now, the only thing I can think of is getting as far away from him as I possibly can. Not the way my skin tingles as he holds my hand. I sit up quickly and instantly regret it as my head spins. GREYSTON grabs my shoulders as my body unconsciously leans to the side. However, his touch only frightens me more. I don't want that monster to touch me. An incoherent noise comes from my throat as I lean away from GREYSTON and leap off the bed. GREYSTON didn't expect that, so I'm able to escape from his touch and off the bed and right onto the floor. I would have entirely fallen if strong arms hadn't caught me around my waist and lifted me to stand. My legs didn't seem to want to work right now, and whoever is holding me seems to realize this as they keep having me in what appears to be a hug. Easy there, thee. Don't want you to injure yourself, a familiar voice teases me. Carter. I look up at him and, for the first time, notice he isn't his usual joking self. No smile lies upon his face, and he has large bags underneath his eyes that have become almost purple from lack of sleep. All in all, he looks like a mess, but I'm so grateful he's here that I could nearly cry. Actually, I do cry. And the crying makes my head hurt more, so I end up crying more. Yeah, it's a vicious, never-ending cycle of me being a big baby, but I can't think right now, only feel. Carter, I'm so glad you're here. Please help me. I sobbed, my tears most likely drenching Carter's red hoodie. Carter wraps his arms around me protectively, and I feel safe in his arms, until I hear a loud growl sounding through the room. I shake uncontrollably and hide my head further into Carter's hoodie when his voice sounds. Get your fucking hands off of my mate, GREYSTON orders. I only sob louder, sure at this point that GREYSTON is talking about me. Is he calling me a mate? What does that even mean? GREYSTON, I respect you as an alpha. But right now, you need to back up. Can you see that you're scaring her? She's never going to accept you if she's scared of you, Carter says, hugging me tighter in the process. He is still supporting my weight as I'm unable to stand, and it's almost like it takes him no effort at all. Another animalistic growl is all it takes for my crying to pick up at full speed. Gray, he's right. Calm down and look at Thana. Look at how scared she is right now. Stop with the growling, possessive wolf stuff, and be human for a second, Axel says firmly. Suddenly, the growling stops completely, and I sigh in relief. A few moments pass before a voice breaks the silence. Thana? His voice is soft, yet demanding. Even though I know I shouldn't, I remove my face from the depths of Carter's hoodie and ever so slowly turn my head to face GREYSTON. When my eyes meet his, I am shocked to see that his eyes have a few tears in them. Although he refuses to let them fall, I can still see the emotion in them. I'm sorry if I scared you, but I was just worried that you were hurt. And you keep backing away from me as if I would hurt you, which I would never do. I care so much about you, Thana. So much more than you could ever know. And I know that you're confused right now, but would it be all right if I held you? He finished speaking, his desperation evident in the last question he asked. It's crazy how badly my heart yearns for his touch. I so badly want to make his sorrow disappear, but my mind won't let me. My mind is screaming at me to run away from him. My mind still sees him as the large black wolf that was sinking his canines into the red-eyed vampire last night. And because my mind feels this way, I can only cower away from him when he reaches his arm out to touch me. It's instinct, really. I can see the disappointment and defeat in his eyes as he slowly lowers his outstretched hand. GREYSTON has been talking so openly about what happened last night that I almost forgot that Carter and Axel must be so confused about why I'm hurt and scared of GREYSTON. However, as I look at their faces, they seem saddened by the fact that I won't touch GREYSTON. My eyes widen in realization as I gasp and quickly stumble out of Carter's hold. He looks surprised by my sudden move, but I don't care one bit. I got accepted into Ivy League colleges, and it took me this long to put the pieces together. How hard did I hit my head? You too. I question Axel, who looks to be restraining GREYSTON with a tight grip on his shoulder. He guiltily nods his head. I back up a bit, then turn to Carter with new tears spilling down my cheeks. And you. He nods his head, his own eyes filling with tears as well. Thana, I can explain. Don't come near me. Any of you. I scream as I hold my hands up in front of my body as a shield. Truthfully, I know that if any of them wanted to hurt me, they could have when I was passed out. However, my brain isn't dealing with things logically, only emotionally. You're all werewolves? I whisper. They nod their heads. I begin blinking my eyes over and over again, trying to get my blurry vision and pounding head to dissipate. I wince as I move my head the wrong way and feel a large bump on the back of my head. Ow, I whine. GREYSTON looks like he's about to explode. I've never seen him look so upset before, especially when he looks at me. It's scary. The doctor said you have a concussion and that stress is bad for your health. If you won't let anyone help you, will you please sit on the bed? Please, he begs. I comply, but only because my head really hurts, and he's probably right about the medical advice. Once I'm seated on the bed, I look around and realize that I'm not in a regular hospital. Although there's an enforced stand and a standard hospital bed, a window outside reveals a forest that seems to spread on for miles and miles. Where am I? I ask slowly. You're at the pack house, GREYSTON answers. What the heck is that? I question. You know what? Never mind. I want to go home. Can I go home? Yes. No, yes. Axel, GREYSTON, and Carter all answer at once. GREYSTON is the one who says no. Axel and Carter glare at GREYSTON before looking back at me. Of course you can go home. I'll take you, Carter offers. No, GREYSTON's booming voice takes over the room, challenging anyone to disobey him. I shook with fear once again. She needs to stay while we talk this out and record her recovery. A fucking vampire attacked her last night. I want to know why. It can't be a coincidence that the bloodsucker targeted her. What she needs is to go home and process what has happened. She should not be forced to stay here against her will. How will she ever respect you if you take her choices away? Carter protectively responds. I would watch your tone when you speak to your alpha, Greyston warns, stepping closer to Carter. All right, that's enough. Axel's soft yet firm voice cuts through the tension. Carter, you take Vanna home. Greyston looks like he's going to protest, but Axel holds his hand up to stop him from interrupting. We are leaving here to interrogate the vampire. Right now, that's the best way you can help her. Greyston looks like he wants to argue further, but one look from Axel has him glancing over to me in the bed. I'm currently sitting on the bed with my face buried in my knees as I peer up at the intimidating males in the room. With a sigh and a ruffle of his own hair, Greyston storms out of the room. Axel follows him quickly. Now, I'm left in the room with Carter, another friend who turned out to be a werewolf. Chapter 21. Once Greyston and Axel leave, I can breathe a little easier. I'm still not completely at ease since I'm still with Carter, but I feel way less overwhelmed. I let out a breath as I attempt to calm down. Carter looks at me with caution, and I can't look away from him. I'm currently studying the way he moves, where his muscles tense, where his eyes are looking, in an attempt to assess the situation. I'm not sure if Carter actually plans on taking me home or if he was just lying to me. When the door to the room opens, I jerk backwards and begin breathing heavily. Carter sees my distress and walks closer to me to calm me down. However, when he sees that his action makes me more uncomfortable, he stays where he is and informs me that it's just the pack doctor here to make sure I'm okay. I shake my head back and forth as I hold my hands in front of me as a defense mechanism. The man stops in the doorway and doesn't make a move to come closer, which helps to calm me down a little. Hello, Vanna. My name is John, and I'm a doctor here. May I please check your wounds? Once I give you the all clear, you'll be allowed to go home, he says softly. Are you one of them? I whisper, but his increased hearing allows him to hear me from across the room. If you mean to say werewolf, then yes, I am. I'm a doctor. I won't harm you. I only wish to make sure you're okay. It's my job and my duty, he says. Without meaning to, my eyes drift to Carter's, as if to check and make sure that the man, John, is telling the truth. Carter gives the slightest nod of his head and a small smile to reassure me. With hesitation, I slowly nod my head, permitting the doctor to check out my wounds. If this is the only way I will be allowed to leave, and if they say they won't hurt me, what more can I do? It's not like I can fight my way out. Instead, I'm left to trust and hope they're truthful in their claims that I'm safe here. John checks the back of my head and reminds me to be careful and avoid lying on it until it heals. He tells me to be cautious of my vision and if I get dizzy, to give him a call. He gives me his number, but I don't see myself ever calling him. If my concussion does get worse, I'd rather go to the hospital with human doctors and nurses rather than talk to a werewolf doctor who, at any moment, could shift and become dangerous. However, I still nod, pretending to agree with everything he says. In reality, I'm hoping that by complying, he'll let me go. When John finally leaves, Carter approaches me. I'm glad that you're okay. I was worried about you last night. That vamp really got you good, he says, walking over to me. Although I do tense up at his proximity, I'm proud to say that I remain calm the entire time. Carter is my friend, was my friend. Is he still my friend? I have no idea what being a werewolf means for our friendship, and don't even get me started on what it means for my relationship with Greyston. Right now, I'm so confused. Just yesterday, my life was every day. Now, my life is so complicated with supernatural creatures, things that only existed in the books I read. I've read about countless heroines who overcome the beasts and mystical creatures in their lives, yet when it becomes a reality, I don't know what to think. Would you like me to take you home now? Doc cleared you, Carter finishes. Where's my phone? I'll call an Uber. My mom's probably freaking out, I say as calmly as I can. However, inside, I'm becoming more and more anxious about how my mother will react. It's mid-afternoon right now, and I've been out all night. I don't even know what she'll assume happened to me, but I need to get home now. Sorry, Vanna. The orders were for me to drive you home, Carter replies firmly, almost as if he were a soldier following the orders given by his commander. He wore a strangely serious face. I've always seen Carter in a goofy mood, not like he is now. And your phone is dead anyway, so that wouldn't be possible. I don't really have any options right now, so I ask the only question I can. Will I be safe with you? Absolutely. You're my best friend, Thana. Just because you're aware of what I am, it doesn't change that. At least, not on my end, he says, making me feel slightly guilty. The guilt angers me. I shouldn't be the one upset. He is the one who lied to me about what species he is. How could he keep such a big secret from me if we were best friends, like he said? Fine. It's not like I have a choice, I mumbled the last part, but I'm pretty confident he heard me by the slight frown he made. The first 5 minutes of the car ride were filled with a tense silence. After we made it out of the mansion, yes, the hospital room I was treated in was just a room inside of a vast mansion. Carter guided me to a black Range Rover, a car I had never seen before. I know that wasn't his car, and I didn't ask whose it was. To get back to my house, we had to drive through the forest, which only had one cleared pathway for cars to drive through. I guess the werewolves like seclusion. It was after the silent 5 minutes that Carter broke the silence. Do you know what mates are? He asked. He kept turning his head to the side, looking at my face for a reaction to his words, possibly to see if I would choose to lie to him. No, I answered truthfully. Although I did hear GREYSTON call me a mate earlier. I didn't know what that meant, though. Carter's laughter rang through the silent car, and it almost made me forget that he was a werewolf who could harm me, almost. Thana, you're GREYSTON's mate. You don't even understand how much power you hold over him over us all, he exclaims. His excitement is confusing. How do I hold any power over werewolves? I don't understand, I ask, confusion written on my face with my scrunched eyebrows and my darting eyes. I probably shouldn't be the one to tell you, but I've never been good at holding secrets. Every werewolf has a mate, also known as a soul mate, he begins. I nod, hoping he'll finish his explanation. He smiles as he continues. You're GREYSTON's soulmate. You guys were made for each other. You were meant to fall in love and live happily ever after and all that. My eyes basically bulged out of their sockets as my heart paused its rhythmic beating to freak out. The dots all begin to connect in my head. This would explain the intense feelings I have for him. It would explain why only a simple smile from him makes my day, and why I feel a special connection every time we touch. Why do I get butterflies every time he looks at me? That's not all, Carter teases, and I don't think that I could take any more life-altering news. In the past 12 hours, I learned that werewolves and vampires exist, and that my friends were supernaturals. Now I'm learning that GREYSTON is my soulmate. What next? Werewolves live in packs. It's the only way to keep order. There has to be a leader, an alpha of the group. Any guesses who GREYSTON is? My heart picks up speed as I try to process this new information. Are you telling me that GREYSTON is the leader, the alpha of your pack? I ask, praying to any god out there that Carter is just messing with me. That is exactly what I'm telling you, he says with a grin. Don't be so freaked, Thee. GREYSTON is the alpha, which makes him the strongest, fastest, and most protective male in the pack. That means that you are the safest person in the world for having his protection. He would never let anything happen to you. How do I know that he won't hurt me? You just said that he's the fastest and the strongest. I raise my voice at Carter, forgetting that I probably shouldn't be screaming at a werewolf. Carter gets serious all of a sudden, and I can feel the importance of what he's about to say. You're his queen, his Luna. Without you, he falls apart, and so does the entire pack as a result. He would never hurt you. Think about all of the times you were together. Did he ever once give you any indication that he wanted to harm you? In any way, I remained silent, listening to Carter's words. It's true, GREYSTON never tried to harm me. In fact, he was always overly cautious with me. He growled when someone got too close to me. He gave me long, comforting hugs, and he always asked how I was feeling. My fear for him is slightly dissipating, but I'm still hesitant to trust him. Thana, you need to put your human beliefs aside and accept him for who he is. We werewolves are no different than you. Right? I chuckled. Except for your sharp claws, pointy teeth, super strength, super speed, super hearing dash, Carter cut me off with a soft punch to my arm. I laughed at him. Shut up. We may be animals, but we're human too. The rest of the ride is filled with a comfortable silence. I'm still very uncomfortable with the whole situation, but as time passes, I begin to think more about it. As we get closer to my neighborhood, I remember something that I should have asked a long time ago. Carter? He hummed, focused on driving. Who attacked me last night? And why? Should I be worried that he'll come back to kill me and my family? Carter jerked his head to face me, looking me in the eyes. That vampire will never lay a hand on you ever again. He's locked up in the pack prison, where he'll stay until we decide he's lived out his usefulness, he growls. Carter finishes his sentence right as he turns onto my street. He pulls into my driveway, and I suddenly realize that I have so many more questions that I need to ask. Wait, why did the vampire come after me? He knew that I knew GREYSTON. How did he know? And did he know I would be there? My countless questions were interrupted by the passenger door being yanked open by none other than my mother, and she looked upset. Chapter 22. Get inside. Now, my mother demands. With wide eyes, I quickly follow her to the front door. At this moment, I forget my fear of the vampire, which is replaced by a whole new fear placed there by my angry mother. I've never seen her this livid before, and unlike the last fight we were in, I know her anger is warranted this time. With an intense motherly glare directed at Carter, she slams the door and directs all of her attention on me. Where were you, Diana Skybrooks? You were out all night and never once checked in with me. Then, you show up in the middle of the afternoon with your friend looking like you've been hurt. What happened? Under her yelling, I can hear the concern in her voice. Her eyes are traveling over my body, looking for scrapes and bruises. It looks worse than it is, Mom, I begin. Telling her the truth isn't an option, so selective truth-telling and small lies will have to convince her not to ground me for life. I went out with Eli, Elle, and Carter to a club last night. It was really crowded, and someone bumped into me, and I fell. And I was so tired that I fell asleep at their house. I speak the lie so fluidly that I'm honestly surprised that it sounds so realistic. Why didn't you call me? I was so worried, Thana. She yells, then wraps me up in a tight hug. I don't notice she's crying until I feel her salty tears dripping on my shoulder. I immediately wrap my arms around her, basking in the comfort of her hug. We both needed the comfort. After a few moments of our shared hug, I broke from her to apologize again. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to worry you. You were mad at me, so I wasn't sure if I don't care how mad you think I am at you, she screams, startling me with her sudden switch in emotions. You're my daughter. Of course, I want to know where you're going and when you're not expected home. Oh, Dana. She hugs me once more, and I just stand there and listen to her talk. My face is also smushed into her shoulder, so I wouldn't be able to talk if I wanted to. I have to apologize to you. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. You've never been late for babysitting Avina, and I was worried about you when you weren't answering. Then, when I saw you were with GREYSTON, my anger only intensified. I'm sorry, Mom. I got carried away and no, she interrupts, grabbing my hand and looking at me with her slightly teary eyes. You're allowed to act your age and go on dates with boys. I was just stressed with work and money, and I took it out on you. For that, I'm so very sorry, honey. Can you forgive me? I give her a small smile before nodding my head. Obviously. I thought you were overreacting just a tad, I squeak, holding up my thumb and pointer finger and almost pinching them together. We laughed, her covering her mouth with her hand to keep her laughter in check. I don't know why she always does that. She has one of those contagious laughs that once you hear it, you can't help but laugh along. But seriously, Mom, if you need help with money, let me help you. With the money I get from Java, I can really help us out. Absolutely not, she says, letting her pride get in the way. I'm the mother, and I can support us on my own. I want you to save that money for your future, or to go shopping for once in your life without me having to make you. Honestly, when was the last time you went to the mall? She questions. Ugh, Mom. You know there's a million other things I'd rather do. Like going to the bookstore, we both think but don't say. She gives me a knowing look, but fortunately, she changes the topic. Unfortunately, she changes the subject to GREYSTON. So, how was your date with GREYSTON? I visibly stiffen, and my mom definitely notices based on the look on her face. What? She asks. I thought you and he were getting along. We were. Not anymore, I reply, hoping she won't ask anything more on the subject. However, things don't always go my way with a mother as persistent as mine. What happened? I was starting to like that boy, she reveals, which honestly surprises me. Ever since I was late for watching Avina because of GREYSTON, I thought my mom would hold it against him. It figures that she likes him once I decide to stay away from him. He lied to me, I reply shortly. I feel the familiar tightness behind my eyes, signaling that I'm very close to tears. With a few blinks of my eyes, the would-be fallen tears clear up. I don't want to cry anymore. My mom walks us over to the comfy brown couch that we've had more talks on than I can remember. I sit down in my usual corner spot while she takes the spot next to me. What did he lie to you about? My mom asks, and I sense a hint of anger behind the question. She looks calm, but from years of living with her, I know that her maternal instincts are coming alive at the thought of a guy hurting her little girl. I cross my arms in front of my chest and avoid eye contact. It doesn't matter. He lied, and I don't trust him anymore. Honey, I'm sorry. Guys like him can be difficult sometimes. I really thought he cared about you, but he wouldn't have seen other girls if he really appreciated you, she says, her sadness evident. My head whips in her direction as my face naturally scrunches up. Other girls? What is she talking about? What? I ask, mirroring my inner thoughts. Oh, my mom sighs in relief. When you said he lied to you, I assumed you meant he had been seeing someone else. He can't cheat if we were never together, I mumble out. Which is true, we were never dating, so even if he did choose to spend his time with other girls, he wouldn't have been dishonest because we never talked about that scenario. The idea of GREYSTON with any other girl besides me doesn't sit well with me, and I find myself actually upset thinking about it. What's wrong with me? He's a werewolf. And besides, it doesn't matter. I'm never talking to him again, I finish, looking at my mom. She only gives me a soft smile and pats my knee. Okay, if that's how you feel. She continues to give me that look, you know, the one that says, stop lying to yourself. I sense her teasing me, and I don't like it. I don't understand why she feels like she understands this situation. After I barely give her any information, she automatically assumes that I'm overreacting. Stop, Mom. I'm serious. I say in a slightly raised voice. She only continues to give me the same look and shakes her head. Diana, I saw the way you two were looking at each other when he came over. You guys couldn't stop staring at each other. I know you didn't notice it, but every time you looked away, he would stare at you like you could do no wrong in his eyes. I've never found a guy who looks at me that way, and it makes me so happy that you found that. Don't throw it away just because you're scared. The last comment makes my eyes widen to enormous proportions. How does she know I'm scared? Is it that obvious? She chuckles at my look of shock. I can read you like an open book, Thana. Yes, it's very obvious you're scared of being in a relationship, of letting someone get that close to you. Don't think I haven't noticed all the guys who have tried and failed to get a date with you. You always say no. Say yes this once and stop making excuses for why you two can't be together, she finishes, then she glances at her wristwatch to see the time. She immediately jumps up and heads to the door. Gotta go, honey. Avina's playdate is almost over. She drops a quick kiss on my head before exiting our house abruptly, leaving me with her words playing over and over in my head. Is that what I've been doing? Pushing GREYSTON away? He's a werewolf. I think it makes sense for me to assume things would never work with us. However, the more I think about him, the more I remember how sweet and gentle he was with me. I know he would never hurt me. In my heart, I know that. However, my brain is a pesky creature and won't stop thinking about how he may lose control and hurt me. I've read fantasy books. Plenty of werewolf books show the protagonist getting hurt by her werewolf boyfriend, even by accident. I'm afraid something like that could happen to me. Also, not only is GREYSTON a werewolf, he's an alpha, the alpha of his huge pack of werewolves. What would that make me? I'm a human, weak and frail in comparison to his buff form. What could I possibly contribute? And to top it all off, why would he want me by his side? Carter says we're soulmates, but what does that even mean? To me, It sounds like he's forced to be with me, the human. Shouldn't he find another werewolf girl to stand by his side, to love him unconditionally and help him lead his pack? Just the thought of GREYSTON with someone else sends a shiver down my spine, and not the good kind. What is wrong with me? I don't want to be with him, yet I don't want him to be with anyone else. When will I stop lying to myself? The weekend passed by slowly. I continuously received texts from GREYSTON, Carter, Eli, and Elle, but I ruled this weekend a phone-free one, so I didn't even stop to read the messages. I took the rest of Saturday and Sunday to reflect on what I had discovered and spend some quality time with Mom and Avina. The three of us ate all of our meals together and watched more movies than I'd like to admit. Granted, they were all children's movies, but Frozen and Tarzan were still very enjoyable for me. By the time Monday rolls around, I'm nervous to attend class. I know that I have psychology with Carter, and he'll expect me to talk to him. I'm anxious to face him after what I found out, but I'm not willing to miss class to avoid him. Curse my stellar attendance record. After making breakfast for myself, I get dressed and head over to Java to pick up a large coffee. At least that part of my life hasn't changed. Then I walk over to the psychology building. I stand in front of the main doors to the building, speculating how our conversation will go. Will he be mad that I ignored his messages all weekend? Will he be happy to see me? Before I can even grab the door handle, I feel a hand on my shoulder that spooks the daylights out of me. I instantly flinch, the memories of the other night still ingrained in me. When I see it's Eli who approached me, the fear doesn't completely subside. There's something different about him that is causing me to remain on edge, and I don't like it. I could never pinpoint what it was before, but looking at him now with his almost white hair and chiseled features, I suddenly fear that he is a werewolf or a vampire. He became semi-aggressive at the club when he grabbed me, and he acted strangely. His morals are questionable at best, and he always appears at the strangest times. However, I can't just outright accuse him of being a supernatural. What if he's just a human like me? "Dana, where the hell have you been?" he yells at me, attracting some attention from other students on their way to class. Instead of getting nervous like I usually do at all the attention, I get annoyed. Who does he think he is, bombarding me before class and raising his voice at me? If anything, I had a right to be mad at him. "You disappeared from the club. I texted you all weekend, and you show up on campus with a hurt face," he adds, anger coursing through his veins. However, now I can see he's also concerned. I guess my disappearance caused him to worry about me. That doesn't change how he acted at the club. "I'm fine, Eli. And you don't have the right to talk to me like that. What you did at Velvet Elixir was absolutely unacceptable." I reach for the door handle, but he steps in front of me, blocking the door. I know, he apologizes, and I'm so sorry for that. I just needed to know. It was extremely important and why did you have to know if I knew GREYSTON? Why was that little piece of information so important that you had to grab my wrist like that? I question, interrupting him from spewing whatever explanation he was about to give me. After a few moments of Eli contemplating what he wants to tell me, he sighs. "I can't tell you." My jaw slackens as I let out a frustrated breath. I shake my head back and forth, slowly crossing my arms in front of my chest. "You can't tell me? Fine. Then get out of my way," I say flatly. "Dana, you have to understand how sorry I am. Get out of my way." I pronounce every syllable, making it clear how serious I am. As the seconds tick by, more and more fear creeps into me. Eli is getting frustrated again, and his breathing is picking up as well. I'm trying to keep up a tough front, but inside I'm freaking out that he'll get angry. I don't know Eli that well, and even if he isn't a supernatural, he can still hurt me. "I'm not moving until you hear me out, Dana. You need to understand. I cut him off. "I need to understand nothing. Now get out of my way, Eli." My voice wavers, but I stand firm. Eli doesn't make a move to leave, and I fear that he won't let me go to class until I listen to him. I'm not ready to hear him out right now, especially when he's acting so irrationally. There are other students around here who are watching our encounter, but none of them make a move to help me. They all just stare and watch our heated conversation like it's a scene from a movie. Eli makes a move to reach for my shoulder. Right before he can touch me, a deep voice stops his action. Touch her and see what happens. Chapter 23, Touch Her and See What Happens. The voice instantly calms my fears. Which is strange because to anyone else the voice is meant to spread fear throughout their being, but for me, I am relieved. Eli looks up and makes eye contact with the man who threatened him, and his eyes widen before he retracts his hand. I'll talk to you later, Diana. Eli grumbles, angry that he was interrupted before he could explain himself fully. No, you won't. Get out of here before Greyston sees you, Carter yells, a smirk growing on his face as Eli trembles in fear. Once Eli is gone, I turn to Carter with a grateful smile on my face. After being so scared by Eli, I'm now left shaking and confused about my friendship with him. For reasons that I can't explain, I immediately wrap my arms around Carter and bury my face in his chest. Over the weekend, I missed him. I missed Greyston more, but I can't even think about my relationship with him. Carter's in front of me right now, so I'm going to focus on him. His coming to my defense proves that he is still my best friend, no matter what species he is. I don't care that he's a werewolf anymore. Maybe that makes me weak for forgiving him so easily, but I need his jokes and unnecessary cursing in my life. Whoa there, Carter chuckles as he almost loses his balance from the strength behind my hug. He hugs me back tightly. I'm reminded of his werewolf strength when he squeezes me too tightly, and I lightly tap on his shoulder to get his attention. I can't breathe. I squeak out to Carter, who immediately drops his arms and backs away from me as if I tossed him. Sorry. I forget how fragile you are. Are you okay? He asks with concern. His unruly brown curls continue to fall in his face, and he frustratingly brushes them aside. My giggling makes his worried look go away. I'm fine, Carter. Can we get to class? We walk side by side to psychology, not saying anything about the incident. When we sit down in our seats, I check my phone to see that class should have started 2 minutes ago, but the professor is nowhere in sight. With nothing to do but wait for her, I turn to Carter. Can I ask you a question? Carter stretches out his arms and legs as he leans back in the chair, letting out a loud yawn that turns a couple of heads. Ask away, he grins, leaning his head back on his hands as he looks at me. I'm not exactly sure how to phrase the question I want to ask, so I just ask it in the most straightforward way possible. I also lower my voice so that no one around us can hear our conversation. How do you know when someone's a supernatural? His eyebrows shoot up, getting lost in his brown mop of hair. He sits up and leans forward, his forearms now resting on his thighs. His carefree look changes to one of concern. Unfortunately for you, you won't be able to tell. Not clearly, at least. For us werewolves, we can smell out different supernaturals instantly. For you, you'll have to look for details. Like with the vampire, his eyes turned red, I whisper, more to myself than to him. Carter still hears me, and his eyes darken to an almost black color. Carter, your eyes. I slowly back away from him, inching further back in the chair until I am as far from him as possible without it looking suspicious to others. He closes his eyes, and a few moments later, they open to reveal the usual brown shade I'm used to. Sorry, he says gruffly. Just thinking about that vampire laying a hand on you. He lets out a dark laugh. If I'm this angry, how do you think Greyston feels? For touching his mate. I wouldn't be surprised if that vampire experiences his second death sooner rather than later. Greyston's gonna kill him? I stutter, biting my lip and tightly clenching the armrests until my knuckles are white. He's an alpha, and his Luna was injured. He's gonna do a lot more than that. I'm speechless. It shocks me to know that the vampire will be killed, but it surprisingly doesn't bother me as much as it should. I should be horrified that he will be tortured and will suffer, but instead, I feel safer. Shouldn't I feel bad? I don't know what to say, so I just slowly nod my head. The doors in the back of the lecture hall open abruptly, and our professor jogs down the aisle to the front of the classroom. After apologizing for being late, she asks us to give her a few minutes to set up. As I wait for the lecture to begin, I shyly turn to Carter. I'm sorry for ignoring you this weekend. He only grins at me and nudges me with his arm. It's fine, I get it. It's a lot to take in. Just know that it wasn't just you I was ignoring. I wasn't responding to anybody, I clarify, hoping he understands that I just needed time away from people, not specifically him. Oh, I know, he chuckles as he reaches into his bag and retrieves his laptop. Greyston's been a little upset all weekend. His entire room is a wreck, completely trashed from him constantly wolfing out and punching walls and stuff. I haven't had any time with Axel because he had to step up and take over basically all the alpha duties while Greyston had his mental breakdown. What? Is he okay? I ask, well, more like demand to know. My worry for him slowly increases as I wait for Carter to explain. My heart is racing and my leg begins shaking from anxiety. No, he's not okay. Carter laughs. Why would he laugh about that? You ignored him all weekend after you didn't let him stay with you. He thinks you're scared of him and will never accept him. We had to stop him from running to your house at least 5 times, he explains. My hands cover my mouth as I sit there, shocked. I didn't realize that my ignoring Greyston would affect him that much. Of course, it affects him, Carter exclaims. That's when I realized that I said that last part out loud. I tried to tell you in the car the other day. Now that Greyston's finally found you, he can't live without you. Axel's my mate, and just being apart from him for a day is hard. He's the beta of the pack, second in command after Greyston, so when he was doing all that work, I barely saw him. Mates aren't like anything in human society. We are mentally and physically weaker without each other. Our professor begins the lecture, and I half-heartedly start taking notes. Every time there is a brief pause in the lecture, my mind drifts to Greyston. I should probably see him soon. Now, however, I'm not scared of him. I'm afraid of how much he cares about me. If he's willing to kill for me, what else is he willing to do? I've never been in a relationship, ever. This is the first guy I've ever been interested in romantically, and this situation is far from the norm. There aren't any advice columns that I can ask for help from. What would I say? Excuse me, but my werewolf mate is punching walls and killing vampires for me. What does that mean for our relationship? As I'm lost in thought, I feel and hear something on my hands. I look down and see 20 pens, courtesy of Carter. Just like last time, the pens can't stay on the desk, so most of them fall to the ground and make sounds that probably aren't that loud. However, in the silent lecture hall, they could be compared to the volume of missiles being released. I glare at Carter, who only shrugs at me as he is unable to keep a smile off his face. What? I didn't know if you were going to forgive me or not. I needed a plan B. After class ended, Carter tried to convince me to go to the pack house with him to make up with Greyston. Although I really needed to talk to Greyston, I had a shift at Java so I couldn't. Also, when I found out what the pack house was, I completely freaked out. This house was where I was taken after the vampire attack, and it was more of a mansion than a house. From what I understand from Carter, it's where essential pack members live. So it's basically a vast hunting ground filled with werewolves who are way stronger and faster than I. I definitely don't want to go there anytime soon. I may be coming around to the idea of my friends being werewolves, but I'm not ready to meet werewolves that are strangers. Nonetheless, Carter texted me the address in case I changed my mind, which will never happen. I still smiled and gave him a reassuring hug that I would consider before I left. After walking home and quickly changing into my uniform, I headed out once again and made it to Java 10 minutes before the start of my shift. After clocking in, I noticed that my friend Callista is on the same shift as me. I rush into the break room and find her on her phone, most likely scrolling through Instagram. At the opening of the door, she looks up and immediately jumps to her feet when she sees me. She runs over to me and engulfs me in a huge hug. I chuckle and hug her back with the same amount of fervor. Nice to see you, too, I laugh. Callie releases me from her grip only to smack me in the shoulder, and not lightly, may I add. Ow, what was that for? I whine, rubbing the now red spot on my arm. That's for you ignoring me all weekend. I texted and called a bunch, but you never responded, she says with a pouty face. I was forced to hang out with Kate instead. She adds a fake shiver for effect. I know she doesn't like Kate, a girl we both went to high school with. However, Kelly says that she keeps Kate around as a backup friend in case any of her real friends are unavailable. I think it's cruel, but Kelly is just fine with the situation. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you reached out to me. My phone was on silent all weekend. I make sure my apology sounds genuine because I don't want her to be upset. Kelly is very sensitive, and being alert to her ever-changing mood is something I've had to learn to be her friend over time. Luckily, she believes me and gives me a light-hearted smile. That's okay. But why was your phone on silent? Avoiding a guy, she says jokingly, then laughs at the idea like it's the most ridiculous thing she's ever suggested. I only stare at her, not knowing what to do or say. My silence is an answer in itself, and Callie sees this and pounces. OMG. You were avoiding a guy. Who is he? What's his name? Is he hot? The questions all morph into one long, breathless demand for answers, and I figure that if I give her a little bit of information, she'll back off, eventually. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to talk to anyone else about it. I don't want the news spreading that I'm talking to GREYSTON, and I could honestly use Callista's help when it comes to guys. She's been with more guys than outfits she owns, so she can help me decipher GREYSTON's actions. Although he's a werewolf, he's also a guy. Once she agrees to keep what I tell her a secret, I spill. Throughout our shift at Java, I explained how we met through Carter and how we began texting and talking on the phone. I tell her about our date, our first kiss, and our return to my angry mother in the rain. Obviously, I refrain from telling her about anything supernatural. I don't know if she would be in danger for learning, and she probably wouldn't believe me anyway if I did. Callie stays glued to my side the entire time I explain things to her. Whenever the bell jingles, alerting us to a new customer entering through the front door, Callie gets extremely annoyed, like entering the coffee shop is a crime against humanity. She annoyingly takes their order and rushes them whenever they take too long. I have to scold her a few times for her lack of manners, but she only tells me that she wants to get the customers out of her face so that she can hear the rest of my story. On the outside, I try to feign disappointment, but on the inside, I'm actually quite happy that Callie is being such a great listener. I've never had any boy troubles for her to listen to before, so she's eating up everything I tell her. When I finally get to our falling out, it's almost the end of our shift. Wait, I don't understand. You go to a club with another guy and you're mad? He was totally jealous, you know, she says matter-of-factly. What? No, he wasn't, I say as I continue to mix ingredients together for a customer's mocha frappuccino. I'm not like Kelly, guys don't get jealous over me. He 100% was jealous. He probably flipped out when he found out you were going to a club without him, dressed all hot with another guy, grinding on each other Kelly. I squeal, forcing her to stop talking while I quickly deliver the drink I finished to the customer. Turning my attention back to Callie, I give her a look of disapproval. I didn't even know it was a club until I got there. I thought it was a bar. And I wasn't just going with Eli, Elle was coming too It doesn't matter, Callie says while shaking her head. He was jealous and was trying to tell you that he didn't want you going out with another guy, and he did. Is that why you two aren't talking? Because if that's the case, you two need some makeup already. I groan and cover my face with my hands, unsuccessfully hiding myself from her crude comments. Why do I surround myself with friends who speak so inappropriately? Kelly only laughs and slings an arm around my neck. Don't worry, Thana. I think you and Prince Charming will be back together before you know it. I mumble, we were never together, lowly, and Kelly chuckles. Sure, she says in an unbelieving tone. Come on, our shift is up. I gotta get ready for a date. A date? With whom? I question as I remove my Java apron and clock out. Kelly has this huge grin plastered on her face, one that would be very hard to remove. Her smile is infectious, and I need to know more. Well, we were so busy talking about your man that we didn't get to talk about mine. But he's so hot, Thana. He's got bright blue eyes and this silky blonde hair that I just want to grab a fistful of. And don't even get me started on his body. I haven't seen it in person, but his Insta is filled with pics of him working out, and he's so freaking hot. I let Callie's voice fall into the background of my mind. She goes on and on about this guy, and I let her talk all while grabbing my things together and walking out the employee door and outside Java. She continues talking animatedly, and I'm half listening until I look up and see someone that I'm only expecting to see on my terms. We need to talk. Chapter 24, We Need to Talk, Eli says, a desperate look on his face. Callie stops her incessant chattering long enough to look up and see Eli pinning me with his stare. Who's this? Callie loudly whispers. It's the kind of whispering where everyone can hear what she's saying, but it gives the illusion that she's asking me to tell her a secret. I don't see the point in it, and I'm not in the mood to answer any of her questions in too much depth because Eli is right in front of us. I'm still quite angry with him for grabbing me at Velvet Elixir, and then he wouldn't let me go to class today. Just the thought of what would have happened if Carter weren't there shakes me to my core. I'm not in the mood to chat, Eli. Are you going to let me leave now? Or do I need to scream before someone comes to save me again? Callie looks shell-shocked at the tone I'm using. I've never been the type to lead with animosity, but I'm honestly so tired of Eli bothering me. I considered him a friend until he became pushy. I can tell that he's sorry for his actions and wants to be forgiven, but forgiveness isn't something one can rush. I'm really sorry about that, Thana. I was just desperate for you to talk to me. I still am. I'm so sorry for the way things went down. If you would just let me explain I don't let Eli finish his sentence. Instead, I link Callie's arm with mine and drag her right past Eli's begging form. Callie usually drives to work, and I usually walk, so I'm making it clear to her that I want to ride home as I lead her to the parking lot. She understands my need for a united front, so she turns her head back at Eli and gives him one of her infamous glares as we walk by. Right as I'm about to pass, Eli grabs my elbow. It's not an aggressive grip, but it's still tight enough that I can't walk any further, and Callie's arm is ripped out of mine. I'm sorry, he whispers before he starts mumbling words that are too fast and too quiet for me to understand. Looking at him, I'm about to snap with rage when his eyes do something funny. For a moment, they seem to flash electric blue, way brighter than his standard eye color. What the heck? He continues to mumble incoherently until he lets go of me. Once his hand loses contact with me, I stumble back as a wave of dizziness hits me. Callie is quick to catch my faltering form and is about ready to pounce on me. You better stay away from Dana or else I'm calling the cops. Don't you ever touch her again, or I'll call my father, the best lawyer around, and he'll make sure you end up in prison for assault. Callista, ever the protective friend, waits until Eli backs up before shifting her evil glare off of him and setting a softer gaze on me. Eli looks at me once more, tears in his eyes. His tears shouldn't affect me, but they do, and I start to rethink my decision not to hear him out. As a tear falls, he sighs. Remember, it didn't have to be like this. He leaves moments later, and I'm gone to think about his words. What is he talking about? I understand his words, but I feel like there's a hidden meaning behind them, something big I'm missing. I didn't miss the flash of blue in his eyes. However, I'm not going to brush it off like I would have a few days ago. After my eyes were opened to the supernatural, I'm not going to take any little thing too lightly. I need to ask Carter about it. A wolf's eyes turn black, a vampire's eyes turn red, so what creature's eyes turn blue? The car ride back to my house is a short one spent thinking about how, yet again, one of my friends is a supernatural creature. Looking over at Callista, I begin to wonder if she's human or not. I've known her my whole life, but how well do I really know her? My head hurts with all of these new thoughts flowing through it, and as crappy as it sounds, the person I long for the most is GREYSTON. I haven't seen or talked to him since I woke up in the pack house, and as cheesy as it sounds, I feel like there's a piece of my heart missing. I thank Callie for dropping me off, and she shrugs it off and demands that, in return for the ride home, I have to go to the mall with her this upcoming weekend. I don't even try to fight her. I'm happy to spend time with her, given that she was such a good friend to me. Once I walk through the door, I'm almost knocked down by Avina. She always finds a way to jump on me without warning, and I'm grateful that most of the time I'm able to keep us both upright. It's been so long since I've seen you, she screeches into my ear, and I have to fight not to cringe back. Even though my eardrums are now ringing, I can't help but smile and place a bunch of kisses all over Evina's face as I squeeze her tightly. I haven't been paying as much attention to her as I should. I blame college, work, and the supernatural, but still, it's no excuse for neglecting her. She only has me and my mom, and I so badly want to be enough for her. I've missed you, E. Sorry, I've been so busy. But I promise that we'll spend more time together, okay? Her face lights up at my words, and she continues to tell me about her day at school. I nod and add in a comment here and there as she animatedly tells me about her art projects and her time on the playground. All the while, she's resting on my hip as I set the table. I can hear dishes clinking together in the kitchen as my mom finishes up dinner for us. A wave of nostalgia hits me as I realize that it's hard to remember the last time the three of us sat down to eat dinner together. My mom's always running around taking care of Evina, and when she's not doing that, she's flying around the world for work. I also haven't been home in time for dinner every night and often end up with leftovers. I'm usually working on Java or finishing the loads of homework I'm given. Calculus and biology are not fun. Ethics and psychology are very interesting to me, so I enjoy those subjects a bit more. Thinking about ethics makes my thoughts drift to Eli, so instead, I choose to focus on the cute 6-year-old. And then, Sarah found a sparkly butterfly necklace in the sand. Sarah said it was a magic necklace and she wanted to keep it. Evina babbles, then she places a hand around my ear and leans in to whisper something else. I know it wasn't really magic, but I pretended it was because Sarah was so excited about it. She looks up at me as if she just told me the biggest secret. I let out a little laugh, then placed Evina down in her usual seat at the table. That was very nice of you, E. I make sure to praise her for her sweet behavior towards her friend, knowing she would appreciate her big sister's compliment. She giggles at my words, and her cheeks turn a bright pink. At least now I know blushing is hereditary. My mom walks into the room wearing large oven mitts while holding the crock pot. I smile, remembering the last time Evina and my mom made dinner in it. She called it a crock pot. My mom went back to the kitchen and returned with side dishes, vegetables, potatoes, and pasta. Thanks, Mom. This looks amazing. Yeah, thanks, Mommy. Evina claps her hands and makes grabby hands for the pasta. I pour a generous amount on her plate before grabbing food for myself. You're welcome, guys. I just thought it would be nice for us to have a home-cooked dinner with all three of us. We all dig in, and I enjoy the seasoned flavors of the chicken dish along with the savory tastes from the side dishes. A few minutes into the meal, my phone dings and I unlock the phone screen to see about 100 texts. I forgot that I haven't checked my phone since the weekend when I ignored everyone. I see all the messages from Callie, Carter, and Eli, but I stop scrolling when I see 34 texts from GREYSTON. I get a little misty-eyed as I scroll through the messages. Each text I read is becoming increasingly upsetting. Grumpy, baby, please respond, Grumpy. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. I'm still the same person. I still care about you so much. Grumpy, I'm falling apart here, Grumpy. Don't hate me, Grumpy. Damn it, Thana, answer the phone right now, Grumpy. Sorry for the previous text, I just miss you. Grumpy, Thana? The last text is from this morning. Like a dam released of its water, my eyes spilt the tears that were forming. Grumpy. I'll leave you alone. I won't bother you again. I drop the phone onto the table with a loud crash as the waterworks begin. I can hear my mom worriedly asking me what's wrong. As loud as her worried questions are, my thoughts are louder. How could I have been so ignorant of GREYSTON's feelings that I don't even check my messages? His texts mirror the mood swings I'm sure he's experiencing. Some texts are innocent, some are angry, some are sad, some are sweet. There are many more texts, but I can't read them all without becoming increasingly upset with myself. GREYSTON never let me get upset when we spent time together, and here I am, making him miserable. What kind of soulmate am I, rejecting him in his time of need? My sniffles eventually let up, and I looked up to see my mom and Evina looking up at me with sadness. Why are you sad, Thee? Evina asks, clearly puzzled as to what caused my sudden outbreak. I give her a sad smile. I just miss GREYSTON. And that's the truth. I've decided that I'm going to see him tomorrow. I know that if I call or text him now, I won't say the right things and won't be able to explain my feelings of regret properly. My mom looks like she wants to talk about my now-dried tears, but the slight shake of my head tells her that I don't want to talk about it. She respects my wishes and brings up a new topic of conversation. The once amazing tastes and smells of dinner now taste like bland prison food. I don't deserve to enjoy it anymore, now that I'm sure that Greyston feels as deflated as I do. Once I began reading his text messages, the weight of our distance finally settled in. After my morning classes, I'm going to text Greyston to meet me at Java. Hopefully, he still wants to see me. I wouldn't want to see myself after ignoring him. I never even gave him a chance to explain. I'm scared of how much he cares about me, but what if he realizes I'm not a good mate and he decides he's better off without me? The rest of the night is spent with me worrying about Greyston. I thoughtlessly brush my teeth and shower. I don't talk much the rest of the night. Countless scenarios of our conversation tomorrow play through my mind, all of them involving Greyston rejecting me and becoming angry with me. As I fall asleep, my last thoughts are of Greyston. For once, they're not happy thoughts, and my dreams reflect that. I'm waiting at a corner table at Java for Greyston. I texted him that I wanted to meet him at noon, and he responded with a simple K. I don't know if I should be reading into this response or not, so I just focus on the happiness I'll feel when I see him. I missed him so much in these last few days, and at this point, I don't even care that he's a werewolf. I still have a lot of questions about his species and how he knows we're mates, and I know that I'll find out eventually. The familiar jingle of the front door rings, and I excitedly look up to see Greyston walking in. He has an indecipherable expression, and I'm not quite sure how to interpret it. He's always had only smiles directed towards me, and his lack of emotion is confusing. As he's walking towards me, a loud crash echoes through the cafe. I instinctively duck my head in fear, only to look up and see the windows of the shop shattered, hundreds of pieces of glass littering the ground. My ears are bombarded with a symphony of screams from the other people in the cafe, all of whom are running towards the exits. Some are even jumping through the holes in the wall where the windows used to be. Instead of finding the exit like everyone else, I try to find Greyston. My eyes frantically search the place. I look through the throngs of running people until I see Greyston in the corner with his back to me. Greyston! I scream for him, hoping he can tell me what's going on. Is it a bomb? Something supernatural? I'm blind in all of this, and there's nothing I can do to protect myself, so I search out the one person who makes me feel safest. Greyston hears me more easily now that all of the people have already escaped. In the moments before he turns around, it feels like 100 years have passed. When he finally does turn around, my focus isn't on the strange blue fog creeping through the cafe or the shattered glass cutting at my feet. My focus is on the giant silver knife resting in Greyston's abdomen. Blood is dripping from his mouth. The sight is gruesome, and I instantly run over to him, a sobbing mess. He falls to his knees, and I'm able to catch him before he falls completely onto the ground. My tears mix with his blood, and I have no idea what to do. Isn't he supposed to have super healing or something? My hand rests on the knife sticking out of him, and I don't know whether pulling it out will make it worse or better. Greyston! Oh my God. Greyston, can you hear me? I cry out to him, but all I can see now are his lifeless eyes staring back at me. He's gone. I wake up screaming and covered in a sheen of sweat. However, not all of the dampness is caused by sweat because I also can't seem to stop crying. Was I dreaming, or is Greyston really dead? The tears are never-ending, and I know there's only one way to make them stop. Chapter 25. Greyston's POV. The past few days have been torture. Actually, they've been worse than torture. Physical pain, I can take. What I can't take is the love of my life looking at me like I'm a monster. Like I'm exactly like the creature that attacked her a few nights ago. Just thinking about that disgusting vampire makes me want to destroy it. I'm actually surprised that I haven't already. Axel has been making me wait, hoping that by leaving it out in the UV lamps for a few days, it will be weak enough for us to question it. I say it because the vamp is scum and doesn't even deserve to be considered a living being, which it's not. Today, I decided to stop texting Nana. I basically told her that I would leave her alone unless she decides to contact me, which means that I'm basically stuck being a creepy stalker for the rest of my life. I can't live without her, so if keeping tabs on her and watching her from afar is the only way to keep her in my life and keep her safe, then that's what I'm going to do. As much as it pains me to leave her be, I don't want to cause more pain than I already have. I'm so mad at myself for scaring her. I shouldn't have shifted in front of her like that, and I shouldn't have attacked the vamp so violently. Her beautiful hazel eyes should never have to see such bloodshed. She shouldn't have been targeted in the first place, and not knowing who sent the vampire sends a rage through my body and mind that can only be quieted by my mate, who's not comfortable around me. Oh, the irony of the situation. I clench my jaw tightly and ball up my fists in an attempt to control the raging beast within me. With intense emotions comes my body's need to compensate for it by shifting into my midnight black wolf, which would not help the situation. I caused 10 times more destruction in that form, and my room is already a mess. Just looking around at the broken dressers, the 7 holes in the walls, and the torn comforter on my massive bed, I remember how many times I turned to violence to deal with my pent-up emotions. I need a release somehow, and punching bags don't help me at all. After a few punches, I end up breaking them anyway, and feeling something shatter, tear, and break in my hands is so much more cathartic. The best release for my anger would be holding Nana, my cute little mate. Just thinking about how she looked at me last, scared, broken, hurt. In my rage, I end up punching an 8th hole in the wall. I let out a growl as my emotions don't subside as I would like. A light yet persistent knock on the door alerts me that someone wants to enter my room. After gathering that it's only Axel at the door by his scent, I give out a gruff "come in," allowing him to enter. Axel is one of the only people on the planet who can approach me while I'm angry and not face some retaliation. Anyone else wouldn't be caught dead in my path when I'm trying to reel in my wolf. Once my body shifts into my wolf form, anything in my path is basically dead. Oh great, more holes. Axel smirks at my plaster-covered fist as I take deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself enough to respond. Why are you here? I grumble out, palming my now injured hand. I don't even register the pain in my heart too great in comparison. The entire house can hear the growling and the loud punching, he informs me. I don't even have the energy to feel bad. You do realize that it's 2 a.m, right? I'm aware, I manage to say through my clenched teeth. If he doesn't leave me alone right now, I'm going to wrap my hand around his neck and want to go interrogate the vamp for answers? Axel says, a knowing grin on his face. He knows that I've wanted to make the one who hurt my mate pay, but the protocol for catching vamps is to give them a few days under the UV rays in the cells to weaken before we question them. Just like werewolves, vampires are extremely powerful and hard to kill. Not much harms them. The only way to kill them is by beheading them or tearing out their heart, just like us. Since the vamp has been weakened under the UV lights for almost 3 days, it should be significantly weaker than when my pack warriors captured it. Perfect. A grin that I'm sure from another person's perspective would be malicious spreads across my face as I crack my knuckles and head over to the doorway Axel is leaning against. Lead the way. Once we make it outside the pack house, we both shift into our wolves. In wolf form, Axel is almost as tall as I, almost. I'm still the most enormous wolf on the eastern half of the United States, and I like everyone knowing that simple fact. Unlike my wolf, which is covered in dark fur, Axel's wolf has light fur that has an almost golden sheen. However, he's just as dangerous as I, and people still fear him as well. We run through the woods, dodging logs and fallen tree branches with ease as we make our way to the cells. Far away from the pack house and close to my territory lines, I have a dungeon, for lack of a better word. I created an underground unit of cells where all of my prisoners are held. I don't have too many at a time. Most supernatural creatures know to stay far away from the dark territory and know that I'm not one to be trifled with. When I first became alpha at 18 years old, some members of a nearby coven tried to test my authority and began using magic in front of humans. I had to assert my power and force them to cease all magic unless it was on their own land. How stupid are these witches and warlocks? The Salem witch trials occurred because of their carelessness, and only humans died as a result. Another reason why I hate them. Then again, I don't particularly like very many beings. In the supernatural world, it's illegal to reveal the supernatural to any humans unless they're a mate to a werewolf or are approved by the High Council. The council is made up of one of every type of powerful supernatural creature, which makes 12 members. Smaller beings such as pixies and nixies don't need a seat on the High Council because they are peaceful creatures who prefer to stay out of supernatural politics. If they ever decide they want representation, a seat will be waiting for them. It only takes us about 5 minutes of non-stop running to reach the cells, and we quickly shift back into our human forms and accept the shorts handed to us by the guards I stationed there. With a quick nod of my head in thanks, I head inside and walk straight to the prisoner. I instantly know where it is because it smells disgusting, like a mix of molded cheese and rotten flesh. The vampire looks miserable with its burnt skin, now peeling off layer by layer because of the third-degree burns it's experiencing from the UV lights. My eyes darken in delight. Its breathing comes out in short, shallow puffs as it sits still in the chair it's chained to. For his offense, he doesn't get any room to move around. Hurting the Luna is punishable by death, which it will receive once I get the information from it that I need. How have you been enjoying your stay? I goad, earning a deadly glare from the vamp. A guard opens up the cell for me, and Axel joins me inside. Forget you and your mate. The vamp struggles against the chains restraining it, but with the lack of blood in its system and the UV rays deteriorating it, the vamp has no strength and no chance of escape. It's nice to watch it struggle, though. As soon as I hear the vile creature refer to my beautiful Vanna, my hand grips around the vamp's throat, squeezing. As it struggles to breathe, my eyes darken as I let out a monstrous snarl. Don't you dare talk about her like that. However, now that we're on the topic of Vanna, why don't you tell me why you attacked her? I let go of its throat only for it to let out a choked laugh as it recovers from the lack of oxygen. He lets out his fangs and glides his tongue over the sharp ends, most likely picturing sinking into a warm body to drain it of the blood it's been lacking for days. Disgusting. Wouldn't you like to know, it spoke, its voice coming out as more of a croak. Why on earth would I tell you? You're gonna kill me anyway, so I'd rather keep my mouth shut and watch you suffer just like I watched that girl suffer. I mean, that shirt didn't cover much of anything. And her screams as I threw her into the brick wall were, I can't hear anymore. Red clouds my vision, and in the next second, I find that my claws ripped into the vampire's chest. Its screams echo through the cell block, the UV rays making the injury far more painful than it usually would. Even though it's the middle of the night, the lack of sun will never stop a vampire from getting what it deserves. With 5 slash marks across its chest, the shirt it previously wore is now shredded. I finish ripping it apart, looking for new pale skin to mark. I'm going to ask you again. Who hired you? This time, I push all of my alpha power into this command. Although the vampire isn't part of my pack, it can still feel the command in my tone and feel genuine fear. It does this from the way it begins shaking. The stupid thing remains silent, glaring daggers at me and most likely thinking of 50 different ways it wants to kill me. While it's doing that, I'm thinking of 1,000 different ways to destroy it. I win. Fine. You leave me no choice, I say in a tone insinuating that I've given up. However, I'm so far from doing that. Axel, your turn. You made me wait long enough, Axel grins, a sadistic smile that even sends shivers down my spine spreads on his face. Part of the reason Axel is my beta is because he is skilled in the art of war. He's a master torturer and enjoys causing pain to his enemies. He enjoys watching the life drain from them with his hands. He's usually the one to do the interrogating while I sit back and watch the shivering mess of each traitor and criminal scream in pain. A table is already set up in the corner of the room with all of Axel's torture devices already prepared. Someone's eager. The look of pure terror on the vamp's face is priceless. As I walk out of the cell, I scream. When I come back in an hour, you're going to tell me everything you know. Then, and only then, will I let you out of your misery and end your life. Have fun, you too. With the slam of the cell doors behind me, the beginning of cries for mercy begins. I can already tell that this vampire is weak. In an hour, I'll know exactly who ordered it to hurt my precious mate. Then I'll come after them next. After an hour of pacing outside the dungeon doors, I decide that the vampire must be ready for questioning. Knowing that Axel is giving the creature all that it deserves, I feel content knowing that it will be gone from this earth very soon, never to hurt, look, or touch Thana ever again. As I get closer and closer to the cell door belonging to the vampire, the screams grow louder until they suddenly stop. Did Axel kill it? He better not have, or I'll be furious with him for not doing as I ask. He wouldn't die, but it would hurt like hell. I speedwalk the rest of the way to the cell to see the vamp with more blood than skin showing. There are too many cuts and bruises to count, and over the wounds are third-degree burns already forming. It looks dead. I told you not to kill it, I thunder out, storming into the cell. Relax, Axel says calmly. The vamp just passed out. Again. The creature is so weak. It passed out 3 times, pissed itself twice, and begged me to kill it 6 times already. Kale, The pathetic sound came from the vampire, who seemed to have already woken up from the last batch of torture. What was that? Axel taunts. Kill. Me. Oh, the vamp was asking for mercy? Where was this mercy when Thana was crying out for it to stop? You want me to kill you? Axel asks. He releases a dark laugh. My apologies, Alpha. It has now asked me to kill it 7 times. Very good, I respond. In front of guards and prisoners, Axel is not allowed to refer to me by my first name. As a sign of respect for me, as well as to make me seem more untouchable, everyone must call me by my title, except Thana. Goddess, I miss her. Are you ready to tell me what you know? The creature nods its head vehemently, slightly cringing at the pain the action has on its body. Not so cocky now, are you? The vampire begins to speak, but immediately starts coughing, its lungs most likely as dry as sandpaper. It takes a full minute of coughing and groaning in pain before the vampire can speak. I don't know much, I swear. All I was told was to hurt the human girl. Why? I say calmly, although I am anything but calm. I figured that this idiotic vampire wasn't acting alone. What I don't know is who staged the attack and why. The person who hired me wanted to know if she was truly your mate. You coming to her rescue proved it. The vampire is now a stuttering mess who is not giving any new information, which makes me clench my jaw. Who hired you? I don't know, I swear. It then proceeds to beg for a mercy killing. I want this creature dead, so to speed up the process, I grab its neck and dig my claws deep into its already bloodied skin. Its screams do nothing but annoy me at this point. I will not ask again. Who? Hired. You. My eyes now resemble black holes as I bring my wolf side to the surface. I don't know. I release its neck quickly, retracting my claws as well. I peer down at my hand and find thick blood stuck underneath my nails. Damn it, I hate when that happens. It was an anonymous letter sent to my clan. My leader personally chose me. That's all I know. Please just kill me. I look at Axel and mind-link him. Do you think he's telling the truth? Axel responds immediately. Definitely, I made sure of it. With a quick swipe of my hand, I reach into the vampire's chest and retract its still heart. Its heart is blackened due to its vampiric state, and I cringe and throw it across the room for it to make an unpleasant sound as it hits the far wall and falls to the floor like a slab of meat. Useless. It had no new information, I growl, ready to go out hunting for any new leads. Whoever is after Thana is no closer to being caught. The vampire is only the hired help. Although it eases me to know it's dead, the mastermind is still at large. All I have to go on is a stupid letter that I don't have. Back to square one. I march out of the cells and easily shift into my wolf form. I run through the forest with so many emotions floating through my mind. My one job as Thana's mate is to protect and love her with every fiber of my being, and I can't even do that right. There's an unknown threat looming over her, all because of me. She's a target because of me. If the moon goddess had never made us soulmates, then other supernaturals would not even pay her a second glance. Now that she's made it to one of the most powerful alpha werewolves, it's common knowledge that to weaken me and my pack, someone has to hurt Thana instead. She's my weakness. I continue running through the forest at top speed, listening to the foliage as it crunches under my massive paws and weaving through boulders and large trees. Running usually calms me down, but not tonight. With Thana unsafe and afraid of me, I fear that she will never want to see me again. The threat may not have to hurt Thana at all. At this rate, I'll fall apart all on my own from the rejection. As I hear the steady sound of water trickling by a nearby stream, I take off in that direction. Once I jump in and clear the vampire's blood off of me, I continue running until I reach the pack house. I shift once again, not caring that I'm completely naked. It's a normal thing for werewolves to be comfortable with our nudity. Clothes don't last very long when you keep ripping them every time you shift. I climb the stairs quickly and put on the first pair of shorts I can find. I lay down in an attempt to fall asleep, but I just end up staring at the ceiling for what feels like hours, but is most likely only a few minutes. Maybe I should check on Thana. I haven't seen her in a few days, and although I'm getting constant reports on her whereabouts from my pack warriors, I still haven't seen her with my own two eyes. Maybe I'll just peek in her window and... No, I can't invade her privacy like that. And I don't want to disobey her wishes, which were for me to leave her alone. I just want to smell her again, hold her, kiss her. My thoughts are rudely interrupted by a firm knock at the door. After a moment, the knocks come again, but with a fury. Whoever is at the front door is persistent. It's most likely one of the young pups that stupidly locked themselves out again. They're the only people allowed on my territory anyway. After more knocks emerge, I hear chatter in the mind link from my packmates, all too lazy to get up and let the forgetful pup in. Since I'm already awake, I begrudgingly rise from my comfortable, still ripped, mattress and stomp down the stairs. Whoever this youngling is will definitely be getting an earful from me about respect for others and extra hours for training just for catching me in a bad mood. I swing the door open and am about to tear into the intruder when I stop myself. Standing before me is no pup, but my beautiful mate with tears streaking down her face. And now I'm ready to hurt someone again. Chapter 26, Thana's POV. After I had that awful nightmare about GREYSTON, I couldn't stop crying. The dream made me realize how important GREYSTON is to me and how devastated I would be if he died. As a split-second decision, I climb out of bed, still wearing pajamas, and grab my mom's car keys. She doesn't have work tomorrow anyway, and I need to go see GREYSTON. I don't even care that I have to go to the pack house to see him. I just have to see him. Now, before I die from this awful pain in my heart, I click on the address Carter sent me the other day, and it automatically plugs the information into the GPS. About 20 minutes later, I'm driving out of a canopy of trees and towards the mansion. I had been here once before, but I wasn't in my right mind then. Not like I'm in my right mind now. I turn off the ignition and begin running towards the front door. I don't know who will answer the door, especially at this time of night, but I'll sleep outside until someone wakes to let me in. I couldn't just sit in bed and do nothing, especially with the image of a dead GREYSTON replaying over and over in my mind. He was so bloody, and his beautiful gray eyes were lifeless as they stared at the ceiling. I need to see him to prove that it really was a dream. Hopefully, he doesn't think I'm creepy for driving to his house in the middle of the night. It also probably wasn't the safest thing to do, with me being unable to see clearly from my cloudy vision from the constant tears leaking from my eyes. Even now, the tears won't let up. I knock on the door and wait. After hearing no movement from inside, I knock once more. I wait, becoming more and more defeated by the second. Everyone must be asleep. Screw super hearing. In a last-ditch effort, I knock a final time. This time, I hear footsteps nearing the door. I hope the werewolf who answers will let me in and won't hurt me. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. The door opens abruptly to an angry GREYSTON. My grumpy GREYSTON. He looks as if he's going to scream at me, but once his eyes land on my shivering and sobbing form, his accusing eyes turn soft. His head turns to the side, a bit like how a puppy turns its head when confused. His actions brighten my mood a bit. Just seeing him alive and in front of me is enough. In the blink of an eye, I am in Greyston's arms, he hugging me close to him and lifting me so my feet aren't touching the ground anymore. His head instantly finds the crook of my neck, and he sniffs me, which I would normally find strange and think about the last time I showered, but now I'm only focused on hugging Greyston back. I sobbed into his chest, letting my tears of relief wet his chest. My breathing is fast and shallow as I try to gather the energy to speak. "I'm sorry," I whisper to him, pouring all of my emotions into my apology. I am truly sorry that I ignored and avoided him only because he is a werewolf. He can't help the way he was born, just like I can't. Shoo, Greyston coos, rubbing his hand over my hair in a soothing way. He closes and locks the front door with one hand, all while holding me. He hikes me up higher, his arm now holding me securely as my legs naturally wrap around his waist. He climbs the stairs with ease, never taking his hands off me. We finally reach what I assume is his room as he sits down in a comfortable-looking bed. The room is neat, with greens and browns decorating the space. It's not exactly what I pictured his room to look like, but I'm not judging. We just sit there holding each other for what feels like an eternity. The silence isn't awkward or uncomfortable. It feels like everything has fallen back into place. I feel complete again. My tears died down long ago, and after the silence lasts a bit longer, Greyston is the first to break it. "I'm sorry, Vanna." "He's sorry? Why is he sorry?" "You have nothing to apologize for, Greyston." "I'm the one who's sorry. I judged you too quickly, and I'll never be able to forgive myself for that." "I wouldn't forgive me if I were you." Greyston interrupts my self-pity. "There's nothing to forgive you for, baby. I'm the one who should be begging you for forgiveness. I should have told you sooner about all of this. You shouldn't have had to find out about me being a werewolf while you were in danger like that." "Yeah, there probably could have been better ways to tell me." I laugh, and he smiles that award-winning smile that gets me every single time. "I can't imagine how terrifying that must have been for you. And you were hurt, too. How are you feeling? Is your concussion gone? You had a nasty bump on your head that must still be uncomfortable." I kiss him on the cheek to get him to stop talking. It seems to work as he stares at me with adoration mixed with concern. "Stop worrying about me. I rested the entire weekend, and it doesn't even hurt that much anymore. I'm fine, Greyston." He looks at me like he wants to call me out for lying to him, but instead, he settles on pulling me in for another hug. I could never get enough of his hugs. It's late. Well, I guess it's technically early as it's after 3 in the morning. Greyston motions to the clock on the nightstand that indeed shows that it's 3:28 a.m. Let's go to bed, and we can talk more in the morning. My grip on his shoulders tightens immediately at his words. I'm still wide awake from the last nightmare, and I'm not too eager to relive another. I thought I had run out of tears, but I'm proved wrong as my eyes fill with more. They streak messily down my face, and my sniffling comes back with a vengeance. "Baby, what's wrong?" Greyston asks, obviously confused and concerned about my sudden outbreak into tears. He brushes the tears away with his thumbs, my skin tingling with every swipe of his fingers. "I just had an awful nightmare. That's why I came here so late. I couldn't go back to sleep, and I had to see you." My last word comes out as more of a whimper as I pathetically cling onto Greyston as if he were my lifeline. "I'm sorry, love." "What was the dream about?" "Maybe I can help," he asks like the wonderful man he is. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand, disgusting, I know, and I continue to tell him about the dream. "It was horrible. We were supposed to meet at the coffee shop, and when you showed up, someone stabbed you in the stomach with a silver knife, and you died. In my arms." I sob into my hands now, the memory still too fresh. I feel a slight shaking of my shoulders, and a few moments later, I register the feeling as Greyston shaking me. "Vanna? Listen to me, okay? I can't die that way. It would take a lot more than a stab to my stomach to kill me. You have nothing to fear." His hands rub up and down my arms soothingly, the tingling ever so present on my bare skin. The feeling of his skin touching mine calms me down more. I will never understand the mating bond. I blink my tears away, vowing not to cry anymore as it seems to upset Greyston way more than it should. But it was a silver knife. Doesn't silver kill werewolves? Greyston chuckles at my comment, apparently amused at my query. Silver burns us a little, but to a powerful alpha like me, you can compare the sensation to a sunburn. It would be like poking a beast with a flaming marshmallow. I laugh abruptly, not expecting that amusing metaphor to come out of Greyston's mouth. That's what I like to hear, he mumbles, and I blush under his stare. Only he can make my face shift to the darkest shade of pink with only a few words. His gaze lowers from my eyes to my nose, then to my lips. This is the look he used to give me when he wanted to kiss me. Oh my God, is he going to kiss me? My question is answered when he leans his head in slowly. His lips brush my own gently, and I kiss him back after I process that Greyston Dark, the alpha of a pack of werewolves, is kissing me, a mere human. Our lips separate only for him to tighten his grip on my hips and pull my body even closer to his, if that were possible. Without an inch of space between us, I can feel every dip in his body, and I can't tell where his body stops and mine starts. Our foreheads are joined together as we soak in this moment, both of us having missed the other immensely. You know, I thought you would never talk to me again, Greyston whispers as he lovingly rubs his nose against mine. I could never do that. I only lasted 3 days before I caved and came to see you. I don't think I could do that again. My words are valid, but I still don't understand how I can have such intense emotions for him in such a short period. It feels like we've known each other our whole lives, yet it has barely been more than a few weeks. Why do I feel like this with you? Greyston drops one of his hands from my waist to cup it around my cheek. When he looks me in the eyes, he is so close to me that I can see the blue-gray color swirling, almost like it's alive. It's the mate bond. We're connected, and our souls know it. We will forever be drawn to each other. Not like I have a problem with that, Greyston grins. I bite my lip and look up at him with wide eyes. So, since we're soulmates, does that mean that are you? I stumble through my words for a few more seconds, all the while Greyston is giving me that stupid grin where I know he's amused by my shyness. Just say what you're thinking. He smiles reassuringly, but I still don't know if I should ask my question. After all that I've learned about soulmates, werewolves, vampires, and mate bonds, my question may still seem stupid or unimportant right now and too human of a question for him. It's just that, well, you and I are soulmates. And now that I know that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're… oh my goddess. Just spit it out already, Dana. Greyston laughs as he lightly shakes me. Are you my boyfriend? My question comes flying out of my mouth, and as soon as it does, I hold my breath and analyze his reaction. He looks a bit surprised by my outburst, and when he doesn't say anything, I quickly add on more. It's just that. I've been asked before, and I don't want to assume anything. I told them no because we hadn't talked about it, but a low growl sounds through the room, the source being Greyston. His grip on my hips increases immensely to the point that it's almost painful. I gasp at the discomfort as I look him in his eyes, which are now extremely dilated. I've never been close enough to him to see his eyes when they change, and staring at them now, I can't help but be a little afraid. Just because I've accepted him and the knowledge that he's an alpha werewolf, it doesn't mean that I'm not a little worried about his increased strength and speed. When I release another whimper from the pain in my sides, Greyston's eyes immediately return to their normal state. His eyes widen when he looks down to see the tight grip on my waist, and he immediately removes his hands from me. In a flash, I'm sitting on his bed, and Greyston is on the other side of the room. He paces back and forth as his hands are continuously pulling at his hair. Fuck, he growls, and then he proceeds to punch a hole in the wall in anger. I backed up until I hit the headboard, staring at him with wary eyes. He turns to me and approaches me slowly. I don't move from my position. I'm so sorry, Vanna. When I get angry, my more animalistic tendencies come out. You're so damn fragile. I'm so sorry I hurt you. Greyston apologizes as he wipes his uninjured hand down his face. It's okay, I say slowly, watching Greyston's actions intently. I understand that he's a lot stronger than I and will need to be more careful with his strength. Of course, I know he didn't mean to hurt me. Did the boyfriend's question really make him that mad? I'm sorry I angered you. I won't bring up the boyfriend thing again. I promise. No, he grumbles, the power of his voice even affecting me. He stalks towards me and grabs my waist once more, infinitely softer this time. He positions us so that we're both lying on the bed now, with my body leaning on his a bit. He hugs me close to him as he once again sniffs me. I try not to be amused by how easily he lifts and drags my body to where he wants me positioned. His strength is amusing and really hot. Listen to me very carefully, Dana. If anyone asks you that again, tell them that I'm your boyfriend. Okay. I did not expect those words to come out of GREYSTON, but I'm happy they did. The smile spreading on my face cannot be concealed. GREYSTON is my boyfriend. My stomach grows all sorts of butterflies at the thought of the two of us as a couple. I know that we're technically soulmates, but having this label still makes me too happy to describe. It probably shouldn't matter, but it does. I hate that word. Boyfriend. He spits the word out as if it's poison on his tongue. I look up at him, my eyebrows scrunching up at his distaste. What's wrong with that word? I ask innocently, but his response is anything but. One minute we're lying together peacefully, and the next minute GREYSTON is hovering over my body with my hands pinned above my head. He doesn't allow any of his weight to rest on me, but his proximity makes my skin itch for his skin to rest against mine. With no shirt on, I can analyze his chest and abs more clearly, and oh my God, I never want to look away. All sorts of crazy thoughts are stirring in my head, half of which I've never thought before in my life, and all of them are inappropriate. Well, the problem is GREYSTON starts, then he presses light kisses up my collarbone and towards my neck. That word doesn't even begin to describe what we are. He continues pressing featherlight kisses up my neck, and I have to bite my bottom lip hard to repress the sounds that want to escape. My attempt fails when he nips at my neck, licking over the small bite mark he leaves. His chuckle only adds to my flustered state. More kisses are placed up my neck, my jaw, until he reaches my ear. He whispers softly in my ear, "You're my mate, so remember that I'm way more than your boyfriend. I'm your forever." He lightly bites at my earlobe, and a very unflattering gasp comes out of me. Since my hands are currently being restrained by GREYSTON, all I can do is squirm in place and try not to combust from all the heat traveling through my body. He smirks at me before leaning in close to me. His lips are centimeters away from mine, yet he refuses to complete the space. Understand? He teases. All I can manage to do in my flustered state is breathlessly nod in agreement. However, that response isn't good enough for him. Use your words, baby. Yes, GREYSTON. I understand. The words come out as more of a desperate whine, but they seem to satisfy him as he smiles into the kiss. I'm sure he's all kinds of amused by how I'm like putty in his hands. He could probably ask me to jump off a cliff right now, and I'd do it. I hope he doesn't ask me to jump off a cliff. We continue to kiss for a while longer, our lips reacquainting themselves after a long time apart. Okay, it wasn't really that long, but it felt long. And he's my boyfriend, so I can kiss him if I want to. In that time, I discovered that I need to take many breaks to breathe, which is very embarrassing. GREYSTON doesn't seem to mind because as I'm catching my breath, he is kissing me elsewhere, my neck, my jaw, my cheeks. He can't seem to keep his lips off of me, which I don't mind in the slightest. Eventually, he can see that I'm becoming tired, so he turns off the light and has us get under the covers. By the time I'm drifting off into dreamland, it is 4:45 a.m., where more nightmares wait to haunt me. Chapter 27, Stop It. GREYSTON, stop. I squeal at the top of my lungs as GREYSTON refuses to stop tickling my sides. He just recently found out about a very ticklish spot right below my ribs, and for the past few minutes, he has been harassing me nonstop. I swear, once I find one weakness in this perfect man, I will exploit it every chance I get. He's too perfect. Make me, he teases as he continues to mercilessly attack my sides as I uncontrollably laugh. I most likely sound like an insane person with my full-blown cackling, but it's his fault for tickling me. I kick out at him, trying to get him off me. He stops when he senses that I need to breathe, opting to rub my sides instead. My eyes are now watering from the nonstop laughing, and I wipe away the tears from the outer corners of my eyes. "You're pure evil," I mumble, giving him an evil glare as I recover. He only grins at me and hugs me closer to him. "You haven't seen evil yet. Wait until you see me wolf out," he jokes. I remind him that I've already seen it, and now that I'm prepared for it, I think I'll be able to handle it. We debate him showing me his wolf side for a few minutes until there's a firm knock on his bedroom door. "Who's that?" I ask, wondering who in the pack house would want to speak to him this early in the morning. "I don't know." One sec, he groans as he lifts himself up from his lying down position and walks over to the door. I watch his back muscles move against his tight black shirt as he moves to open the door. I'll never get tired of admiring my mate. He opens the door, and I can't see who's on the other side because GREYSTON is blocking my view. When I hear a massive growl, I jerk my head up, and fear instantly creeps into me when I see what is happening. A large gray wolf is snarling at us, the wolf's teeth sharp like a knife. Saliva is dripping from its mouth as its lip is peeled back to reveal more vicious teeth. Instead of fighting like I thought GREYSTON would do, he just stands there. He doesn't move at all, and I'm questioning why he's doing nothing when it clearly isn't a friendly wolf approaching us. At that moment, the wolf lunges at GREYSTON, easily digging its claws into his chest and knocking him down as if he were a bowling pin. "GREYSTON!" I scream out in fear, hoping that he'll get up and shift into his wolf. Just looking at the gray wolf, I know GREYSTON is bigger and could take it. GREYSTON is just lying on the floor, frozen, as the wolf claws and bites at him. All the while, I'm screaming and crying as I can't even see his body with the wolf covering him and the blue fog rolling in from the doorway. I look around for a weapon to fight the werewolf with, and by the time I find a pocket knife in one of his dresser drawers, the wolf isn't there. It's gone. I rush to GREYSTON's side to find endless claw and bite marks on him, the most notable bite mark being right on the side of his neck. An entire chunk of his skin is ripped out, and his lifeless blue eyes stare at the ceiling. All I can do is scream at the heavens for taking him away from me prematurely. I wake up gasping for air. I look to my right and see the sheets from that side of the bed are rumpled and cold. Then I realize that this isn't my bed. Memories of last night flood through my brain, but I can't smile. Not right now. My heart is racing, and tears are still streaming down my face at the horrible nightmare. It was a nightmare, right? The dream happened in this room. I throw the sheets off of me and jump off the bed, not even caring about how cold my feet feel after touching the tile floor. My eyes search the place on the floor where I last saw GREYSTON's body, and I let out a sigh of relief when I see the spot is empty. It was just a dream. A horrible, scary, vivid dream. I look at the clock next to the bed and see that it's 7 in the morning. That means that I only slept for a little over 2 hours while GREYSTON slept for even less. Normally, I would find myself going back to sleep, but right now I need to go in search of GREYSTON and coffee. There's no chance I'm going to sleep after that nightmare. I walk down the stairs and find myself at the front door. Now, where would GREYSTON be? I go in search of the kitchen, and after a few minutes of wandering, I finally find it. It's an empty kitchen, which makes me a little anxious as to where else he would be this early, but I decide that he won't mind if I use his coffee maker. He should know about my coffee addiction at this point, so he shouldn't be surprised. He has a fancy machine, which I, of course, know how to use, and I make sure to make the coffee extra strong so that I can wake up faster. My hands are still shaking from fear, but at least I stopped crying. Progress. After the coffee is done brewing, I find some cream and sugar and stir them in. I decide to sit at the enormous kitchen table that looks as if it can seat an entire army. I chose a seat towards the end. I only get a few sips in before I hear footsteps. More than one pair of footsteps. My heart races and my hands begin to sweat as it dawns on me. This is the pack house. My stupid self was too tired this morning to think about how other people live here, other werewolves live here. What are they going to say when they see a random human girl sipping coffee at their table? Did GREYSTON tell them about me? Their chattering gets louder as they head in my direction. I know that I don't have enough time to run away to another part of the house. I'd probably get lost anyway. So I sit and shake in my seat as I finally start seeing people walk into the kitchen area. I see them before they see me, and they all seem too caught up with talking to each other to notice me. Another thing I should mention, they're all ripped. I count 7 men and 4 girls, and all of them have muscles upon muscles just like GREYSTON. They all seem to have just been working out because their skin glistens from the bright lights in the room. All the guys are shirtless, and the girls are all wearing sports bras and shorts. The man walking in front stops when he sees me, causing the 2 people behind him to ram right into his back. They look like they're about to complain when they look up and see me, and the same curious looks arise on their faces. At this point, everyone has stopped talking and is wondering what to do. I don't know if they think I'm an intruder or if they don't know what to do with me. I continue to stare back at them, unsure of what to do or say. I don't make any sudden moves, hoping they aren't going to hurt me or do anything out of confusion or fear. Hey guys, why isn't anyone starting the waffles? I'm starving, a familiar voice screams from the hallway, and I physically relax. Cole? What's going on? When Carter's head peeks out from the mass of people crowding in the kitchen, a huge smile spreads across his face. Just like the others, he is shirtless and sweaty. If it weren't for the sweat, I would give him a huge hug right now. Dana? What the hell are you doing here? He excitedly screams as he runs over to me and wraps me up in a bear hug, or wolf hug, I should say. The moment my nostrils take in his nasty smell, I push him away from me. Thankfully, he lets me go without a struggle. You smell. I scrunch my nose up in disgust as I try to collect normal air to breathe. No, you smell, he whines at me. That is the most pathetic response he could have given me, yet it makes me grin anyway. Carter being here makes my anxiety lessen so much. Who is this? Your girlfriend? A dark-skinned guy asks jokingly. He was the man leading the group into the kitchen, and he looked to Carter for an explanation. He seems lighthearted, yet there's still a dangerous edge to him that makes me slightly nervous. His deep brown eyes look over my petite figure, not in a creepy way, but almost as if he were analyzing me and looking for any possibilities of me being a threat, like I could ever be considered one. He seems to be in his 20s, but I'm not sure exactly how old he is. This is my best friend, Thana. And before you ask, yes, she knows we're werewolves, Carter adds, adding a reassuring pat to my shoulder for effect. Ooh, coffee. Carter yells as he leaps for the pot and pours himself some. He adds some cream and sugar, all while the other men and women slowly start to talk once more and gather ingredients for breakfast. Some are nice enough to wave at me or give me a small smile, which makes me feel more comfortable. I still don't know where GREYSTON is though. Wow, this shit is strong, Carter exclaims as he takes a seat beside me. I try to ignore his stench and focus on how happy I am to see him. Sorry. I didn't sleep well last night, I mumble as I take a sip of my coffee. I sigh as the drink coats my tongue with its sweet taste. I added a lot of sugar. I bet. Carter waggles his eyebrows at me suggestively. I knew you two would make up soon. It was only a matter of time before one of you broke. Oh my god. No, we didn't. I look around to see if anyone is paying attention to our conversation. When I'm sure that no one is paying any attention to us, I lean in and whisper, have sex. I backed up and finished the rest of the story of how I got here in a normal voice. A few others join the table as I'm finishing the story, and by the time I'm done telling it, breakfast is ready and being served. Carter makes sure I get a big helping, and even though I insist that there's no way I can finish all the food he gives me, he doesn't listen. He even adds more food on top. I'm glad you two worked it out, he says. He then proceeds to stuff his face with a quarter of a Belgian waffle. I don't even know how he fit it all in his mouth to begin with, but I'm seeing it with my own 2 eyes. Choosing to ignore Carter's considerable feat, I ask him the question that has been plaguing my mind for the past 20 minutes. Where's GREYSTON? I ask, and at my question, the entire table seems to stop talking and look at me. I feel as if I'm under a microscope at this point. Why is everyone staring at me? Carter finishes swallowing, apparently oblivious to others staring. He's finishing up training some other wolves. He wanted to give them a little extra training. He should be here soon, I nod my head and continue to eat my food. In fear of making a mess like I usually do when I eat, I make sure to take small bites of the food and eat slowly instead of scarfing it down as I'd like to. Do you guys all live here? I direct the question at Carter, but another guy with shoulder-length blonde hair answers me instead. Yeah, we do. Makes it easier to follow Alpha Greyston's orders immediately when we're all already here. I nod shyly at him, hoping that he'll go back to eating his breakfast instead of talking to me. However, I'm not so lucky. What's your name, little human? The guy asks. The grin on his face, along with the tone of his voice, clues me into the fact that he's flirting with me. I don't like the way he's speaking to me, but I go to answer his question anyway. He's looking right at me, so it's not like I can avoid his question. I told you her name was Thanna. And I wouldn't do that if I were you, Clay. Carter jumps in to rescue me, yet again, from unwanted attention, and I couldn't be more grateful. Clay only smirks at Carter and continues talking about me. Why not? She's so little and cute. I bet she would feel so good around my dash. Clay doesn't get the privilege to finish his sentence before he's lifted from his seat by his throat. I only see a blur of flesh until I hear a growl. My eyes widen with the realization that the growl is coming from Greyston as he pummels Clay. I stand up from my seat and run over to Greyston's side. I make sure to stay far away from him so as not to get accidentally punched by an angry alpha. I'm pretty sure that werewolves are calmed by their mates, so I just need to figure out a way to calm him down enough so that he doesn't kill this Clay person. Although I dislike how he was speaking to me, he still doesn't deserve to die. Don't you dare fucking talk like that about my mate. You're Luna. Greyston roars at Clay, only stopping his attack to speak. Nobody makes a move to help Clay, and as if in a movie, their eyes all widen at the same time when Greyston reveals that I'm his mate. I guess he hasn't told anyone yet. Greyston, please stop. You're gonna kill him, I say calmly. At least, I try to say it calmly, but how can I stay calm when Greyston won't stop hitting an already bleeding and passed out guy? Greyston, I whisper. He abruptly stops punching Clay as he clenches his jaw tightly. He growls, standing to his full height. He turns around and heads right towards me. If this were any other male walking towards me like this, I would be running for the hills. Since it's Greyston, I trust that he won't hurt me. When he reaches me, his hands instantly find their place on my waist as he pulls me in for a hug. His face instantly finds its way to my neck as he sniffs me, possibly collecting my scent to calm him down. I think that's what Carter told me once. I ignore the fact that he's sweaty as I hug him back, knowing that he needs the comfort right now. He's still breathing heavily, but at least he's not beating Clay to death. When he calms down enough, he picks me up and sits down in the seat I was in previously. I'm placed on his lap as he rests his chin on the top of my head. I'm gonna rip his tongue out for what he said to you, Greyston growls. He's doing a lot of growling today, and it's not even 8 o'clock. Nobody moves a muscle at the table. All are afraid of their alpha, who just freaked out and attacked someone for saying something offensive about me. To make everyone less nervous, I decided to speak. He's just kidding, I laugh, making a few others at the table hesitantly laugh along with me. I turn my head to look at Greyston, his eye color shifting back to blue now. Right? I whisper, however, everyone at the table apparently heard me as they all begin laughing at my question. Stupid super hearing. One look at Greyston's face tells me that he wasn't kidding. Chapter 28. The rest of breakfast is spent by the various pack members asking me questions about my life. Some questions were innocent in nature, asking about my family, what I like to do, and my favorite food. When the questions arose about my relationship with Greyston, he began to growl at them until they left me alone. It was kind of cute to see him acting all grumpy when people asked about our relationship. Others may view it as him being easily irritable, but I see it for what it really is. He wants to keep our relationship between us. How can I complain about that? He eventually calmed down from the whole punching Clay until he's almost dead thing. Having me sit in his lap seemed to help him. I'm definitely not okay with all that violence, and we will be having a talk about his lack of control over his anger, but for now, I just let him hug me. Throughout the meal, I could feel his tense body slowly relax against mine. While the other members were interrogating me, which felt like it, Axel joined the table and sat down next to Carter. Axel wanted Carter to sit on his lap, but Carter kept complaining while saying that they both couldn't eat at the same time, and he wouldn't stop eating to sit on him. Axel mentioned that he would pay for that later, but I don't know what he was referring to. It turns out that Cole is actually the gamma of the pack. That's the werewolf term for third in command, and he is in charge of training the warriors so they're combat ready. I have no idea what combat they need to prepare for, but I guess that's not my concern. Cole was very friendly, and he kept going on and on about how I need to meet his mate, who is away for the weekend. I think I learned more about her than about him, and she wasn't even there. After thanking everyone for the meal, GREYSTON leads us back up to his room so he can shower. He shuts the door behind him and walks towards me until my back is plastered to the door. He seems to like pinning me to different surfaces. With both hands placed on the door, he cages me between his arms and looks down at me with a soft smile. So he begins, drawing the word out as he raises an eyebrow. How do you feel? When I don't answer him, he changes his question. I think he can tell that I'm confused by his question. How do you feel about the pack? Was it too overwhelming? If I had known you would have been down there, I would have come straight away. He seems worried about how I'll react. I guess it makes sense to be cautious, because the last time he surprised me, I didn't speak to him for 3 days. Granted, he revealed his supernatural status, but it still makes sense for him to be worried about my reaction. I give him a shy smile. I like them, Grey. He gives me a short kiss on the lips after I use the nickname. It just came so naturally to me, and it's very fitting. They're a bit eccentric, but they were being really nice to me. The only person who wasn't was Clay, as if on command. GREYSTON's jaw clenches at the mention of Clay. Those two must have had some history because I find it hard to believe that GREYSTON would get that mad at another pack member for only saying something inappropriate about me. Clay didn't even get near me. He won't ever talk to you again. If he does, you come and get me immediately. His voice is firm and leaves no room for argument. Yet, I still argue with him anyway. Why? So you can hurt him? Yes, GREYSTON answers with no hesitancy. He doesn't even try to hide the fact that Clay would be in big trouble if he even looks at me funny. You will do no such thing. I scream at him, pushing his chest away from me. GREYSTON only moves an inch, and I most likely only pushed him that far because I surprised him. Based on the look on his face, he obviously didn't expect me to react that way. How does he think I was going to respond to him proposing such violence? He starts to defend himself, but I don't let him say much. You will not hurt anybody for just talking to me. That's ridiculous. Actually, don't hurt anyone. And no more physical punishment either. What you did to Clay was so horrible to watch. Please, please promise me that you won't do that anymore. I look up at GREYSTON with watery eyes. My mini rant got me very worked up, and now my emotions are coming out. I'm glad that I'm speaking my mind, even though I'm nervous about how he'll react. GREYSTON looks conflicted, but when his eyes follow the trail of the one lone tear falling down my cheek, he seems to have his mind made up. He closes the space between us as he wraps his arms around me in a gentle and comforting hug. I promise that I'll try to control my anger around you. I can't promise that I won't physically put someone in their place regarding you. I won't lie to you. However, I will do it less and control it more. For you. I smile into his chest, giving him a tight squeeze. I know that he's going to work on it because he cares about my opinions. I can only guess how complex my request must be for him, and I really appreciate it. To show my appreciation, I stand up on my tiptoes and place my hands on his cheeks. I lightly pull down, and GREYSTON bends down to erase the distance between our lips. We kiss slowly this time, simply enjoying the taste of each other. GREYSTON's hands rest on my waist as he kisses me with adoration and love. Oh my gosh. Do I love him? Does he love me? I need to stop thinking about these questions because it is way too soon to be thinking about them. Okay, telling myself not to think about something only makes me think about it more. I've never been in a relationship before, let alone one of this magnitude. Is it unnatural to be this dependent on another person? GREYSTON breaks the kiss abruptly. What's wrong? He asks immediately. Nothing. I'm fine. I attempt to give him a reassuring smile, but that only seems to make him frown more. Dana, I know something's on your mind because you tensed up. What's wrong? Damn him and his impeccable abilities of perception. Since there is no way that I'm even considering uttering the L word, I blurt out the first excuse I can come up with that may be believable to him. You smell. As soon as I say it, I regret it. Although it's true, and he does smell like sweat and the outdoors, I do wish I had alerted him to his stench more politely. My hands fly to my mouth to cover it, almost afraid that I would say more stupid and offensive things. Instead of receiving a hurt or annoyed expression at my curtness, GREYSTON chuckles and backs away with his hands up. All right, I'll go shower. I can get you a change of clothes if you want to shower after me. Or with me. His mischievous smirk grows as my cheeks burn a darker shade of pink. I'm speechless after the mention of seeing him naked. He'd be perfect, I'm sure. Me? Definitely not. I'm kidding, baby. We'll wait until you're ready. I wish that I were ready to be more intimate with him, but I need to move slowly. The fact that he knows that and is okay with it warms my heart. After confirming that I'll shower after him, he gathers some of his smallest clothes for me to borrow. They'll still hang off of me, but at least they're clean. He offers to let me shower first, but I convince him that since he's still sweaty from training and it's his shower, he should get to use it first. I also use his phone to call my mom to let her know where I am. She was surprised to hear that I wasn't in class and had decided to skip today and asked me to keep her updated. She's still at home with Evina, and thankfully, she said that she doesn't need the car today. When she asked me where I was, I didn't lie to her. I said I'm at Carter's house, which is technically accurate. It just also happens to be GREYSTON's house as well. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Also, I'm an adult and can do as I please. If I want to sleep at my boyfriend's house, I can do that. I don't want to explain what we were doing last night because she'll get overly excited and jump to the wrong conclusions. That would be a nightmare and a half. After I finished the call with my mom, GREYSTON's phone lay open on the bed. I can still hear the shower running, so I decide that it's probably okay if I make one more phone call. After reconciling with GREYSTON, I can't help but think about the other relationships in my life that need mending. I can't erase Eli's teary-eyed look from my mind. He stood in front of me, begging me to forgive him, and I refused to accept his apology. He went about it in the wrong way, but even GREYSTON can be a bit aggressive at times when he's angry. Shouldn't Eli deserve the benefit of the doubt as well? On impulse, I pick up the phone and dial Eli's number. The only reason I have it memorized is because after the area code, his number has a 666. I was thoroughly amused by the fact that he had the devil's number as his phone number, and my great memory allowed it to stick. I dialed the number and quickly called him, hoping that he would answer. Many rings later, the ringing ceased and the message telling me to leave a voicemail appeared. Too shy to leave a message for him on GREYSTON's phone, I immediately hung up. I'll call Eli and hear from him when I get home. I deserve an explanation for why he was acting so weirdly. Now that I know he isn't human, his actions could be warranted entirely. Moments later, GREYSTON walks out with only a pair of sweatpants on, his dark hair an even darker shade now that it's still damp from the shower. Steam comes pouring out of the bathroom, GREYSTON's amazing smell from the soaps clinging to the air. I breathe in the smell greedily, never having smelled a scent as amazing as his before. Looking at GREYSTON, specifically him without a shirt, reminds me how lucky I am to be his mate. Drops of water trickle down his washboard abs. I follow them down his body until they reach the hem of his pants. I quickly look the other way when I realize where my eyes were landing. I redirect my eyes to GREYSTON's face, a more appropriate place to look, and he only has a smirk on his face. He definitely saw me looking at him. He walks over to me slowly, like a predator tracking his prey, and I refuse to move a muscle. He places his warm hands over my cheeks and kisses me. All too quickly, he releases me, and I make a pouty face at how short our kiss was. In a husky voice I've only heard a few times, GREYSTON says, "Go take a shower before I get too distracted. You're too damn alluring. You don't even realize what you do to me." With wide eyes, I step away from him and enter the bathroom. With a soft click, the door is closed and I'm alone. I think about locking the door, but if GREYSTON really wanted to get in, a locked door wouldn't keep him out. I take the fastest shower of my life, eager to see him again and find out what our plans are. We're going to spend the day being lazy and watching TV. I have an entire list of things he needs to watch with me. Vampire Diaries, Supernatural, and Teen Wolf being a few of them. I also chose those so I can ask him questions about what's real and what's not. There's a lot of conflicting information about the paranormal, so my very own fact checker would be amazingly helpful. After I get out of the shower, I quickly dress. I search through his drawers until I find a hairbrush and begin detangling the knotted mess on my head. I almost dropped the brush when I saw my reflection. I stepped closer to the mirror to get a closer look, and sure enough, I was right the first time I saw my reflection. Huge, dark purple circles remain under my eyes. I've never seen myself looking this tired before. I do feel extremely exhausted, but I've never looked like this before. I guess that's what happens when I barely sleep, and the sleep I do get is plagued by nightmares. Maybe I'll take a nap later. Chapter 29. A few days have passed since I made up with GREYSTON. Each day, I texted and called Eli, and each day, I received no response. I have class with him today, so hopefully we can discuss this in class to work through this conflict. Each night was a sleepless one filled with the same nightmares. In every single scenario, no matter where I was or what I did in my dream, it always ended with GREYSTON dying. Whether his head was chopped off, a stake was stabbed through his heart, or he was pushed off a building, he always ended up dead. I also always ended up waking in tears. Once I was awake, I became aware that the dreams weren't real, regardless of how real they felt to me. It didn't make things any easier. GREYSTON is starting to get suspicious. Even Carter has said something about me looking worse than the undead. I try to brush off my lack of sleep and avoid the situation entirely. I continue drinking copious amounts of coffee, even more than usual. I've become a jittery mess, and I constantly drift in and out of lectures. I hope these stupid nightmares go away before our first exam. I can barely function as it is. I finally made it to my ethics class, only to find Eli absent from his usual seat. The lecture goes on without him, but I find myself missing his eye-rolling and ethical debates. We always found ourselves disagreeing with each other on moral philosophies. It always entertained me when he would get so baffled by my honesty and ethical decision-making in class assignments. He could never understand how I could sacrifice my own well-being for a stranger's, solely because it was the right thing to do. Class went by slowly without him. Luckily, the teacher decided to let us out early today, and I couldn't be more ecstatic. I also managed to close my eyes only twice during the lecture, and that was only during the videos the professor played for us. I close my eyes and shield them with my hand from the bright sun that seems to be mocking my lack of sleep. I trip on my own feet 3 times just walking out of the lecture hall. When I hear my name being called, I actually trip and fall down hard. My hands scrape against the rough pavement as I land on my hands and knees. Although I'm wearing jeans, I'm pretty sure my knees are scraped up. Ow, I whine as I slowly rise to my feet. I look forward to seeing a wide-eyed Carter staring at me with a face full of guilt. I didn't think calling your name would make you fall. Sorry, he apologizes profusely, dragging me to the side of the psychology building to get away from the few people staring at me. I'm honestly too exhausted to get too worked up about the attention. Dang it. You humans and your fragile human skin. He frowns as he inspects my hands that are now bleeding from the scrapes on my palms. I quickly retract my hands from his grasp and wipe them on my jeans. They still sting a little bit, but I don't want Carter worrying about me unnecessarily. I try to convince him that I'm perfectly fine, but instead of words coming out, the largest yawn falls from my lips. My eyes are already starting to close on their own when Carter lightly shakes me awake. What the hell is wrong with you? You've been a zombie all week long. Are you sick or something? Wolves don't get colds, but I can find out the right meds to get you. He wraps an arm around me, and I gratefully lean some of my weight on him. He walks in the direction of Java, which I'm grateful for. I need coffee if I'm going to get through the rest of the day. I haven't been sleeping well, I mumble, hoping not to have to get into the details of my nightmares and what they're about. I have a theory on why that could be. The anticipation builds inside me as hope blossoms. Maybe there's a wolf reason why I'm having these dreams and am unable to sleep. Stupid me didn't even think about that possibility. I only thought about me getting back together with GREYSTON and being scared of him dying, but maybe it's the mate bond or some other magic that I don't understand. I think it has to do with the mate bond, Carter adds. I stop walking and look at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but you're a human and the mate bond works differently for every single person. I think because you haven't been seeing him as often, the bond is plaguing you in your sleep, not allowing you to relax fully. But I've seen GREYSTON every day this week. You haven't slept with him, though. My jaw drops and my cheeks brighten from the mention of sleeping with GREYSTON. Is he saying that I need to have sex for these dreams to stop? Carter begins laughing hysterically at the look on my face, which is probably horrified and embarrassed. I love you, Thee. He covers his mouth with his palm in an attempt to stop laughing at me. I didn't mean sex. I meant you physically haven't been sleeping in the same bed as him, which could cause some unrest for you. Maybe that's why you can't sleep. It's an interesting theory, but I'm not sure if that's why I'm having these nightmares. When I slept over at GREYSTON's house last week, I still woke up with a horrible nightmare. He was with me the entire night. I want to tell Carter my suspicions, but my phone rings before I can. I grumble out some choice words as I dig through my backpack until I find my phone. I'm currently getting a call from Callista. Oh crap. I forgot that I'm supposed to go shopping with her today. I promised her a shopping day for helping me avoid Eli, and I still haven't fulfilled that promise. I slowly slide my finger across the screen and bring the phone up to my ear. Hello. Guess what day it is? Callista's loud squeal sounds through my phone, and my head backs up instinctively from the sheer volume of her voice. I know, I remember. I pout, and thankfully, she can't see how disinterested I am in this outing we have planned. Don't be sad. We're gonna get you some really cute outfits for that mystery guy. He's gonna be obsessed with how you look after I'm done with you. We'll go to Forever 21, then maybe H_and ooh. And of course Victoria's Secret for some nope. Not going in there. I need to stop her train of thought before her imagination takes her too far. We'll see about that, she says smugly, and I know she's grinning at me through the phone. She gets in these boy-crazy moods, and I never know how to calm her down. It's an obsession with her, and now that she knows I have an interest in someone, she'll talk nonstop about it. From the 2 shifts I've worked with her this week, I know for a fact that she won't let me get away without telling her the details of every time we hang out. Most of the time, it's actually really nice to talk to her about GREYSTON, but I don't want to talk about buying bras and lingerie for him. We haven't even done anything to suggest we are close to that stage of our relationship. Whatever, I grumble. I'll meet you at the mall at 3. Okay, see you soon. I hang up and stuff my phone in the back pocket of my jeans. I am so not in the mood to fish my phone out of my backpack again. So we're going to the mall? Carter asks, his eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas. Because I've been wanting to take you ever since we met. Oh no. No. I'm going with Callie. You can't come. I can barely deal with 1 fashion critic, but 2? No way, I'm sorry. Carter smirks at me as he puts an arm around my shoulder and walks us into Java. We're absolutely going shopping. As much as I love hanging out with you, right now I'm acting as your supernatural bodyguard. Alpha's orders. I jerk away from Carter, causing his arm to fall rapidly to his side. My jaw drops in shock. Bodyguard? What? Why on earth would GREYSTON ask you to babysit me? I'm actually a little annoyed that I wasn't informed of this earlier. Why do I need someone watching me if I'm just going to the mall? Because he drawls. You're an alpha's mate. You're human. You're physically weak and can't go without protection. There's always at least 2 wolves guarding you wherever you go, but GREYSTON wants close protection now since. I wait for Carter to finish his sentence, but he begins ordering us coffees instead. I wait until we receive our coffees. Mine is an extra-large cup before I drag Carter out of Java so I can scream at him. What the heck do you mean I always have wolves guarding me? I've literally never seen one around me. And why do I need close protection? What happened? Oh my gosh, am I in danger? I want to go on and on, but Carter places a calming hand on my arm. Relax, Thana. Nobody's gonna touch you, okay? And if you saw the guards, they wouldn't be doing their job well enough. I'm just here because GREYSTON's paranoid when it comes to you, obviously. I nod my head slowly, then decide to chug on my coffee. I'm gonna need the energy if I have to keep up with Callie and Carter while shopping. This is going to be a disaster. Just like I imagined, the shopping trip is a disaster. Callie and Carter ended up getting along really well, which would generally make me happy, but they decided it's a great idea to team up on me. We've only been at the mall for 20 minutes, and I've already tried on 10 sundresses, 7 tops, 4 skirts, and a romper. Now, they're sending me back into the dressing room with more clothing. This is pure torture. With every outfit I try on, the two of them decide to give their 2 cents about it. I do really like the clothes they pick out, but I just hate having to try them all on. It takes the fun out of clothes when I have to keep taking things on and off and trying that shirt with this skirt and those shoes with that dress. I was exhausted before I got here, but now I know I'm gonna crash as soon as I get home. The entire time I'm trying on clothes, I'm secretly adding up the cost in my head. The expense is rising and rising, and I worry how I'm supposed to pay for all these clothes that they keep picking out for me. Callie's dad is a lawyer, so she's well off. Carter is a part of the pack, which is loaded, so he doesn't have to worry about money. Maybe I'll charge it to my account and come back this weekend to return it all. I hesitantly walk over to the counter and watch in horror as the price continues to rise. $243.19 for clothes. I don't have that much money in my account. I bite my lip as I work to figure out the best way to put back 2/3 of the clothes without making a fool out of myself, but I stop as I see Carter hand the cashier a black credit card without even blinking. What are you doing? I say the words falling out of my mouth. I stand there, shocked as he pays for my clothes. All of them. Carter, you can't dash, hush. He rolls his eyes playfully as he accepts his card back and places it back in his wallet. You think I would let you pay for all of this? You think GREYSTON would let you pay for it? I stand there like a fish out of water as I try to find the words to tell him how unnecessary this all is. He doesn't have to pay for my clothes. That's a lot of money. I have a job for this exact reason. I'm fully capable of purchasing my own clothes, and I don't want Carter to think I'm taking advantage of their kindness. Based on the serious look on Carter's face, I can tell that arguing with him will not help the situation. He's made up his mind. It will take me a little while to pay him back, but I vowed to myself that I will. Thanks, but you really shouldn't have. Carter only gives me a side hug and drags me to the front of the store as we wait for Callista to finish paying. She ended up buying 2 tank tops and a pair of cute purple shorts resembling the color of the bags under my eyes. The color is not so pretty on me. Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the one store that I desperately wanted to avoid. No, I don't want to go in there. I stare at the pictures of the models who are posing provocatively in front of the store. I know I'll never look like that. I'm not ashamed of the way I look, but I definitely have some extra weight in my stomach and thighs that the models don't. Ever since I went to the pack house and noticed that all werewolves happen to look like fitness instructors, I've been very self-conscious of my body. GREYSTON is absolutely amazing and never forgets to tell me how beautiful I am, but I still have insecurities about how I look compared to those he usually spends time with. Oh, we're deaf going in there, Callie says as she links her arm with mine. Based on everything that you and Carter have told me about GREYSTON and how obsessed he is with you, he's not obsessed with me, I interrupt. He's definitely obsessed with her, Carter adds in, and I give him an evil glare for disagreeing with me. I know he'll appreciate what you buy here. Don't think about it, just buy something cute. You don't have to show him what you buy until you're ready. Callie gives me a reassuring smile and attempts to walk forward, but my feet remain planted on the floor in front of Victoria's Secret. Can I really buy fancy bras and underwear just to wear them for GREYSTON? And you need more clothes anyway. They have cute nightgowns, and who can't benefit from more underwear? Carter says matter-of-factly. How would he even know what's in this store? He's gay. He shouldn't be concerned with women's clothes. Before I can ask him, Carter links his arm with my left one. I'm now trapped between the 2 shopaholics who are dragging me into the store, literally. My feet are squeaking against the shiny tile floors of the mall. I grumble to myself and eventually push them away from me and begin browsing. Now that I'm in here, I do see some really cute bras. Maybe it's because I'm so exhausted and I give up trying to fight my friends, or perhaps it's because I actually want to buy something nice for GREYSTON, but I end up picking out a few different things and trying them on in the dressing room. I pick out a lavender and periwinkle lace bra, a light pink bra with a cute shimmer along the edge, and, per Callie request, a matching set of lingerie in a bright red. I'm not sure when I'll be wearing it, but at least I have options for when I want to impress him. I check the time and realize that it's almost 6 o'clock. 3 hours of shopping is definitely enough for me. I'm fighting sleep as it is, and I definitely want to eat dinner and then sleep for the night. Can I go home now? I make sure to add a hint of desperation to my voice so they understand how much I want to leave. I've been a good sport today. Don't worry. Don't think that I didn't see you falling asleep as I was checking out. I already called GREYSTON to pick you up. I shouldn't be surprised that Carter called GREYSTON, but since I didn't see him pick up a phone, I'm fairly confident that he mind-linked him. OMG. Do I finally get to meet him? Callie jumps up and down while doing a little happy dance in the middle of the mall. I laugh at her dance, and when Carter joins in, I bend over while gripping my stomach. I don't even know what kind of dance Carter thinks he's doing, but it looks like a cross between the electric slide and the chicken dance. When they finally finish dancing, we decide to head to the food court and wait for GREYSTON there. Since I'm thirsty, I go up to a restaurant in the food court and order 3 waters. Carter looks like he's about to pay, so I slap him and insist that I can pay for water. Thankfully, he lets me. While we sit down, Callie starts looking around the mall for cute guys. Oh, he's kinda cute, right? Do you think he's taken? I turn around slowly and as discreetly as possible and see an attractive brunette with dark eyes who's looking right at our table. He's not as muscled or attractive as GREYSTON, but I can see why Callie would be curious about him. His dark eyes are alluring, but the only eyes I'm interested in are blue-gray ones. Yeah, he's cute. Go up to him if you want. My answer comes out half-hearted, but I don't mean for it to. Wow, Callie exclaims with wide eyes as she slams her hands excitedly on the table. You really like GREYSTON. You're not even looking at this guy. Blushing, I bite my lip shyly and direct my gaze at the table. She's not wrong. Holy shit. Diana, don't look now, but a guy that's 10 times hotter just walked in. Oh my god, he's straight out of a magazine. His arms are huge. He must work out literally all the time. I turn my head and a face-splitting grin spreads on my face. GREYSTON walks towards our table, and I definitely agree with Callista. GREYSTON looks incredible today in his snug jeans that hug his thighs in just the right way. His simple white t-shirt clings around his muscled arms and shows off the 8-pack along his abdomen. He looks like a god amongst men, and when he smiles at me, my heart quite literally explodes. Although I'm exhausted, I wake up a bit just being in his presence. That's her boyfriend, Carter laughs, noticing how my best friend is fangirling over GREYSTON. Shut up. I'm so fucking proud of you, he's gorgeous. Oh my god, does he just take control? Like, grab you and dash, stop talking, Callie. He can hear you. I give her the disapproving friend look, but she only shrugs it off. There's no way he can hear me from that far away. Let me know how great he is in bed. I shove Callista's shoulder, partly out of embarrassment, but also because she didn't listen to me. She assumes that GREYSTON can't hear what she's saying from across the food court, but she doesn't know he has werewolf hearing. By the proud smirk he's wearing, I know he heard every word of what she said. He doesn't need more of an ego boost. When GREYSTON reaches our table, the first thing he does is pick me up off my chair and hug me. His face finds its usual place in the crook of my neck, and he wraps his arms around me. They're so cute. Callie smiles. I hug GREYSTON tighter. Told ya, Carter adds as he watches the two of us with a proud gleam in his eyes. I'm sure he's thinking about how he's the reason we met. That smug little wolf. But you should know that my boyfriend's hotter. Carter pulls out his phone and begins showing Callie some pictures of Axel, and based on her squeals of excitement and awe, I can tell he's showing her shirtless pictures. Show off. GREYSTON takes a step closer and looks at the pictures Carter is showing Callie, and he scoffs. He actually scoffs. I have better abs than he. Then, He lifts his shirt and shows her his toned stomach. I honestly can't tell if he's insecure or just boasting. Callie looks like she's about to drool, so I quickly grab Greyston's shirt and pull it down to cover the heavenly sight. I appreciate his body, but I don't want other people fawning over him. I think that's a reasonable request. Stop it, Greyston. Keep your shirt on. After I scold him, he pouts and grabs my hips to bring me closer to him. I just had to remind you who is more attractive. He smiles at me, and I didn't know any better. I would think he lost some of his confidence. You're the most attractive guy I've ever met. Happy? Can we go now? My words make him happy, and he leans in and gives me a kiss that's a little too PDA for my taste, but I can't help but want more. He pulls away and grabs my shopping bags for me. When he sees the Victoria's Secret bag, he gives me a dirty smirk. My cheeks turn bright red as I quickly say bye to Callie and Carter. We walk out of the mall hand in hand, and Greyston opens the passenger side door for me. He places the bags in the back and turns the ignition on. Instead of driving me home, he turns to me and grabs my hand. Would you want to stay at the pack house tonight? Sleep over at Greyston's place? With all the other werewolves that are going to question me about my relationship with their alpha? What if I have another nightmare and can't sleep at all? He would want to know why I can't sleep, and I'll have to tell him about the details of his imaginary death. The light squeeze of my hand brings me out of my thoughts and back in the car. Hey, you don't have to if you don't want to. I just want to spend more time with you, and you look really tired. You kind of have all week, and I thought it was the separation that was straining you. Just the thought of spending the night with Greyston causes butterflies to erupt in my stomach. A mixture of anxiety, fear, and excitement rattled through me. Looking into Greyston's eyes, I can see the hope and hidden anticipation. I answer with my heart instead of my brain. Yes, I'll stay the night. With the smile I receive from Greyston, I can't help but smile back. Let's hope anxiety doesn't rear its ugly head and ruin my night. Sleep over at Greyston's place? With all the other werewolves that are going to question me about my relationship with their alpha? What if I have another nightmare and can't sleep at all? He would want to know why I can't sleep, and I'll have to tell him about the details of his imaginary death. The light squeeze of my hand brings me out of my thoughts and back in the car. Hey, you don't have to if you don't want to. I just want to spend more time with you, and you look really tired. You kind of have all week, and I thought it was the separation that was straining you. Just the thought of spending the night with Greyston causes butterflies to erupt in my stomach. A mixture of anxiety, fear, and excitement rattled through me. Looking into Greyston's eyes, I can see the hope and hidden anticipation. I answer with my heart instead of my brain. Yes, I'll stay the night. With the smile I receive from Greyston, I can't help but smile back. Let's hope anxiety doesn't rear its ugly head and ruin my night. Chapter 30. Greyston drives me home to gather an overnight bag. Thankfully, he respects my wishes and stays in the car while I quickly gather my things. I throw on a random outfit and stuffed toiletries into a small bag to take with me. I barely pay attention to what I'm grabbing, too nervous about making him wait too long in the car. I walk downstairs with the bag slung over my shoulder and I scream, "I'm staying with a friend tonight, Mom." I almost escape, but my mom peeks her head around the corner with a vina slung on her hip. My mom is wearing an apron with a bikini on it, her favorite one, and Avina is wearing a cute butterfly dress as she holds her stuffed bunny close to her. Whose house? My mom asks. She's purely asking out of curiosity, but I'm a little nervous to admit where I'm going. I could lie to her and tell her I'm staying at Carter's, but I decided that being completely honest is the best route. I'm gonna stay at Greyston's tonight. I bite my lip and look down at the tiled floor, too nervous to see her reaction. I look up slowly and am surprised to see a massive smile on her face. That's great, honey. I'm glad you two are getting along after that rough patch you had. Be safe and text me if I need to come over and whoop his ass. Mom, I complain, pointing to Avina. Language. My mom has a guilty look on her face as she covers Avina's ears, as if that will make her forget the curse word she let out moments ago. Sometimes I feel like I'm the adult. Go and have fun, my mom says. She walks me to the door, and I walk outside to see Greyston leaning on his Tesla with his arms crossed. His arms look so big like that, his triceps bulging and calling out to me. I can't wait for him to hug me again. He gives the best hugs. GREYSTON meets me halfway down the driveway and takes my heavy bag from me. When he holds it, he makes it seem like it weighs 2 pounds instead of 20. Freaking werewolf. He gives my mom a quick wave and opens the car door for me. He doesn't need to do it every time, but he remains gentlemanly and does it anyway. I don't tell him that it makes me like him even more. Before I know it, we're on the road to the pack house. I'm a little nervous about my stay there again, but I'm comforted to know that GREYSTON will be there next to me. Now that I've met a few of the pack members and know that Carter will be there, I definitely feel more comfortable than last time. Thankfully, I'm arriving at the house at a regular hour instead of the middle of the night. When we arrive, GREYSTON immediately grabs my hand and my bag and walks us inside. As soon as I step in, I'm almost instantly trampled by a group of boys who seem to be in the age range of 14 to 16 years old. They're throwing around a frisbee and trying to tackle each other right by the front door. If GREYSTON didn't have such quick reflexes, I definitely would have been a pancake on the floor. GREYSTON immediately lets out his grumpy growl, causing all of the boys by the front door to cease their playful banter and sink their heads low as they bare their necks to him. I don't think I'll ever get used to the submissive nature everyone displays around my mate. Knowing he's an alpha and seeing he's an alpha are two very different things. Watch where you're going, pups. You almost injured your Luna. Their eyes instantly widened with fear as they noticed that I was being held tightly in GREYSTON's grasp. He still has his arms protectively around me, and his eyes are black like they get when he's angry. Hey, it's okay, Grey. I gently release myself from his firm grip and walk over to the group of boys. Now that they've stopped moving, I can see that it's a group of 5. The one in front, who seems the oldest, still has his eyes downcast. His hair is obsidian black and cropped short. His almond eyes refuse to meet mine, but I clear my throat once to make him look at me. I'm Dana. What's your name? The oldest boy looks down at me with a nervous smile. He looks over to GREYSTON, who gives a gruff nod that he's allowed to talk to me. I'm Jean. And I'm so sorry, Luna. I didn't see you come in. Please know that I would never try to endanger you. For a 16-year-old, he's pretty mature, and I make a mental note to praise GREYSTON for having such great, disciplined pack members. Don't worry about it. My little sister runs me over all of the time anyway. I look to the other 4 boys standing behind Jean, and they introduce themselves as Kieran, Benji, Oliver, and Joaquin. Thankfully, they look a little less frightened after GREYSTON scared them. Now that they know they're not going to be injured by their alpha, their smiles start to come back. GREYSTON comes behind me and hands my bag over to Jean. Take this to the Alpha Suite. Everyone, get ready for dinner. GREYSTON left no room for argument. The boys immediately swept into action. I assume they headed to the kitchen while Jean scrambled to get my bag from GREYSTON and run it upstairs. Just before Jean runs around the curve of the staircase, I yell, "Thank you, Jean." Jean peeks his head out and gives me a wide grin. You're welcome, Luna. Jean disappears upstairs, and now it's just me and GREYSTON standing alone by the front door of the enormous mansion. I turn to GREYSTON, who has a slight smile on his face. What? I ask, tilting my head to the side. Why is he looking at me like that? As if he read my mind, he places his hands softly on my cheeks and kisses me. You're already an amazing Luna. I was ready to scold those kids for being careless, and you took control and got to know them all. You're a natural. GREYSTON leaned down to kiss me again, but longer this time. His lips are so soft on mine, and I find myself standing on my tiptoes to get even closer to him. My arms naturally wrap around his neck as I pull him closer. GREYSTON's hands go to my waist as he deepens the kiss, his tongue pressing against my lips. I open for him and hesitantly touch my tongue to his. The deeper he kisses me, the more tingling I begin to feel. My head feels light from the kiss, and the tips of my toes curl from the sensation. My fingers grip GREYSTON's hair, and a low groan releases from his throat. I tend to lose myself around GREYSTON, which is probably the main reason why I didn't even hear Carter open the front door until he whistled loudly. I abruptly jump away from Greyston, partly from shock, but also from embarrassment. Carter begins laughing as Greyston begins cursing him out for interrupting. Hey, it's not my fault you guys chose to make babies right by the front door. Carter laughs with his hands up, feigning innocence. I hide my face in my hands as I pretend I am burrowing into the ground. While my hands are covering my face, I hear the sound of a slap and then a whiny, ow from Carter. I look up to see a grinning Greyston while Carter holds his cheek. He looks constipated with his scrunched up face. What the fuck was that for? Carter cries out, a pout forming. You know exactly what that was for, Greyston smirks, then takes my hand and leads me towards the kitchen. Like a loyal puppy, Carter follows. We make it to the dining room, where a group of 30 people is seated. An assortment of chicken, vegetables, pasta, potatoes, and bread is spread out across the expanse of the table, all untouched. It almost seems like they're waiting for someone. When everyone stands and stares at Greyston, then me, I finally realize that they are waiting for someone, him. Greyston walks calmly over to the end of the table and pulls out a chair for me, then sits down himself. Carter sits across the table next to Axel. Once we are seated, everyone else follows. As if on cue, everyone grabs various bowls and plates and begins serving themselves. I'm so overwhelmed with the food selection that I sit still while remaining partially in shock. I've never seen this much food at one time before. The smells coming from the food are incredible. The garlic scent from the bread, the buttery smell of the potatoes, the savory chicken, I don't know what to choose. Greyston's soft chuckle breaks me out of my staring contest with the food. He smiles and reaches across the table to serve me some pasta, followed by some chicken, and then vegetables. I tell him to stop serving me more food, but he ignores me and continues to fill up my plate until there's no more room on it. He served me some of everything, and there's no way I'm eating all of this. Greyston, this is way too much food. I can't eat this much. He only looks mildly interested in my complaint. It's fine. Whatever you don't finish, I'll eat. I look at his fully stocked plate and motion towards it. His plate, if possible, has even more food than mine. There's no way that he can eat all of his food and most of mine. There's no way you can finish all of this. Axel, Carter, and a few surrounding werewolves laugh at me, not in a malicious way, but they apparently find something I said amusing. I look to Greyston for clarification, and he gives me a light kiss on my cheek. Sometimes I forget you're new to all of this. I eat 3 times what's on my plate right now. I'm an alpha werewolf. I need at least 4,000 calories a day. My jaw drops so far that I'm sure everyone at the table can see my uvula. Once again, the werewolves find me hilarious and joke at my expense. Axel shakes his head and puts his arm around Carter as he eats. Carter snuggles closer to Axel and attempts to steal food off his plate, but Axel blocks him with his fork and glares playfully at him. As I'm watching their cute interaction, I don't even realize that my mouth is still catching flies until a piece of chicken is shoved into my mouth by Greyston. I quickly close my mouth and chew slowly, appreciating the flavors in the chicken. It tastes like there's a honey sauce over it, and it's honestly the best chicken I've ever tasted. We all enjoy the food, and like I promised, I could only eat about 1/3 of what's on my plate. Greyston happily ate my leftovers, and when dessert was served, I could almost feel my stomach exploding just thinking about more food. Naturally, I still had room in my dessert stomach for more, but after trying the chocolate lava cake and the tiramisu, I was utterly stuffed. Adding in my permanent exhaustion, I was practically falling asleep at the table. My arm is propped up on the table, my fist holding up my cheek as I listen to Carter's highlights of the best pranks he's pulled. Apparently, he keeps a book of pranks with pictures of all of his victims in it. He reminisces about the time he put sticky notes all over Greyston's car, which apparently took him 4 hours to complete. He took a picture as Greyston went to his car and freaked out over the mess on his baby. Carter tells another prank story about how he replaced all of the sugar in the house with salt, so when Greyston, Axel, and the other pack members went to drink their morning coffee, the taste was extremely salty instead of sweet. Carter said the black eyes were worth it. Another prank story is being told, and I don't even notice that I'm falling asleep until I'm being shaken awake by Greyston. I mumble, wiping the sleep away from my eyes. Carter continues to animatedly tell stories of his best pranks to Axel, Cole, and a few other wolves I recognize. Meanwhile, Greyston looks at me worriedly as he lightly strokes my arm. Are you okay? Maybe we should get you to sleep, baby. You look exhausted. I nod, and Greyston stands from his seat at the table and helps me stand. I wave goodbye to everyone, and they all say goodnight to the two of us as we head upstairs. I expect to enter the same room that we slept in last week, but we make a different turn at the previous hallway and end up in an unfamiliar bedroom. The room itself is huge with beige walls and dark wooden furniture spread sparingly across the space. The bed is a dark mahogany color, which is covered in a navy blue comforter with the most comfortable-looking pillows spread across it. As I look around, I see only a few picture frames spread across the space. Other than that, the walls are pretty barren except for one corner of the room that contains several model cars and a few pictures. I knew Greyston loved cars and motorcycles, so this room seems much more like his style. Where are we? I ask, my tired voice coming out all croaky and ugly. Greyston reaches into a dresser drawer and pulls out a pair of sweats and a plain t-shirt and places them on the bed. We're in my room, he adds, then he proceeds to take off his shirt. I quickly avert my eyes and walk over to my overnight bag that Jean must have brought in here. Greyston chuckles, and when I feel his warm hands hovering over mine, I turn to see an entirely shirtless Greyston grinning at me. You're allowed to look at me, you know, he says. He licks his bottom lip, and my eyes automatically track the movement. Any other time, I may be embarrassed to be caught staring, but an entirely shirtless, model-worthy man is standing in front of me, practically begging me to stare. So stare I will. I continue looking at his ripped arms, muscled abdomen, and defined pecs and decide that I definitely don't deserve him. He's too attractive, too sweet, too funny to fall for someone like me. I will never understand how someone like him can fall for someone like me, but I'm over trying to figure it out. He wants to be with me, and I desperately want to be with him. I breathe in slowly and want to say something sexy, but a god-awful yawn escapes from between my lips. Greyston chuckles and gives me a light kiss on the forehead before handing me the shirt he just grabbed from the drawer. I look at him, partly confused, but then he explains. You can wear my shirt to sleep tonight. I know you packed your own stuff, but I really want my scent on you. It's a werewolf thing. Greyston shifts uncomfortably on his feet as he rubs the back of his neck. He looks a little shy asking this of me, and I find it extremely adorable that he's so confident about most things in life, but he becomes unsure of himself at times around me. I take the shirt from him and send him a small smile before going through my bag and grabbing a pair of pajama shorts with cute pandas on them, along with my toiletries. I quickly change in the bathroom, then open the door once more so that Greyston can come in and brush his teeth too. He walks in with no shirt and the gray sweatpants slung low on his hips, revealing the deep V of his hip bones. It's like an arrow pointing downwards, and I have to fight my blush as I fight to look away from his lower region. Thankfully, Greyston chooses to ignore my staring, but that's most likely because he's staring at my bare legs. His shirt reaches mid-thigh on me, and it completely covers the shorts I have on underneath. He hungrily stares at me, taking in my sleepwear as if it were a ball gown or a fancy pair of lingerie. I fumble with my toothbrush and begin brushing my teeth so that I'm doing literally anything else except for staring at him. Greyston picks up a blue toothbrush and does the same. Even through this mundane action of brushing our teeth together, it still makes me feel like we're growing closer to one another. Once we're done, he turns off the bathroom light and begins removing the extra pillows from the bed, then the few layers of the comforter from the bed. The navy silk sheets are calling my name, and I let out a soft sigh as my head hits the pillow. Greyston turns off the side lamp, casting the room into darkness. I know that there's no way that Greyston is tired. It's only 8 o'clock at night. Regardless, he still slides into bed next to me and pulls me towards him so that my back is pressed to his chest. His arm gravitates to my waist as he snuggles closer to me. He peppers light kisses in the crook of my neck. As I'm falling asleep in his arms, the last thing I hear is, "I love you." Chapter 31. Looking around, I recognize where I am. I never thought I'd be in this dark alley again, but I find myself alone in the space behind Velvet Elixir, the supernatural bar Eli and Elle took me to all those weeks ago. Just like before, the pavement is damp and littered with cracks stretching on for what seems like miles. The air feels humid, too humid for this time of year. I attempt to move towards the street, but my feet are stuck to the pavement by imaginary glue. No matter how hard I try to move my legs, they are rooted in place. Tears of frustration fall down my cheeks as I use my arms to heave my legs out of their locked position, to no avail. After a good 5 minutes, I give up and look around me for anyone who can help me. Hello? Someone help. No answer. What's strange is that I can hear my own echo, but no other sounds accompany it. No cars honking in the distance. No bass from the nearby club. Nothing. I turn my head to the back of the alley, but with my human eyesight, I can't see a thing. I turn back around only to see the same vampire that attacked me that night smirking at me, his sharp fangs glistening from the single street lamp illuminating his features. He looks exactly the same as he did before, pale skin, blood-red eyes, large muscled form. A surprised shriek comes from my throat, but I'm instantly silenced when his hands grip around my throat. My screams are quiet as I fight for breath, my hands uselessly clinging to his as I try to scrape them off my neck. His arms are immediately thrown off of me by a punch to his face. The vampire turns to see an angry Greyston staring back at him, black eyes and all. A fierce growl emanates through the alley and echoes throughout the city. He's out for blood. The vampire only laughs at the pain like the sadistic creep he is. The two fight in hand-to-hand combat. It looks like Greyston is in the lead until I hear him groan in pain. I scream and fight to escape the imaginary binding keeping me pinned to the floor as I see the vampire with Greyston's bloody heart in his hand. I scream louder than I ever have before as I fall to the floor, disregarding the pain in my knees from the fall. For some reason, my legs are finally free, and I crawl over to Greyston as I cry and hold on to his lifeless corpse. I grip his t-shirt and hold my hand over the space where his heart used to be. I glare at the vampire, who looks extremely proud of his accomplishment. He smiles and throws the heart deeper into the alley. The blue fog rolling in hides the heart from my sight, and I suddenly can't see Greyston anymore, either, because of the large quantity of smoke. Vanna, wake up. The voice sounds like Greyston, but it can't be him. He's dead right in front of me. The voice sounds again, and I look to the sky in confusion. Open your eyes, damn it. Greyston's voice is loud and firm, and I'm completely disoriented as my eyes shoot open. It's completely dark, and all I feel is Greyston shaking me harder. I abruptly sit up in bed and look in front of me to see a very much alive Greyston looking down at me with worry. He's breathing heavily through his nose, and when he sees that I'm awake, he lets out a huge sigh of relief. Baby, are you all right? You were crying in your sleep, and then you started screaming and wouldn't wake up. I didn't know what to do. I noticed the tears covering my cheeks, and this sensation is unfortunately old. The past week, I've been having the same type of nightmare along with the same type of reaction to them. However, I never had an alive Greyston to wake up to before because I was always alone. With him here, in front of me, I launch myself at him and continue crying into his neck as I grab onto him for dear life. Greyston catches me easily and rocks me back and forth as he soothingly rubs my back and scalp. He whispers sweet words into my ear to calm me down. Eventually, my sniffles cease along with the tears, but I remain straddled on Greyston's lap as my breathing slows. Greyston occasionally places a kiss on my head, and every time, I melt more and more into him. After a little while, he backs up a little and wipes off the residual tears from my cheeks. What happened, Vanna? His voice is soft and soothing, like I imagine an angel's would be, but I still tense up at his words. I scramble to leave his lap when I realize the intimate position we're in. I apologize profusely for my behavior, embarrassed to have worried him. I'm so sorry. I had a nightmare. I'm sorry I woke you up. I'm so stupid. I rant on and on about how sorry I am for bothering him, but he quiets me down with a small kiss on my lips. I don't care that I woke up. I care that you're this upset. Will you tell me about the nightmare? talking about it could help you. His words make sense, but I don't feel like reliving the awful nightmare again. I don't want to talk about it. The same thing happens every time, I mumble, and when Greyston stiffens, I realize my mistake. Stupid me just revealed that this is a normal occurrence. I should win an award for how idiotic I am. As expected, Greyston questions me further. What do you mean the same thing happens every time? Does this happen often? His voice is tense and angry, but I know he's not directing his anger towards me. However, it's still a bit overwhelming when his dominance peeks through in this way. The sooner I tell him what he wants to know, the sooner he'll go back to sleep. I'll stay up the rest of the night so I don't risk waking him up again. I'll drink even more coffee in the morning to combat my sleepy state. Every single day this week, I've had the same awful nightmare. I haven't been able to sleep because I keep waking up crying, I whisper. I move to hug Greyston tighter, and he rubs my back soothingly. That explains the bags under your eyes and the tired state you've been in. What are the dreams about? You. Greyston backs up his head and places his hands on my cheeks. His light blue eyes look more like steel at the moment, with the harsh look he's giving me. What? Tell me. His words leave no room for questions, so I begin telling him about the nightmares. Ever since last week, I've been having these horrible dreams about you. The first one was when I came here early last week. I dreamed that you were killed. Every night after that, you would continue to die in my dreams. Every time you tried to protect me, you would be stabbed, or beheaded, or your heart would be ripped out. I cry into his shoulder, hyperventilating just thinking about him dead. There was always this stupid blue fog, and then I would wake up and dash, what? Greyston's voice is tense and comes out as more of a growl. I shake just from the intensity of the single word he utters. I look into his eyes, which are slowly turning darker and darker, his wolf instincts kicking in. Did you just say blue fog? It's there every single time. I nod my head, confused as to how the weird blue fog in my dream could be so important. I apparently don't understand anything because Greyston lifts me into his arms easily and carries me out of his bedroom. I tighten my legs around his waist as he marches towards an unfamiliar room. When he kicks the door open in anger, I begin to worry about why he became angered so easily. Does he know why these nightmares keep happening? Greyston sits down in a large swivel chair positioned behind a desk covered in paperwork. He switches my position, so I'm seated sideways on his lap as I lean into his chest. He's still not wearing a shirt, and I greatly appreciate that fact as I snuggle deeper into his bare chest. Not a minute later, movement at the entrance of the room shifts my attention. I see a gruff-looking Axel with blonde strands falling in his face in disarray, followed by a sleepy Carter with a wrinkly band t-shirt and boxers. They both look like they were woken up mid-sleep. Along with the two of them, Cole follows with a redhead whom I recognize from dinner. Based on their hand-holding, I assume she's his mate. They also look exhausted. Alpha, what's wrong? Cole questions immediately, skipping the pleasantries. The four of them look concerned. Honestly, I would be, too, if I were woken up in the middle of the night to find an angry Greyston. Now that I look at him, he doesn't just look angry. He looks livid. His eyes are pure black as he clenches his hands tightly. Diana has been having nightmares, he begins, and I try to tell him it's not important enough to wake them up in the middle of the night, but he ignores me completely. For the past week, she's been dreaming about my death in various ways, all of them including fucking blue fog. At the mention of the blue fog, all their gazes shift to me with concern. Axel looks worried, Carter looks petrified, Cole looks sorry for me, and the redhead looks at me with understanding in her eyes. And pity. How could this have happened? Axel asks, taking control while everyone else in the room recovers from the shock. Why the fuck do you think I know? That's your job to figure this shit out. No. She's already not sleeping as it is. Greyston punches his desk with such force that it sends cracks through the wooden surface. I whimper back in surprise from the loud bang. Control yourself, Alpha. You're scaring your mate, Cole says, motioning to my shaking form in Greyston's lap. Shit, Greyston mumbles as he looks down at my huddled body. He closes his eyes and places several long kisses on my forehead as he runs a hand down my back soothingly. I instantly relax in his arms once again. He opens his eyes, and I'm happy to see them back to blue. He's back in control. With a deep breath through his nose, he relaxes and turns back to the group. Carter, you spend the most time with Anna. Is there ever anyone suspicious around her at school that could have done this? Could have done what? Did it cause my nightmares? He's obviously talking about something supernatural that could have magically altered my dreams, but what sort of creature could do that? And why? Carter scrunches his face, something he does when he's trying to concentrate. I can practically see the wheels turning in his brain. After a few moments, his eyes widen and his jaw drops. Shit, that motherfucker. He begins pacing across the room as he goes deeper into his thoughts, his mouth releasing more curses than a sailor. Explain. Now. Greyston grows impatient, and Carter looks to him with his neck bared and shame on his face. I'm so sorry. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. There was someone who had a strange scent that was talking to Dana, but it was so minimal that I just dismissed it at the time. Thinking back on it, it must have been a warlock masking his scent. Fuck, I can't believe I messed up. Dana, I'm so sorry. Carter came up to me and grabbed my hand as he knelt beside me. His eyes were filling with tears as he sat in front of me with so much remorse. You're my Luna. My one job is to protect you, and I failed. I'm gonna make this right, I promise. Okay, now I'm confused. They're throwing around words that I don't understand. A warlock gave me bad dreams? I don't even know what a warlock is capable of. The only one I know of is Magnus Bane from City of Bones, and he's fictional. What are you guys talking about? A warlock did this to me? Can he undo it? And who is he? I ask a million questions, unsure of which ones I want answered first. Greyston makes it easier for me when he holds me closer to him as he growls out, who is he? For some reason, I can tell that it's a guy that makes him 10 times angrier. He was already furious before, but now I fear that he's going to murder this warlock. I want the warlock to pay, but I don't think death is the answer. It's that guy with the white hair in your ethics class. The one I stopped talking to you last week. Eli? I ask, shocked at the revelation. Now that I think about it, the blue fog in my dreams did match the flash of blue in Eli's eyes during our argument. He touched my hand, and shocks released in my body and made me weak for a moment. The timeline adds up to that being the first night of my nightmares. Why didn't I connect the dots sooner? I knew Eli might be a part of the supernatural world, but I never thought that he would try to hurt me. I thought Eli and Elle were my friends, but our whole friendship was based on a lie. They probably only befriended me because I was Greyston's mate and was looking for a way to weaken him, and what better way than attacking his weak, defenseless human mate? Now more than ever, I am angered by my lack of strength. I'm a weak human who can't defend herself and has to rely on other werewolves to save her. I'm the worst type of damsel ever because I can't even see the danger in front of me. I never even thought to assume that something supernatural was wrong with me, and once again, Greyston has to come to my rescue. This is so mortifying. More than anything, I feel betrayed. I trusted Eli, considered him a friend, and now that I'm learning that our friendship was a lie, I feel like crying again. I feel used. I feel hurt. Who the fuck is Eli? Greyston directs the question to both me and Carter. Great, he's fuming again. He's my friend, well, was my friend from my ethics class. We studied together a few times, and oh my god, I'm so stupid. He and his twin, Elle, took me to Velvet Elixir. That was a supernatural club. That's why they were there and the vampire showed up? Oh my god. I begin crying once more as the emotions become too much for me. This betrayal, combined with my lack of sleep, is costing me dearly. I'm not in a healthy place, and I think Greyston can tell because he growls protectively and brings me even closer to him. You're not stupid, baby. He's the stupid one for thinking that he can get away with hurting you. Cole, Greyston's voice is infinitely softer when he speaks to me compared to when he talks to Cole. The change in his tone is astounding, and I'm grateful that he cares for me so profoundly and can tell that he needs to be gentle around me. I want him in the cells by sunrise. Yes, Alpha. Chapter 32, I want him in the cells by sunrise. Yes, Alpha. Another yawn escapes me. It's becoming harder and harder for me to remain awake. I curl closer into GREYSTON, searching for any sort of comfort. Now that I'm focusing on all of the sleep I haven't been getting and the supernatural reason why, my complete exhaustion finally sets in. I'm whiny, emotional, and my eyelids keep closing every few seconds just for me to jerk myself awake. I know that if I fall asleep, I'll have another nightmare, which could be more detrimental to my health. Madeline, any suggestions for the time being? GREYSTON asks. He directs the question to Cole's mate, the red-haired girl whom I haven't been introduced to yet. She's beautiful even after she was woken up in the middle of the night. Her fiery hair is naturally wavy, and her green eyes shine like emeralds. She is definitely taller than I, probably around 5 feet 5 inches or 5 feet 6 inches, but then again, everyone's taller than I barely made it over 5 feet. Madeline looks over to me with what she probably intends to be a small smile, but it actually looks more like a grimace. She hesitantly starts speaking up. I'm really sorry, but there's not much you can do. I will say that falling asleep is the last thing you want to do. Every time you fall asleep, the magic will be siphoning energy off of you, making you even more exhausted than when you were awake. I can reach out to my friends in another coven and see if they have any magical potions that can soften the effects of the spell. Unfortunately, the only way these spells can be lifted is if the casting witch or warlock removes them. She lowers her head, obviously distressed that there's nothing more she can do. Cole wraps his arm around her waist and kisses her cheek. She smiles sadly at him and leans into him for support. I wonder why Madeline knows so much about magic? I'll have to ask her once this nightmare is over and I've had a whole 48 hours to sleep. Fuck. GREYSTON growls. So you're telling me that if we don't find this fucking warlock soon, Dana will never be able to sleep? He sounds like he's angry at Madeline for the news she shared, but I know he's just frustrated for my sake. I can see Cole's grip on Madeline grow tighter and more protective with his alpha's raised volume. He doesn't say anything, he just stands still while waiting for orders. If there's one thing I've learned about werewolves, it's that they're extremely loyal beings. They're highly protective, sometimes overprotective of their mates, and they'll defend their alpha and Luna with their lives. I don't even know Madeline very well, but I can tell that she will do everything in her power to help me, a mere human, only because I'm GREYSTON's mate and her Luna. It's comforting to know that I have more people in my life to look out for me. Yes, Alpha. That's what I'm saying. Dana will begin to deteriorate even more, and eventually, Madeline looks away and bites her lip while trailing off her sentence. It's very obvious what she means. I'll die if we don't find Eli. The loudest growl I've ever heard emits from GREYSTON, and the others in the room are so affected by the sound that their knees begin to wobble from the pure power GREYSTON releases. The furniture shakes from the noise alone, and I suspect anyone who is sleeping is wide awake now. His canines are fully extended, and his eyes are pitch black. He grips me tighter as he stands up and towers over the 4 other leaders of the pack. They are betas and gammas, yet they don't even compare to GREYSTON's alpha power and strength. Although my ears are still ringing from his outburst, and I am a little more tense from his anger, I rest my head in his neck and give him small kisses to calm him down. I'm starting to understand this whole mating thing, because GREYSTON slowly, and I mean slowly, begins to reel back his aura of power. It's okay, Grey. They'll find Eli. I'm fine. I whisper. You're not fine, Dana. Don't pretend that you are. He rubs his nose along my neck, collecting my scent presumably to remind himself that I'm still here, alive, with him. Begin gathering the pack warriors. We're leaving in 20 for the coven. I want him alive. The betas and gammas exchange looks of pity, determination, and anger, which gives me full confidence that they'll try to get this sleep magic reversed. They turn around and head out the door, I presume, to wake up some pack members to begin the search for Eli. I can't believe that someone I considered a friend is a warlock. I had heard from GREYSTON that they existed and lived in covens, but that's the extent of what I know. I don't know if they use cauldrons, magic spell books, potions, or wands. I haven't got a clue about how they live, but I do know that I'm hurt. Eli hurt me, and I don't think I can forgive him for that. He used me to get to Greyston, which makes me madder than I can express. Greyston doesn't deserve to be upset, and just by looking at his eyes, which are now constantly battling between blue and black, I know he's furious that I'm not doing well. Once the others exit the office, Greyston carries me back into his bedroom. He uses his backside to nudge his bedroom door open, and he skillfully closes it again with his foot. If I attempted to do that, I probably would have fallen on my face. His werewolf nature allows him to do simple things so swiftly and casually, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit jealous. He lowers me into his bed and props me up with pillows. I let him take care of me, knowing that if I even attempted to protest, he would shut me right up. His wolf side makes his need to protect and provide for me that much greater, so I happily let him position me. "What can I do?" he asks, his voice croaking and filled with emotion. I tiredly gaze down at him and give him a small smile. I reach over to him and snuggle into him. My arms drape lazily over his chest as I close my eyes. Nothing. I can feel the darkness begin to cloud my mind, but I'm quickly shaken awake. "Vanna, baby, you can't go to sleep. You heard what Madeline said. I'm so sorry, but you need to stay awake." He lifts me up from the bed as he grumbles about how stupid he was to put me on the bed where I can easily succumb to sleep. "How about I make you some coffee? You like that, right?" he asks, placing me down in an armchair tucked into the corner of the room. I nod, too afraid I'll whine more about being tired if I speak. I've pulled all-nighters before for school, but going almost a week without proper sleep, well, it feels like I'm dying. I look like death, too, and my mind is on overdrive with the knowledge that my former friend is trying to kill me. "Okay, I'm gonna go get you a huge cup of coffee. Please try to stay awake, okay? I'll be right back." With a quick kiss to my cheek, Greyston practically runs out the door to fetch me coffee. In any other circumstances, I would find his eagerness funny, but I can't really process much right now. Also, Greyston is always telling me that I drink too much coffee and how it's not good for me to ingest that much caffeine, but now he's the one offering to bring me some. Funny how things change. I find my eyes starting to droop, so I find an interesting spot on the wall where I can just barely make out some spackle that was painted over to match the color of the room. I wonder how that hole was made. In record time, Greyston returns with a huge mug of coffee. I'm not joking, it looks like one of those mugs that people buy to give to their friends and family as a joke. When I hold the mug in my hands, they don't even meet each other. That's how big it is. The warmth that seeps into my hands makes me feel all tired and fuzzy, so I blow and quickly take a sip of the most heavenly beverage in existence. "This is a bit excessive, don't you think?" I retort, looking up to Greyston with tired, playful eyes. Greyston doesn't seem to be in the mood to joke around. "You need to be constantly drinking this." Also, he crouches down in front of me and places his hands on my cheeks. He traces the sunken dark circles under my eyes and frowns. "I have to leave you. It pains me to do so, but I'm the alpha, and the only possibility for the Coven to give up Eli is if I go and threaten them. Carter will stay with you to keep you awake, while 2 guards will stand outside the room for your protection. As upset as I am that Greyston can't stay with me, I'm grateful that he's trying to save me. Eli hasn't been answering my calls or texts, and I have no idea where he is. Greyston is trying to find him, which is our best bet for my recovery. I frown and place the large mug on the floor. I wrap my arms around his neck and sigh, already missing him. "Okay, I'll miss you. Oh yeah, since I'm so tired, I also seem to have no filter, so word vomit is very likely to occur. I release him from the hug, which Greyston isn't too happy with, to tell him something. "You have to make me a promise before you go." "Anything," he promises as he takes my hand in his. My tone is very serious, and I can tell that he understands how important this is to me. "You can't hurt him." He scoffs. "Anything but that? Please?" Greyston, as angry, frustrated, tired, and confused as I am about this situation, was once my friend. Who knows the real reason he's doing this? Maybe he feels like he had no other choice, or maybe he was forced to. Greyston is already shaking his head quickly. "I love how you try to see the good in all people, but warlocks don't give a shit about human lives. Your friend, he spits out, did it because he and his coven are trying to wage a war with my pack through you. They know I'll be more vulnerable without you. So no, I will most definitely be hurting him, and as soon as you're better, he'll be dead for even touching you. No, I scream, standing up quickly and shoving him back. He doesn't even move. Stupid werewolf strength. You will not kill him. You have to let me talk to him. I'm sure there's a reason. I'm desperately grasping at straws now. My first reaction was to feel betrayed by Eli, remembering his tear-stained face as we parted last time. He must have had a reason. There's no way our whole friendship was a lie. I do see the best in people, and I genuinely hope that I'm correct in assuming that Eli didn't want to do this to me. A light knock on the door interrupts our argument. Carter stands in the doorway with his own cup of coffee in his hands as he hesitantly walks into the room. GREYSTON only glares at him, obviously annoyed at being interrupted. The pack has been trying to mind-link you. They're ready. I'm aware. GREYSTON looks back over at me and gives me a long kiss on my forehead. I can practically feel all of the love and protectiveness from the kiss, and it warms me to my core. He lowers his head down, his lips right by my ear. You will never speak to that warlock. Don't test me. I widen my eyes at him, slightly backing up from his tone of voice. GREYSTON has never addressed me with a stern voice before. It's a little scary. I bite my lip and look away from him, too upset to respond. He used his alpha voice, I know this, because he expects me to follow his command like I'm one of his pack members. Sucks for him when he realizes that he can't tell me what to do. GREYSTON starts, then he clears his throat. I'll be back as soon as I can. GREYSTON turns to Carter, who also looks a bit scared of him. Don't let her fall asleep or else there will be consequences. Carter gulps and nods his head. GREYSTON leaves without another word, and the tension in the room leaves with him. Your mate is scary as fuck, Carter whines as he pulls me down into the comfy armchair and plops down next to me. He holds out my coffee mug for me as he scrolls through Netflix to find a movie to watch. I take it from him and swallow a huge gulp, the warmth already waking me up a bit more. Oh, wait. I have the perfect thing to watch. Carter speeds out of the room, my hair whipping across my face from the speed at which he leaves. In a second, he's back with 5 DVDs. He puts the first one into the DVD player and joins me in the armchair once more. We're watching Twilight, but with a twist, he grins mischievously. Oh no, what does he have planned? I do enjoy the Twilight series, so I definitely don't mind watching with him. However, I am still a bit confused about what his idea of a twist is. What is it? I hesitantly ask. Every time Edward acts as a creepy, overprotective boyfriend, we take a shot. In this case, we drink coffee. So, prepare to finish that whole mug by only half of the movie. I laugh so hard, definitely remembering how many times Edward acts irrationally for Bella. This will be fun. As we watch the movie, I do find that we are drinking lots of coffee. Edward stares at Bella in their biology class. Drink. Edward follows Bella around town in his car. Drink. Edward watched Bella sleep. Drink. And drink, and drink, and drink. By the end of the first movie, most of my large mug of coffee is gone, and I'm a jittery mess. I'm still extremely tired, but at least I'm entertained and making the best of this situation. Carter puts in New Moon next. Okay, now every time we see Jacob being pathetic because of the unrequited love between the two, we drink. After we're only 10 minutes into the movie, the sound one would hear from a gust of wind fills the room. Carter and I turn around, and my eyes widen as Carter blocks me from the intruders. Chapter 33 Eli's POV this past week has been one of the most difficult ones of my entire life. After Diana refused to talk to me, I wasn't able to explain my predicament to her. She's so stubborn when she wants to be. There I was, trying to do the ethical thing she always whines that I should do, and when I finally attempt to do it, she won't even let me. What the hell? I wasn't expecting to like her. I thought this was just another job. Originally, I was sent to campus to befriend Carter and later kill him once I gained his trust. Since their alpha, GREYSTON, didn't have a mate, the best way to destroy the stability of the pack would be to take out the betas. Carter's death would kill Beta Axel, and my coven could easily swoop in and destroy the pack so we magical beings could finally practice magic freely without worrying about what stupid humans could see. Once I discovered that Alpha GREYSTON may have a mate, and a human one at that, my mission changed instantly. Now, my goal was to befriend the girl and make sure she was actually the Alpha's mate. The only problem? In the time it took to ensure she was the right girl, I began to like her. A lot. She became a source of happiness in my otherwise dreary and monotonous life. Her ethical arguments were so flawed and human, yet I couldn't help but strive to be like her in that regard. Being ethical wasn't something I ever had to be. The Coven doesn't give a shit about human lives, they only care about their own magic. Since the werewolves act as guards to our practice of magic, the Coven leaders became annoyed with them and recruited me to weaken them so we could prepare for a war. However, now I have begun to feel something I've never felt before: guilt. Who knew guilt could hurt so much? I feel sick to my stomach over what I did to Vanna. My orders were to kill her. Instead, I bought myself some time to figure out how to save her. Elle knew about my feelings instantly. She's my twin, so she called me out the second we left Java the first time they were introduced. The freaking vampire was the Coven's test to see if she was Alpha GREYSTON's mate. We were supposed to go to Velvet Elixir, and when she was threatened, GREYSTON and his pack members were supposed to show up. That way, the Coven could be absolutely sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that Diana was GREYSTON's mate. Then, we were supposed to gain her trust more, then have her unintentionally share the pack's secrets, and then we would kill her easy as pie, right? Well, that stupid fucking thing called guilt got in the way. Diana came clean about being close with GREYSTON, and I couldn't stop the vampire attack soon enough. Coven members swarmed the place and refused to let me stop the violence. She got hurt badly, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop it. She must have been so scared. After that, my heart was aching. I knew that I was to blame for everything. I tried to apologize, but she didn't want to speak to me. Humans are so sensitive sometimes. I get that I was complicit in the plan to kill her, but she didn't know that. Then I got an order to kill her. Diana, my weak, ethical, small human friend who taught me more about life than I ever thought possible. I knew I couldn't go through with it. To buy myself time, I cast a spell on her, Somnia Insomnis. It kills the victim slowly, not allowing them any rest. Their dreams are plagued with their worst fears, and after a few weeks, they eventually die from a combination of lack of sleep, fear, and sorrow. I cried myself to sleep the night I cast it. While my superiors praised me for an excellent slow death for Diana, I mourned my friend. I saw she kept texting me, but I couldn't respond. Not knowing that she was going to die so soon, and at my hand no less. 2 nights ago, Elle came into my bedroom in the middle of the night. I was up writing poems, something I only do when I'm upset. It must be some sort of twin telepathy because she knew exactly the right time to come in. "Hey little bro," Elle says as she plopped down next to me. I turned my notebook away from her prying eyes as I continued to finish the stanza. "You're literally only 3 minutes older than me," I mumble, annoyed that she keeps bringing up that fact. "Oh, hush. I'm older, therefore I'm wiser. I also know when my brother is upset about something. So, Spill, why are you acting even more depressed than usual?" I stop scratching phrases into my battered notebook and drop it onto my lap. She gives me a knowing look, like she already knows all of the answers. She's a know-it-all, so that doesn't surprise me. However, she doesn't know what's plaguing my mind this time. She's usually the one person I open up to, but I've been blocking her out while my mind is racked in guilt like never before. "I'm not depressed," I say in a low voice as I avoid eye contact. "Sure, that's why you're writing depressing poetry, because you're not depressed. Makes sense. You know what?" I raise my voice at her. "You don't know shit. I don't need to tell you everything. I'm dealing with a lot of things right now, and what I don't need is for you to sit here and pretend that you understand everything. By the time my mini rant is complete, my chest is rising and falling rapidly with each breath I take. "Hey," she says gently and takes my hand. "You're right. I don't understand. So help me understand." So I did. I told her about my friendship with Anna and how guilty I felt about her imminent death. That's when she hatched a plan. A stupid plan that will most likely end with our deaths, but it's the only plan that could save Anna and save me from losing someone I care about. I stopped caring about the repercussions it will have for me. The coven will be pissed, sure, but I don't care. I'm more powerful than the majority of them anyway. The night GREYSTON and his pack members decide to storm the coven headquarters and demand that we reverse the spell, Elle and I portal out of my bedroom and right into the lion's den. Well, the wolf's den. As a pair of twins, our magic is stronger together. I'm nervous about getting my face clawed out, but for Anna, I'd risk anything. She means more to me than I'd like to admit. You ready? Elle asks, grabbing my hand and giving it a hard squeeze. I look into her brown eyes that are identical to mine, and I suddenly feel very grateful for her. She doesn't care either way whether Anna lives or dies, yet she's willing to risk her life just to make me feel better. We weren't raised in an affectionate household. Our mother is strict and unforgiving. She taught us from an early age that we are, above all, supernatural creatures and must always let them know that simple fact. There's a reason that there are so few witches and warlocks alive. Many of us are born with little to no power. The bloodlines have been diluted so much that those with powerful magic are few and far between. Elle and I are rare. I'm ready. I close my eyes and we begin chanting. Videtter. Inveniat Anna. Videtter. Inveniat Anna. After repeating the phrases a few more times, I can feel the magic stirring to life beneath my fingertips. The typical blue hue or energy expands from our beings and begins to shimmer as it takes effect. The usual nausea that accompanies a trip through a portal spreads through me, but after enough practice of this type of interdimensional travel, I've learned to keep it in my vomit. Like I expected, Elle and I portal to the pack house. There are two different ways to portal. You can portal to a location, or you can portal to a person. Since we portaled to Anna, I wasn't sure exactly where we would end up. Looking around at the masculine bedroom, it's easy to deduce that we're in the pack house, more specifically, in the alpha's bedroom. The minute the magic subsided, a deep growl resonated through the room. Before the volume can rise to an alarming level, just like we practiced, Elle casts a silencing spell. Silentium. This spell casts the room in a sort of bubble wrap. No one outside of the room can hear anything inside, so assuming that there are more guards stationed outside, they won't sense anything wrong. Wolves have that stupid mind link, so to suppress that, we do another spell. Somnum, I mumble, and with the flick of my wrist, a light blue magic covers the werewolf I was originally tasked with befriending. I'm so grateful I never had to talk to him. He seems way too hyper, and it would have been a pain to befriend him. Carter drops to the floor like a bag of bricks, his head smacking the floor on the way down. Oof, that's gonna hurt when he wakes up later. Elle laughs as she cracks her knuckles and directs her attention to Anna. Anna looks scared, but once her eyes settle on me, she becomes angry. She kneels down before the werewolf and begins listening for his breathing first. Once she realizes that he's still alive, she stands up and storms over to me. What did you do to him? She screams. I believe she's under the impression that she's frightening me, but she's not the least bit threatening. However, I allow her to scream at me if that's what she needs to get her emotions under control. The first thing she does is shove me hard. I am stronger than a human, but the action took me by surprise and I stumbled back a few steps before regaining my balance. I'm not used to others standing up to me. I can easily injure almost any type of supernatural, and since I hold this strength, others sense this power in me and refuse to attack me. In front of me, a puny human thinks that she can hurt me. It's almost comical. I don't pay attention to everything she's screaming at me, but I hear words and phrases like, "How dare you," "nightmares," and "stupid warlock." I'm glad she figured out I'm a warlock. Now I don't have to hide anything from her. She goes to push me again, but she's pulled back by Elle's magic. I actus. Elle's magic throws Anna across the room and straight into a wall, where she is left floating. Elle walks over to her slowly, as if she's stalking her prey. Do not touch my brother like that. Ever. She continues to slowly glide across the room until she reaches Thiana's shivering form. I can tell that Thiana is trying to be brave, but she's obviously frightened. I don't want to watch this anymore. We're here to save Thiana, not threaten her more. Elle, put her D-dash, are you feeling tired? Elle mocks, her face directly in Thiana's. Want to take a little nap? Thiana's eyes widen as she slowly shakes her head. Elle openly laughs in her face. She backs up only to force magic to the surface while displaying the blue color at her fingertips. I can do the same thing I did to Sleepy over there. She motions over to the werewolf's form. One word and nighty-night for you. Let me go, you evil witch. Thiana screams as she struggles to get out of the magical hold. Her legs are kicking at the open air as she squirms to be let free. Her eyes flood with tears of frustration as she continues to move around. All right, fine. Have it your way. Elle, don't you dare dash. I try to stop her from letting Thiana go, but she releases her from the magical hold anyway. Thiana drops to the floor and lands heavily on her knees, which already seem to be scraped up. The cuts reopen, and I can't help but feel this urge to help her. I hate seeing her in pain. Elle approaches Thiana once again, and that's when I lose it. Right, Skund and Diddy. Elle freezes in place, unable to move. This spell that I cast stops all movement for the recipient. Elle sends an evil glare my way. She's obviously annoyed, but she'll get over it. She was going to hurt Thiana even more, and I didn't come here to do that. Seeing Thiana hurt fills me with guilt and remorse. Just looking at her now, the bags under her eyes look like that colorful shit girls put on their faces. Her eyes are red-rimmed, and she looks overall exhausted. Before you say anything else, just know that I am sorry for everything. I didn't want to cast that spell on you. My coven forced me, and I know that doesn't make up for anything. We came here to undo it. I care about you, Thiana. Whatever I expected Thiana to do, it definitely wasn't what she actually did. She walked right up to me and slapped me right in the face. Hard. My hand instantly went up to my face as I cradled it. That shit hurts. I guess I deserve that. Next, this girl decides to hug me. Now I'm thoroughly confused. She hits me, then she hugs me. What the hell is going on? Instead of questioning the moment, I hug her back. I'm just grateful that she's forgiving me. A small smile spreads on my face, and I already feel lighter than before. She's so cute and little, and her hug spreads a new type of warmth through my body. She lets go of me and looks me in the eyes. You promised that you didn't want to, she asks in a small, hopeful voice. Her eyes are glossy, and I want nothing more than to stop her tears. I promise. I'll explain everything to you, but first I need to reverse the spell so that you won't be in danger anymore. She nods her head gratefully and bites her lip in anticipation. My eyes flit to the movement, and I have to force my thoughts to stop. She has a werewolf mate, and she's human. I cannot have these thoughts about her. I slowly turn to Elle as I shake the shameful thoughts away. I'm gonna unfreeze you now. You're not going to harm Thiana in any way, or else I will harm you worse. Understand? Elle rolls her eyes, the only thing she can do in her frozen state. I take that as an okay, so I unfreeze her. She stumbles back and impressively doesn't fall to the ground. You shithead, she screams, and she rolls out her neck and cracks her joints. I'll never understand the infatuation you have with this mortal. She steps closer to Thiana to perform the spell, which we need to touch her in order to do, but Thiana backs up as far as she can and looks to me for support. It's fine. She won't hurt you. With the portal, the sleep spell, and the silencing spell, we're both a bit drained. I need her help to reverse it. She hesitantly nods, then looks over to the werewolf's sleeping form on the floor. Can you wake him up, though? What if he's hurt? Her compassion is annoying me, but I gently explain that if I wake Carter up, he'll alert the guards through mind link that other supernaturals are attacking her. She complies. Elle and I put our hands on each one of her shoulders and close our eyes as we draw our magic to the surface. It's harder to do because we're both exhausted from the many spells we've performed. Just when I feel my magic comply, the door flies off its hinges. Great. Chapter 34 Thiana's POV. When Eli and Elle magically pop up in the middle of the room, my mind is spinning. I definitely wasn't expecting people to appear out of thin air in Greyston's bedroom. I guess a witch and a warlock are capable of creating portals. Check that box in supernatural abilities. I was angry that Eli showed up now after having ignored me all week. Knowing he was the cause, I would have hoped he would have said something, even if he was apologizing. Nothing. I got nothing from him. Then, he and his twin show up and the first thing they do? They made my best friend. Carter was lying on the floor, asleep, before I could process anything. How dare he? After making sure that Carter was okay, I began shoving Eli. I have no idea where that courage came from, but I kept hitting him and screaming at him, expelling all of my anger. Then I'm flying. I've always wanted to fly, but when I'm floating because some witch is using her magic to keep me pinned to the wall because she's angry I'm attacking her brother. Not fun. I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified. It only took a moment for my emotions to subside for me to realize that I was just attacking two very powerful supernatural creatures that could kill me in an instant. I promised myself that I wouldn't cry, and I didn't. I think Greyston has been rubbing off on me because I remained confident in the face of fear. While Elle was dispelling her anger on me, I didn't cry or become a blubbering mess like I would have a month ago. Eli stopped her. He told me that he didn't want to hurt me, but he was forced to. I'm definitely looking forward to questioning him, but first, he has to remove this stupid anti-sleep spell. Just as Eli and Elle are about to fix me, the door literally flies off its hinges. Standing before us are Greyston, Axel, and the guards who were supposed to be guarding the door. Guess they're getting yelled at later. Greyston's stormy eyes search the room until they land on me. Usually, the tension releases from his body when he sees me. This time, he seems to tense further. It makes sense, Eli and Elle have their hands on my shoulders. This does seem a bit deceiving, but he doesn't know that they're trying to help me. Like any time Greyston becomes enraged, he growls loudly, causing the hairs to rise up on my arms. All I want to do is run over to him and hug him while calmly explaining the situation. When I move to do just that, the twins hold me back. Guys, let me go to him. He doesn't understand, Dash. You're not going anywhere. Cupcake. Elle scowls as she pulls me back into her and places her hand around my neck. It's not digging into me, but she could very easily kill me with her magic if she wants to. Elle holds up her palm facing Greyston, dispelling the blue-hued magic. Stay back, Wolfie. Greyston growls, but stays back, afraid for my safety. I can see Axel's eyes shifting colors as his canines descend and his claws come out. He obviously isn't too happy about Carter, who is still sprawled out on the floor. Axel loses his cool and shifts into his wolf in front of my eyes, his clothes shredding into pieces. His golden brown wolf growls ferociously and runs over to our side of the room where Carter lies. Defensionese. Elle screams suddenly, and a blue holographic shield appears in front of Carter. Elle, Eli, and I, Axel's wolf rams right into the wall and bounces off it. He whines slightly as his body is flung into the opposite wall. I'm worried for 2.5 seconds before I see him stand up again and growl loudly at Elle for keeping him from his mate. Don't do anything stupid. We came here to help Thana. We can't do that if we're dead, Eli says, deciding to become the voice of reason. Greyston, Axel, and 4 other pack members walk as far up to the boundary as they can, sending their worst glares to the coven members. Right, Greyston scoffs. You came onto our territory to save Thana after trying to kill her. I'm not a fucking idiot. Greyston's canines begin to descend, triggering the beginning of his shift. If he goes out, there will be no hope for saving me. Elle was on the fence as it is. I don't need to give her a reason to kill me instead. Grey, please trust them. He looks at me with shock, then anger. I can tell he wants to say no, but I can't let him. Please. As your mate, you're Luna. Stop. The command in my voice is clear. I've never spoken in such a voice before, but I feel powerful. Greyston senses the change. He doesn't look happy about it, but he takes a single step back to show he isn't going to attack right now. Progress. Ever so slowly, Elle drops her hand from my neck. Now, neither Eli nor Elle is touching me. The only thing in my way is the force field. I turn to Eli and ask him to let me go to Greyston. Absolutely not. Elle says as sweat drips down her forehead. It seems that this boundary spell is taking a lot out of her. I don't know how much longer she can keep this up. How long can witches cast spells before they're drained? Eli turns to me with a hard look in his eyes. The minute she releases you, we're dead. If we leave, you're dead within a day of the spell. The only way for you to get out of this alive is if Elle puts down the shield and your werewolf doesn't kill us. We'll do the spell, but then we must leave here alive. I nod and look at GREYSTON. He looks angry, but with a small nod of his head, I know that he'll do anything to guarantee my safety. Okay, I respond. No, Elle grumbles. I want to hear that from Sir Alpha over there. Elle walks over to the edge of the border and stares GREYSTON in the eyes. They're so close to one another that if the force field weren't there, I'd be concerned that they were about to kiss one another. The animosity between the two is very apparent. They look like they want to murder each other. Elle is about a head shorter than GREYSTON, yet she seems just as aggressive as he does. Maybe it's all the piercings and the dyed hair. You have my word that when you saved Anna, I will let you two leave. However, if I ever see you two again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Ditto, Elle smirks, then backs up. Ex salvo defensiones, Elle mutters. With her words, the force field lifts, and there is no magical barrier between us. Axel runs straight to Carter while still in his wolf form. His wolf hovers over Carter's sleeping form in a protective stance while he glares at Eli and Elle. His body is lightly touching Carter's as he remains defensive and ready to attack if need be. Simultaneously, GREYSTON runs forward with his werewolf speed and pulls me into his arms. The tingling returns full force as his hands search my body for signs of discomfort. Once he's confident that I'm not hurt, except for the exhaustion clear on my face, he pulls me back into his body and sighs loudly. I'm so sorry I left you. If I knew these disgusting magic users were gonna try anything, it's okay, GREYSTON. I'm fine. They're here to help, I comfort him, hugging him back tightly. GREYSTON turns to Eli and Elle. Elle stumbles to the side, and Eli rushes over to her and whispers something in her ear. It's not loud enough for me to hear, but apparently GREYSTON and some of the guards hear because a chorus of growls rings out through the room. We had an agreement. He yells, adding a wolf growl to make his point. Eli laughs, then leans back against the farthest wall. We did make an agreement, but there was no timetable. We will help Anna, but we're both too tired to use that kind of heavy magic now. We need a few hours to recharge. Eli makes sense now. If he's too tired to do the spell now, as much as I wish he could remove the spell now, he should probably recharge and do the spell when he's at full strength. I wish he had clarified that before leading us on, though. I just want to sleep. You warlocks and your fucking games. GREYSTON grumbles at Eli. With my head against his chest, I feel it rumbling with each word he speaks. It's surprisingly soothing. I know it only takes you, he points to Eli, to remove the spell. You don't need her, he points to Elle. Technically, yes. Eli crosses his arms and smiles at GREYSTON. The smile isn't genuine, though. It's that smile when the person knows they've bested the other person, the winner's smile. However, once I complete the spell, we need to portal out of here so you all don't eat us. Therefore, we both need to be stronger for a portal. Fix her now. GREYSTON growls. I've never heard him scream this much. I can understand his frustration. As tired and as cranky as I am right now, this is our situation at the moment. We have to wait for Eli and Elle to recharge. Whether that takes a nap, eating, or resting, I don't know. There's no way around this. Grey, let them rest. They dash, I yawn before I'm able to finish my sentence. My vision begins to blur as I lean into GREYSTON's chest even more. He's holding up most of my weight at this point. Now that the adrenaline has subsided, the exhaustion has set in even more. I feel my eyes closing, and I'm seconds away from passing out standing up. No, baby, stay awake. Shit, you see what you've done to her. I think GREYSTON is screaming at Eli, but I'm barely paying attention. All of a sudden, I got extremely lightheaded. I've been on overdrive the past 30 minutes, and now I'm crashing. Look, I didn't have a choice. Eli's voice is muffled, like he's underwater. I think he says something else, but I don't register any words. My head feels like it's been stuffed with cotton. The dizzy blackness of sleep almost consumes me, but then something freezing cold falls on my face. My eyes regretfully open, and I see Greyston with his eyebrows scrunched as he focuses on my face. I think he put a cold washcloth on my face, at least. That's what it feels like. He looks so cute when he's concentrating. Greyston's previously serious frown turns into a slight grin as his mouth curves upwards into an amused grin. "You're cute too," he adds. Oh no. I said that out loud. Greyston sits in the armchair and places me comfortably on his lap. I'm handed the huge cup of coffee once more, and I'm told to drink it. When I take a sip, I cringe and turn my head away. It's cold, I whine. I like hot coffee. I like iced coffee. I hate room temperature coffee with a burning passion. It's disgusting and unnatural. Ardor. Before Greyston even makes a move to reheat the coffee is magically warm again. Really, Eli waved his hand and the cup is now magically hot. Stop using your magic unnecessarily, Warlock. Shit, my bad, Eli responds to Greyston, who glares at him from across the room. Eli and Elle are snacking on crackers, most likely to give them more energy for the spell. I'm guessing that Eli and Elle aren't comfortable sleeping on enemy territory, and the wolves aren't comfortable resting while magical beings are in their territory. This is going to be a long night. You've rested long enough. Remove the spell now. Greyston brings me over to Eli and Elle and places me in front of them. He hasn't stopped pacing and fidgeting ever since they began resting. He's itching for them to leave his territory, understandably. It's obvious that there was previous tension between the magic wielders and the wolves, and this issue just brought the tension to an all-time high. All right, let's do this. Eli cracks his knuckles, rolls his neck, and bounces on his toes. I think he's trying to be more dramatic than necessary. It took him 2 seconds to cast the spell, so how long could it take to remove it? I walk closer to the twins while preparing for them to remove the spell, but Greyston grabs my hand before I can move closer. Wait, he whispers. He pulls me close and wraps his arms around me. I've been hugging him for hours as I try to stay awake, but I guess his werewolf nature makes him more cuddly than a typical human. I'm not complaining. After this, you'll get to sleep for as long as you like, okay? He tucks a stray piece of hair that fell out of my messy bun behind my ear. I bite my lip and tiredly nod at him. I'm so excited to sleep and stay asleep. I release myself from Greyston's grasp and walk to the twins, who are ready to cast the 2 spells. Eli puts his hand on my right shoulder, while Elle places hers on my left shoulder. Greyston is already growling, something that I've listed as one of his personality traits at this point. He must really hate them because even as they're helping me, Greyston still doesn't trust them. Eli and Elle raise their hands so that they're only hovering over me. When I make eye contact with Eli, he has tears in his eyes. I get major déjà vu from the last time he cast a spell he didn't want to, and panic spreads through me. I'm sorry, he whispers before reciting Latin and directing his magic at Greyston and the other wolves. No, I scream as I try to jump in front of Eli. However, it's too late. I turn just in time to see a burst of blue energy hit Greyston's chest. A hole rests right where his heart used to be. I run over to him just in time to catch his body, but I can't support it with the little strength I possess. I fall with him, and I feel like I'm dying. There's a pain in my chest that feels never-ending, and I have no words to describe the inner torment. This is my fault. I trusted Eli. I trusted Elle. It's my fault that they were here in the first place. I became Greyston's only weakness, and now he's dead because of me. Why, I repeat over and over and over again. The tears continue to fall, and no one moves to stop me. Dana, it's okay. I don't have the voice to reply, but if I did, I would disagree. Nothing about this situation is okay. My soulmate, my boyfriend, my love is dead. I can't do anything when she's like this. She's dying. Do something. Don't you think I would if I could? The words pass right over my head. I'm not even paying attention to who's talking. All I can focus on is Greyston's lifeless eyes, his pale skin, his voice that will never form those stupid growls ever again. I'm so sorry, Gray. I'm so dash, I can't even breathe right now. My throat is closing up and I can't take in any air. I begin coughing as water drenches me. I gasp while trying to bring in some much-needed air. I look around and see 10 people looking at me. I see 5 people that I recognize as pack warriors with wide and relieved eyes. To my left, I see an uninterested Elle and a scared Eli. Nobody's attacking them. Why? Didn't they kill? In front of me, Greyston's bright eyes look into mine. I let out a sigh of relief and tackled him in a hug. I must have fallen asleep again. Stupid dreams. I'm tired of thinking about him dead. If he died, it would kill me. It almost killed me, and it wasn't even real. Greyston crushed me to his chest as he held me tightly to him. His lips meet my shoulder as he spreads light kisses along the surface. The kisses continue up my neck, along my jaw, until he finally kisses my lips quickly. His hands go around the back of my neck as he looks me over. You're shaking, he grumbles as he shakes his head disapprovingly. Sorry, I'm just cold. My bad, Carter smiles apologetically as he tries to hide the empty bucket behind him. Axel doesn't help him hide it, which makes me smile. You know what? Not my bad, actually. Nobody could wake you up, so I thought throwing water on you would do the trick. And it worked. Go me. Axel lightly smacked the back of Carter's head, then brought him in for a hug. These werewolves are so hot and cold. I'm glad that Carter woke up, though. It's nice to see that he's okay. A fuzzy blanket is wrapped around me, and I instantly close my eyes and snuggle into it. It's so warm. No. Don't close your eyes again. No matter how hard I tried to keep you up, you fell asleep. Greyston rubs my arms up and down to warm me up, but he must not realize how soothing it is because it just makes me want to fall asleep even more. How long was I out for? I croak. Looks like my voice is broken. 20 minutes. We tried everything to wake you up, but you just kept screaming and crying. I couldn't dash, Greyston's voice cracks, his genuine emotions seeping through. I can't even imagine what that must have been like for him. I'm sorry, I apologize, but Greyston shakes his head. Don't apologize. It's that fucker's fault. He points to Eli, who looks extremely upset. He has guilt written all over his face. Vanna, I'm so sorry. If I had any idea it was this bad dash, just do the fucking spell and get out of my sight. Greyston interrupts Eli quickly. Eli looks like he wants to say more to me, but he resigns just to nod his head and promptly comes to me to remove the sleeping spell. Vanna, just know that I'm really sorry, Eli says, his deep brown eyes filled with unshed tears. I get major déjà vu from his apology, and I begin to back away from him. This is precisely what he would say if he were to betray me. It just happened in my dream. Was it prophetic? I don't have time to back away before Eli utters the spell in Latin. Ex salvo somnia insomnis. Chapter 35. It feels like someone stuffed cotton in my mouth. That's my first thought as I wake up. Wait, is there cotton in my mouth? I bring my fingers to my lips and sigh in relief when I realize that I'm perfectly fine. I open my eyes and notice that I'm lying in Greyston's bed. It takes me a few moments to remember why I'm here, and the memories instantly start flooding my brain. Eli must have removed the sleeping spell because I had a dreamless sleep. Thank goodness. I remember feeling fearful that Eli would betray me, but he stuck to his word and saved my life. I didn't forget that he was the reason it was in danger in the first place, but he did seem full of remorse as he attempted to make it right. I still have a lot to say to him and Elle, but for now, I really want some water. And coffee. And food. Okay, I want a whole freaking buffet, sue me. I shift into a sitting position and feel a slight pain in my left arm. I find N4 inserted, so I slowly start peeling off the tape. I cringe as I pull the small tube out of my arm. I can't go downstairs and get food while dragging around N4 pole. Thinking of food, I eagerly stand and aim for the door, but my legs feel like noodles. I fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes and groan at my stupidity. How long have I been asleep? The door bursts open, and I immediately feel the warmth and sparks that indicate that my maid is touching me. Are you okay? I leave for 1 minute, and you fall. Greyston easily brings me to my feet as he looks over me with concern. I chuckle and hug him. My arms wrap around his torso as I close my eyes and relax in his hold. I feel so refreshed and alive. The past week has been extremely rough on my body and mental health, and I'm just grateful that I'm alive and able to hug Greyston. I'd go mad if I had to experience one more dream with Greyston dying. Why did you take the 4 out? You could have hurt yourself even more. The doctor should check you out first before you start walking around and dash. His worrying is cute, but he needs to stop nagging. I place my pointer finger over his lips so he stops talking, and I smile at his shocked expression. I guess the alphas aren't used to being shut up. Grey, I'm absolutely fine. I'm a little stiff, but I'm perfectly healthy. How long was I asleep anyway? I ask him the question, expecting him to say anywhere from 12 to 15 hours. 2.5 days, he grumbles as he pulls my body closer to him. I'm completely shocked. I slept for 2.5 days straight? I didn't even know that was possible. What? How did I sleep for that long? I ask as I pull away from his embrace. I begin pacing the room impatiently. I guess that's why I had in 4. I needed nutrients for the days I spent sleeping and not eating. I must have missed some school. That's upsetting. Hopefully I don't fall behind. My mom wouldn't be happy about my missing school and wait. Holy shit. My mom has no idea where I am. She probably thinks I'm dead in a ditch somewhere or kidnapped by some homeless man or something. I begin pacing again and pulling at my hair. What am I going to tell her? I can't say I was with Greyston for 2 days. That will seem suspicious. I would have texted or called her in that span, so she'll think something fishy is going on. Oh my god. She's probably freaking out and I stop pacing when I hear an amused laugh. I turn and glare at Greyston with my arms crossed at my chest and my nostrils flaring in annoyance. What? What's so funny? I grumble as I begin tapping my foot on the ground. Greyston walks up to me and grabs me by my waist and pulls me towards him until there isn't an inch of space. You're cute when you're angry, he explains, and I huff out a breath when he only finds my anger hilarious. I texted your mom from your phone. She thinks you've been staying with Carter. I'm glad she knows I'm alive and well. I let out a massive sigh of relief. Also, he drawls, I've never heard you curse before. It's kind of hot. My breath stalls as I look up into his silver eyes. His pupils begin to dilate the longer he stares at me. His grip on my hips tightens infinitesimally. It almost seems like he's afraid to hold me too tight, yet he can't let me go. I can only imagine how he must be feeling right now. He's a man who has found his soulmate. He probably wants to move faster than I'm ready for, yet he's been so patient and understanding with me. His attraction is battling with his common sense. The fact that I just woke up after having slept for 2.5 days because of a warlock spell intended to kill me. I decide for him when I stand on my tiptoes and bring my lips only centimeters away from his. I'm human, not glass. You won't break me. The words come out in a low, confident voice. As I whisper the words, my lips lightly touch his. He loses his patience and kisses me deeply. The kiss is warm and passionate, and it's exactly what I need right now. I forget my hunger for food and feel a deep hunger for something else, something new. His hands don't remain on my hips. They move to my back as he gently pulls me closer to him. As his tongue enters my mouth, his hands travel down to my waist, and he gives me a firm, reassuring squeeze. I pull away and look at him, unsure about the next step, but also certain of my desire to continue. What's wrong, baby? Talk to me. His concern and gentleness baffle me. How did I get so lucky? I merely shake my head and look down at the ground, not knowing what to say. Dana, look at me. The command in his voice is gentle, but firm. I look up at him as he holds my cheek in his palm. Are you okay? We can stop at any time. I thought you wanted dash, I do. I blurted out a little louder than I intended to. He chuckles and gives me a quick kiss on the lips. So what happened? Did I do something wrong? I can't believe he's asking me if he did something wrong. I don't think he could do anything wrong in that department if he tried. He's fantastic, and I'm just a regular girl. You didn't do anything wrong. The opposite, in fact. I don't. I've never. And I can't even get a coherent thought across. I'm so flustered, especially since our position hasn't changed. I still feel him close to me, and my mind is racing. Listen to me. I know you're inexperienced. I don't care. I actually prefer it that way. I want to be your first everything. Your first love, your first experience. I want to be your first and your last. You're it for me, baby. I don't know how he managed to say the perfect thing, but he did. He managed to tame my wildest fears for our relationship in seconds. He doesn't care that I get flustered easily or that I don't know what to do yet. He wants to be with me forever. My heart warms at the notion, and a blush forms on my cheeks. I immediately place my hands behind his neck and bring his lips back to mine. I'm so happy right now, and my only thoughts are of GREYSTON. The kiss starts slow and sensual, but quickly picks up speed again so that we're back to where we started before I freaked out. His hands gently pull me closer to him, and I allow myself to relax in his embrace, feeling safe and comfortable with him. We pull away, and GREYSTON gives me a mischievous grin. Let's get you changed and then get some food in you, yeah? I nod my head, feeling content and ready for the next step in the day. GREYSTON helps me up, and I follow him to the kitchen, where he starts preparing a simple meal. He sits me down on one of the kitchen stools and starts rummaging around in the fridge. Is there anything in particular you want? I'm so hungry I could eat a cow. I'm just really hungry, Grey. Can you make something that's quick? He nods and pulls out cheese from the fridge and begins placing a pan on the stovetop. He also finds a loaf of bread and takes out 8 slices. 5 minutes later, GREYSTON presents a stack of 4 grilled cheese sandwiches. I take one and immediately shove it into my mouth. Oh my gosh, this is so good, I say, my mouth full of food. Dana. GREYSTON gives a playful warning growl. It's not threatening, but I'm still not sure why he's doing it. What? I say with a full mouth of food. He doesn't answer me. Chapter 36. After I finish 2 of the grilled cheese sandwiches, I tell GREYSTON that I'm full. He looks at me like he doesn't believe me, but I remind him that I'm not an alpha werewolf like him, who needs to eat 4 sandwiches as a meal. He helps me finish the remaining 2. He tells me what he's been texting my mom so she wouldn't worry about me. Apparently, she's been wanting me to come home, but I've been insisting that I finish a psychology project with Carter. Today is Monday, so I technically have only missed 1 day of classes, which I'm thoroughly impressed by. I did miss a shift at Java, so I'll need to drop by and apologize. I'll have to make up an excuse and pretend I was really sick. It's not a complete lie, but I can't exactly tell the complete truth. Right now, I'm lying on the couch with GREYSTON as we watch a rerun of Friends. I'm laughing out loud as Ross finds his red sweater in Monica's apartment, and Joey's jaw drops as he finally puts the pieces together that Ross and Rachel got together. I don't miss the fact that GREYSTON watches me more than the TV show. The theme song begins playing for the next episode, so I untangle myself from GREYSTON and stand on my feet. He looks pouty as I break away from him, but I only smile and motion for him to get up with my finger. He raises an eyebrow as I begin spinning on my feet. So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Clap, 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 I belt the song, knowing that no one but GREYSTON and I are home. He tilts his head back, and laughter tumbles out of him. I continue dancing and singing to the theme song. I surely look like an idiot. I'm spinning, jumping, kicking my legs out. I definitely look insane. However, I have so much energy, and all I want to do is have a dance party to the Friends theme song. When the I'll Be There For You lyrics come on, GREYSTON is instantly in front of me. It's not fair when he uses his werewolf speed because I'm stuck being a slowpoke. He grabs my hand and spins me around before dipping me dramatically. I laugh as my head hangs upside down for a second before I'm right side up again. We continue jumping, singing, and dancing around until the song ends. I'm out of breath while GREYSTON looks absolutely fine, another annoying difference between werewolves and humans. The show begins playing again, but it's background noise now that my focus is on GREYSTON. Our laughter fades, and once again, I'm very aware of how attractive he is. His dark hair is styled in that perfectly messy manner. I'll never understand how he makes sweatpants look good. His shirt is taut against his arms and chest, showing the many dips and curves of his muscles. My favorite thing about him is his eyes. The blue-gray color is easily my favorite, and I finally understand the meaning of the eyes are the windows to the soul, because I can see all his emotions in them. I see love, vulnerability, and happiness. I'm sure my eyes mirror the same things. I forget everything but him as my eyes flutter closed. I lean into him, and only have to reach a little before he bends down to erase the rest of the space between us. His lips are soft on mine as we kiss. It's a slow kiss where we express our deep emotions for one another. His hands go to my waist, and they wrap around me like they always do. I feel secure in his arms, and I never want this feeling to go away. The kiss gets more intense when his tongue enters my mouth and his hands travel to my waist. Ever since he touched me earlier, he seems not to be afraid to touch me more intimately. It's like once he touched me, it opened up the floodgates. It's a new sensation that I enjoy. His hands squeeze my waist once before the clearing of a throat interrupts our moment. I pull back quickly and instantly turn around to see Carter smirking at the two of us like we are two kids caught doing something we aren't supposed to be doing. My hand flies to my heart as I regain the breath I lost from the kiss and from being scared senseless by Carter's sudden appearance. Jeez. You can't scare me like that, Carter. I scold him, but I'm outwardly smiling because I'm so happy to see him. The last time I saw him, he poured a bucket of cold water on my face. Granted, it was to wake me up from my nightmare-plagued slumber, but I'm still ready to give him a good punch. That water was cold. As much as I would love to watch you two have a moment, I have your schoolwork from psych today. Carter always knows how to turn my face beet red in a single sentence. For a best friend, he sucks. We weren't. We were just, he hums, then slides his backpack off his shoulder and opens it to pull out his computer with the classroom notes. Do you want to finish whatever it is you were or were not about to do? Or do you want to get the notes? I want the notes, I squeak, embarrassed to have been caught with GREYSTON and also embarrassed because Carter is insinuating that things were going to go further just now. Were they? GREYSTON makes his presence known when his front presses to my back possessively. His arms wrap around me as his hands glide over my stomach. I try to ignore the butterflies he gives me. He nuzzles his face into my neck and places feather-light kisses all over. Gray, I mumble, hoping he'll stop but also wanting him to continue. If that sentence was confusing, just imagine how I feel. I'm not used to PDA, but I really do want to kiss GREYSTON some more. However, school comes first. I need to get the notes from Carter and have him explain anything I don't understand. GREYSTON growls in frustration as he looks up at Carter. You're becoming a real inconvenience for me. That's my job. Carter grins as he grabs my hand and begins pulling me towards the kitchen table to begin our work. I follow Carter as he sits down at the island and opens his computer to the notes he took today. He sits down on the corner stool and I sit next to him. As he's opening his notes, GREYSTON sits next to me and places his hand on my thigh. I'm curious as to why he's here. Of course, I love being around him, but if I'm just studying with Carter, doesn't GREYSTON have something better to do? Before I ask, Carter beats me to the punch. The heck are you still doing here? Axel has been picking up your slack for 2.5 days. Go do your alpha work. Carter sasses GREYSTON, and I'm not sure why he thinks that GREYSTON will respond well to this type of criticism. GREYSTON approaches Carter slowly, his jaw clenching tightly as he tries to control himself. His eyes darken the longer he glares at Carter. Watch your tone when speaking to your alpha. I'm on my feet quickly as I try to diffuse the tension. I place my hand on my mate's chest as I urge him to allow space between him and his target. Okay, Gray, he didn't mean any disrespect. He backs away and turns to me as he takes a deep breath through his nose. Although I begin as I bite my lip and play with my fingers nervously, he does kind of have a point. I smile at him to try to ease his mind. He's not amused with my taking Carter's side. His face remains expressionless as he awaits my explanation. It's just that, well, you don't have to sit here while we study. Don't feel obligated to spend all of your time with me. GREYSTON's bottom lip pouts out as I say this. But I want to spend all my time with you. The big, bad alpha that was just threatening my friend not 10 seconds ago is now pouting like a 5-year-old. He honestly looks pretty adorable like this. Usually, I'm the one showing my sensitive side, but I'm really enjoying his clingy and soft side. I want to spend time with you too, but you're a leader of an entire pack of werewolves. You must have work to do. Go do that, and we can spend time together later. I bring my arms around his neck and hug him while my face finds the crook of his neck. He sighs into the hug, and his body releases some of its precious tension. I need you safe, he whispers, almost too low for me to hear. I'm safe here with Carter. Promise. I mumble my response into his neck, but he must still understand me because he kisses me on my forehead as his hands slowly leave my sides. Fine. I'll come check on you soon, though. He closes his eyes, and I'm confused for a moment until I look over and see Carter with his eyes closed as well as a look of terror on his face. They must be mind-reading each other, which is completely unfair for a human like me. They don't get to talk in front of me secretly. Hey, no mind linking in front of me. That's unfair. I shake Greyston's shoulders until he opens his eyes and refocuses on me. He grins at me and gives me a quick kiss. We'll see about that. He gives one last glare to Carter before he leaves the area, presumably to head to his office or go do whatever alpha work entails. I turn to look at Carter, who looks about ready to pass out. What did he say to you? Carter looks down at the ground and shakes his head fervently. Nothing, it's fine. It's not fine. I exclaim as my worry begins to grow within me. What could Greyston have possibly said to Carter to scare him so much? And it was only for a few seconds. He just warned me to look after you. He gave some very creative threats if I didn't. I roll my eyes at Greyston's dramatics. He won't do anything to you. I know him, and he wouldn't hurt his friends. If I ever were to get hurt, I'm absolutely sure it wouldn't be Carter's fault. If Carter failed to protect me, Greyston wouldn't punish Carter. Carter only chuckles. There's no way Greyston could attack anyone over a mistake, right? After reading over Carter's notes, I'm still a little confused. I'm sure Carter's very smart, but his note-taking skills are questionable at best. I find myself opening the online textbook and reading through today's lesson while Carter explains his notes to me. An hour goes by in a flash, and I'm finally finished with the current chapter. I soon realize, however, that I don't completely understand some of the concepts from last week. I don't give myself a hard time. I was spelled. I begin reading the other 3 chapters to refresh my memory. Carter remains in the stool next to me as he scrolls through his phone. He'll occasionally chuckle at something he finds funny, then it's back to silence. After about 10 minutes, he groans and slides his phone across the granite tabletop. Ugh, I'm bored. He whines at me as he leans his elbow on the countertop and rests his cheek in his palm. Sorry, Carter, I gotta study. I chuckle as I look at his pathetic form. He's definitely pouting, but only one pout works on me. I turn back to Carter's laptop only for it to be snatched off the table. Hey, I yelp as I reach out to take back the computer. It's no use because my reflexes are no match for his. He easily backs out of my reach and grins at me. Come on, let's do something fun. You don't have any more classes today, and my best friend has been a zombie for the past week. Ooh, I know. Carter slaps his palms and rubs them together in a sinister manner. The evil glint in his eyes shines bright as he smirks at me. Oh no. We're going to prank Greyston. He begins laughing as he takes my hand and drags me up the stairs. I try to pry my hand out of his, but either Carter doesn't notice my struggle or he doesn't care. We enter a room on the 2nd floor with cream-colored walls and a white duvet covering the queen-sized bed. The room itself screams Carter with its attention to detail and fashionable decor. A white faux fur rug lies on the floor, and the bed is covered with pillows in shades of blue and purple with textured designs on them. All the furniture is light, and the space itself is very airy and clean. He walks me over to the bed and leaves me there while he rummages through his dresser drawer. He pulls out a 2-inch binder and closes the drawer again. Sitting down next to me, he opens it and flips through the pages. I only get glimpses because he is flipping through the binder so fast, but my jaw drops when I realize what this is. It's his prank book. Page after page is filled with pictures, evidence, of the pranks he's pulled on others. One picture I notice is of Axel glaring at the camera with what looks like pink paint covering him from head to toe. Another picture is of Greyston's car covered in sticky notes. I remember that story from dinner the other night. What the? I sputter, the right words not passing my tongue. Carter stops flipping when he finds a certain section of the binder with prank ideas. He schemes through the plans until he pauses and grins at me. Here, what do you think about this one? I hesitantly take the binder from his hands and skim over the notes. I read through the entire outline. Yes, outline. Carter has laid out on how to prank GREYSTON, and I can't help the laughter that spills out of me. I try to stop by, covering my mouth with my hands, but I can't. I finally see why Carter gets such a kick out of these pranks. I feel more alive just thinking about the hilarious look of shock he'll have if we pull this off. I let myself fall back on the bed, the soft mattress cushioning my fall as I continue to cackle like I belong in an asylum. Carter slams the book closed and gives me a hopeful smile. You in? I wipe the tears from my eyes as I smile widely back at him. I'm in. Chapter 37, I'm in. Carter smirks and tackles me onto the bed. He hugs me while exclaiming how he's never had a partner in crime before, and he's so excited to prank GREYSTON. I hug him back while a sudden wave of appreciation fills me. I've never felt like I belonged before, but staying at the pack house with GREYSTON, plotting pranks with Carter, and watching how the other wolves come to my defense when I'm in danger, it makes me feel wanted. I've read plenty of books before, but I've never experienced anything like the emotions I read about. You read enough fiction, you start to question what's real and what's not. I've learned that love and true friendship are real. You just have to put down your book to find them. I begin to tear up while reliving all of the emotional growth I've done. Carter stiffens and immediately releases me from his hold to check on me. His eyes grow wide when he sees the tears falling from my eyes. Shit, SHID. Why are you upset? GREYSTON's gonna kill me. Carter sits me up on the edge of the bed and rubs my arms up and down in an attempt to stop my tears. He continues to try to shush me, and the fear in his eyes makes me laugh. Why are you laughing? Shit, I don't understand girls. I wipe away my tears and smile at him. They're happy tears. I've never had a friendship like ours, and I'm just so grateful to have you as my friend. His shoulders relax as his panicking ceases. He releases a breath and brushes his fingers through his messy brown curls. If you want to keep me as your friend, you won't cry anymore. Goddess, that was scary. Can you imagine if GREYSTON walked in here and saw you crying? You'd be planning my funeral. Stop being so dramatic. I gently push at his shoulder, but being the gay icon that he is, he dramatically falls off the bed and pretends that I've hurt him. Ow, I'm injured. He yells loudly, and thankfully, no one in the house seems to hear or take him seriously. He eventually gets up from the floor and spreads his body horizontally across the bed. Just wait until GREYSTON marks you. When he feels your emotions and can tell you're crying, you better have a good explanation before I'm minced meat. I pause and look up from the white duvet. I've never heard that term before. Once he marks me? What does that even mean? My face must be like an open book because Carter's jaw drops as he sits up instantly and looks at me in disbelief. You don't know what marking is? I shake my head no. Now I'm curious. Carter seems to be shocked that I'm unaware of the term. He gets up off the bed and scurries to his door and opens it. He looks left, right, then left again while scanning for anyone who could be listening in on our conversation. Once he's satisfied that no one is around, he closes the door and sits down on the bed again. How did GREYSTON not tell you? It's pretty important. What is it? Is it bad? I begin having a minor anxiety attack. The way that Carter is making such a big deal out of this concept of marking is making me extremely nervous. No, it's not a bad thing at all. It's just an important thing between wolves when they find their soulmate. It's an intimate thing that you guys are probably ready for. Carter lets out a big sigh and mumbles, GREYSTON's gonna kill me. I lean forward and place my hands on his shoulders to give him a little shake. I continue staring at him intensely until he spills. I'm only telling you because you know I can't keep secrets well, and he should have told you weeks ago. He clears his throat and begins. Basically, there are 3 major steps in a werewolf relationship. There's the meeting. When you make eye contact with the other, you instantly form the initial mate bond. Then, there's something called marking, then mating. Marking is when each werewolf, but in your and GREYSTON's case, just him, bites the neck of the other to seal the bond and claim their mate permanently. I'm up and stumbling off the bed before Carter can even finish the sentence. Bite? GREYSTON is supposed to bite my neck? Oh no, 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 and no. He has sharp canines. I'll probably die from blood loss if his teeth don't break my neck first. Has Carter seen the size of GREYSTON? He could crush me like a bug in 2 seconds. I don't need anyone biting me like a freaking vampire. I pace back and forth across the expanse of Carter's bedroom as I internally and externally freak out. This is exactly why GREYSTON hasn't told you. I know it is. He's afraid of how you'll react. It's an important part of werewolf culture. Look, Axel did it to me, see? Carter leans his head to the side and points to the crook of his neck. I lean in and squint, initially not seeing anything. Then I gasp and trace my finger along the light silver scar. It's a huge bite mark taking up a large portion of his neck. Carter bites his lip and backs away from my touch. Sorry. Does it hurt? I apologize, hoping I didn't do anything to cause him harm. It looks like the bite must have been pretty painful. Why would he let Axel do that to him? It doesn't hurt. The opposite, in fact. Carter's face turns bright red at the mention of the mark, and that's where I grow confused. What do you mean? He shakes his head and buries his face in his hands as he exhales loudly. I should not be the one explaining this. This is so awkward. He takes his face out of his hands and looks at me. Pointing right at my face, he seriously says, "You can't laugh. Everything I'm telling you is completely true for werewolves, okay?" I nod my head, urging him to continue. All right. The marking or the biting of the neck actually feels good. It's a little painful at first, but it becomes pleasurable after a few seconds. The reason is that it's linking your mind with your mate's mind. It allows your emotions to be intertwined. I can feel Axel's emotions all the time, and he can feel mine. If you kept touching my mark, my jaw drops as the pieces fit together. Does he get turned on by touching the mark? That's such a strange place too. My hand flies to my face as I realize that GREYSTON has been kissing my neck and nuzzling his face there ever since I've known him. I thought he just found it comfortable, but maybe it's his werewolf side wanting to mark me. Holy crap. My heart begins picking up speed as my breath releases in heavy pants. If I let GREYSTON mark me, he'll be able to know how I feel all the time. I'll be able to read his emotions. He's angry all of the time, so does that mean that I'll feel that? How would that even work? And since I'm a human, would it even be the same for us? Wow, I can't even believe I'm considering letting his canines get anywhere near my neck. Am I crazy? I do trust GREYSTON, but can I trust his werewolf side too? I see that you're freaking out. Take a deep breath. All you need to do is gently bring it up to GREYSTON and talk about it. He wouldn't want to push you into doing this, so he's probably held off on telling you. He's been really clingy lately, right? I nod my head to Carter's questions as my eyes dart around the room, as I think. He has been wanting to check in on me all day today. He didn't want me studying alone with Carter, and he checked in on us a few times while we were in the kitchen reading psychology notes. The clingy nature, Carter continues, is him being overly protective and wanting to mark you. You almost died, Thana. He needs to feel emotionally close to you. I'm surprised he left you alone at all. Something similar happened to me before Axel marked me, and he didn't react as well as GREYSTON. Carter smiles, thinking back longingly on the memory. I swallow, my throat thick from worry and apprehension. I really do need to bring this up with GREYSTON. I can't believe he didn't tell me about this. This seems like an important step in our relationship, and his lack of trust in me is honestly upsetting. Of course, I'm going to freak out, but I would have liked to be educated in the world of werewolves by my werewolf boyfriend instead of my werewolf best friend. Wow, never thought that sentence would ever be formed in my mind. I guess I'll have to be the one to talk about it first. Wait, wasn't there one other thing in the mating process? You said meeting, marking, what was the third? Sex, Thana. My cheeks burn bright pink. Carter and I decide that we're done with the serious conversations. I've agreed to bring it up with GREYSTON the next time we have a moment alone. While I'm waiting for GREYSTON to finish his alpha duties, we plan out the details of the brilliant prank we're going to play on GREYSTON. Carter needs to purchase some materials before we can do it, so unfortunately, today isn't the prank day. However, I have nervous tingling erupting through me just thinking about this evil plan. GREYSTON's gonna freak. Carter is going on about my part of the prank when he tilts his head to the side and quickly stands to his feet. He speeds across the room and haphazardly shoves the book in a random drawer before sitting down next to me once again. I raise an eyebrow, but when I see the door open not a second later, I see now that Carter had to hide the book before GREYSTON saw it. My eyes are locked on GREYSTON's as his large form passes through the doorway. I barely even notice that Axel walks in behind him and heads straight for Carter. GREYSTON immediately hugs me, and I return the affection. He sighs in relief as he places his nose to my neck and sniffs me. I stiffen instantly, remembering the conversation I just had with Carter about marking mates on the neck. As if he senses something wrong, GREYSTON pulls back. What's wrong? His concern for me is immediate, but I'm not being honest with him right now. I'm not having this serious marking talk in Carter's bedroom with Carter and Axel as an audience. Nope. I'll wait. I quickly make up the first lie I can think of. I'm just worried that my mom wants me home soon. I don't want her to be too angry with me. I haven't been home in almost 3 days. It's true that I'm concerned about her, and I've decided that it's time to finally face her. I've been avoiding going home all day. I should have gone straight home after I woke up from my extremely long slumber, but I wimped out and spent the day with GREYSTON and Carter. At least I got some homework done. Why can't you just stay here? I don't want you to leave. His lip pouts out, and it makes me laugh. Strangely, I don't want to leave either. I've never had a boyfriend before. Is it weird that I always want to be around him? I want to spend every free minute with him, and when I'm not with him, I'm thinking about him. Studying became a challenge when all I thought about was GREYSTON's beautiful eyes, his hugs, his kind nature. Yeah, I've fallen hard for him. I don't want to leave either, but I need to go home. My mom needs help around the house, and she probably needs me to watch Avina. You know how her work schedule is. I give him a little pout of my own, to which his eyes rest on my lips. He leans in and kisses me until my pout disappears. I can't say no to you, so fine. Just know I'm not happy about this. I give him a sad smile while we share a similar look of dread for our time apart. I turn to say goodbye to Carter, but he and Axel are stuck in a lip lock. It grows more heated by the second, and when Axel grips Carter tighter against his body, GREYSTON covers my eyes with his palm and quickly walks out of the room. He slams the door behind him and groans while I laugh through the awkwardness. Guess I know what those two are going to be up to. Reluctantly, GREYSTON drives me home. I physically feel fine, but mentally and emotionally, I'm not looking forward to being apart from him. When his car is eventually parked in my driveway, I don't make any attempts to leave. I sit still and soak up the last few moments I have with GREYSTON. I turn my head to look at him, only to find him already staring at me. He looks my body up and down like he's ravenous, and I'm his favorite dessert. His look causes an unfamiliar yet much appreciated warmth straight to my core. I tighten my thighs together as I attempt to tame the fire with friction. GREYSTON inhales the air deeply. His eyes turn dark as he leans over, unbuckles my seatbelt, and pulls me over the center console to straddle his lap in one fluid motion. I'm quickly learning to appreciate his agility in times like these. I can smell you, you know, he growls. I shiver at the raspy quality of his voice. He continues speaking, and his voice alone could send me over the edge. It's everything about him for me. His voice, his body, his dominant personality. Everything about him turns me on. I can smell how you feel. He leans forward and kisses me, all the while stroking me. The friction is bliss, and I find my body reacting to him even more. He grins and stops suddenly. What? My voice comes out as a whimper. You're leaving me, so that was your punishment. Now you have to go talk to your mom all hot and bothered while you think about how badly you wish I had made you feel better. He gets out of the car and closes his door. I sit there stunned. What a cocky werewolf. He is right. I won't be able to focus on talking to my mom because I'll be thinking about what GREYSTON started but didn't finish. That little. The passenger side door opens to reveal GREYSTON with my backpack that he retrieved from the trunk of the car. He holds his hand out for me to take, but I ignore it and get out of the car myself. I fold my arms over my chest and angrily storm over to my front door. Before I make it there, GREYSTON gently grabs my wrist and pulls me back into him. "Don't be upset, baby," he chuckles. He tries to kiss me, but I turn my head to the side, so he catches my cheek instead of my lips. Instead of getting annoyed with me, he kisses my cheek again and begins trailing kisses down my jaw and my neck. He lightly sucks on the skin, causing the warmth to reappear. I grab his shoulders to push him away, but for some insane reason, I forget that I'm annoyed with him and pull him closer to me. Based on the way he smirks into each tender kiss on my neck, I know he's satisfied with my reaction. He kisses downward until he reaches a point in the curve of my neck where he kisses and sucks at the spot relentlessly. I moan and bury my face in his chest as he works his magic. When he lightly nips at the place, tingling spreads through my body, radiating from my shoulder. The feeling wakes me up and brings me back to reality. That's the spot where he would mark me. I see what Carter was talking about when he said that the place was sensitive. Holy heck, it's susceptible. I push him away and give him one last glare before grabbing my backpack from the floor where he so carelessly dropped it. He was a little too preoccupied trying to tease me into holding my bag. No, you don't get to be all sexy and then turn it off. That's not fair, Grey. You can't get mad at me for coming to my house to see my mom. My foot taps up and down in annoyance. I'm not mad at you, baby. It's just, ugh. He groans and wipes a palm down his face as he thinks about how to communicate his thoughts. If it were up to me, you'd never leave my sight. Now I have to be away from you while that warlock is still out there. What if he comes back to finish the job and I'm not here to protect you? My anger melts away as he shares his worries with me. Of course, he's thinking about my safety. I was only thinking about how lonely I would be without him. His alpha nature made him think deeper. He'll miss me as he's worried about my safety. Eli won't hurt me. He never wanted to do the spell in the first place, I explain. I urge him to understand that Eli's not a bad guy. He's been misled, but he has a good heart. Even if I did believe you, there's still an entire coven that ordered him to cast that spell in the first place. Shit, he's got me there. I know I should be freaking out right now, but I feel strangely calm. Maybe it's the calm before the storm, but I know that GREYSTON will protect me. I feel so safe with him. He's my guardian angel. I don't want you to worry, he continues. I have guards stationed outside your house 24/7. You won't ever be alone. I wish I were with you. Guards. I whisper, surprised yet not surprised at all that GREYSTON has pack members watching out for me. You won't even know they're here. They'll stay in the woods in their wolf forms. Dana, he lifts my chin so we're looking in each other's eyes. Call me if you need me. I'll drop everything and be here in minutes. My heart warms. I know. Chapter 38. GREYSTON waits for me to unlock my front door before he drives away. I walk into the house and head straight for the kitchen. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I know my mom is probably in the kitchen preparing dinner for us. She works so hard, and I'm a little disappointed in myself for worrying her. Granted, I couldn't have told her I slept for 2.5 days straight. That would open a whole supernatural can of worms that I can't explain to her. Just like I imagined, she was in the kitchen peeling potatoes. She stops peeling and drops the potato to smile at me. She walks over and gives me a hug. Hi, honey. Did you have fun at your friend's house? I nod, but before I can say anything, she continues talking. Listen, I want you to know that you can tell me anything. I know I'm your mother, but I'm also your friend. Oh goodness. She used the cringy "I'm your mom and your friend" card. She must know something that she wants me to openly discuss with her. Instead of answering her, I walk past her and wash my hands so that I can help cook dinner. An awkward silence grows between us before my mom decides to break it. Look, you told me a few nights ago you went to GREYSTON's to stay. Then you said that you were studying with Carter for 2 nights after that. I'm not naive, Thana. I know you were with him for multiple nights. I slowly dry my hands on a washcloth before turning to my mom. I shouldn't feel guilty about spending time with my boyfriend. I'm 18 years old, and I can spend time with whoever I want. However, I still do feel bad for leaving her alone to care for Evina. She doesn't have someone in her life to help with this 6-year-old. She's a handful. Speaking of Evina, Evina screams and catapults towards me. I squeal at the unexpected intrusion and catch her in my arms. She hugs me tightly, and I return the hug. Hi. I missed you. She looks at me and frowns. You were gone for a long time. Don't leave for that long again. I missed you. Look what I made in school today. She is suddenly back to her cheery self as she shows me the simple bead bracelet she made in school today. I put her down as I continue to chop veggies, occasionally nodding and adding MHMs while I listen to her elaborate stories. She talks about fairy princesses and magic and ponies, so I smile and nod at the tales she makes up. Her imagination is remarkable. Eventually, my mom finds a way to kick her out of the kitchen. She asks Evina to make us each a drawing of the magical fairy and pony so we can cook in peace. We can both hear Evina's soft humming as she colors, which warms my heart. She's so adorable. My mom places the chopped vegetables in the oven to cook along with the chicken breasts. Dana? My mom turns to me and sends me a small smile, which I hesitantly return. I'm not mad at you. I'm happy that you found someone you care so much about. I know I didn't have the most admirable relationship with your father. I clench my teeth at the mention of that man. My mom left him after he became physically abusive towards us. He would always yell at my mom and me, but when he decided to hit me, my mom got up and left him. That's why we moved to Redwood all those years ago. I haven't seen him since, and I hate thinking about him. Greyston's nothing like him, I say strongly and with conviction. Greyston is the exact opposite of my father. I was only about 13 when I last saw my father, but Greyston is kind, loving, gentle, all the things my father wasn't. I know, honey. I've seen the way he is with you. I'm honestly quite jealous of the love you guys have for each other. I hold my arms out wide and hug my mom. We don't usually talk about such serious topics. The two of us normally joke around and discuss the books we recommend to each other. This is entirely new. You'll find someone, Mom. I know you will. Any guy would be crazy not to want you. I smile at her, only to see a light blush creep onto her face. Thanks, sweetie. Enough about me, though. I need you to make me a promise. I nod at her and wait to hear what she has to say. Don't lie to me about where you are. You can see Greyston as much as you want. You can stay over, just let me know when so I can plan accordingly. I want you to be happy. Her acceptance brings tears to my eyes. I know it may not seem like a big gesture, but I've never had this type of freedom before. I was never the type to hang out with friends every weekend in high school, and I was always too busy working or babysitting Evina to have a life of my own. But what about Evina? Don't you need me to watch her? My mom instantly shakes her head and smiles widely. I didn't get to tell you earlier because you were gone, but I got a huge promotion at work. I get the better routes now, and I get paid more to work less. It doesn't make any sense, but who am I to turn down free money? I laugh out loud and cheer at the top of my lungs. I start dancing, and my mom joins me. We laugh as we do a happy dance at the news. I know we've been a little tight on money, so this news could not have come at a better time. With more money, Evina can join a daycare while I can take fewer shifts at Java to focus on school. I won't need extra money to give to her if we're financially stable. Evina sees us dancing from the living room, and she joins in. In her hands are the 2 drawings she made for us. She doesn't even know why we're happy dancing, but she wants in on the fun. She shakes her butt and begins the chicken dance. I guess that's one of the only dances she knows. I laugh and do the chicken dance with her. I look up when I hear a light pinging sound. My jaw drops as my eyes widen in disbelief when I see my mom recording us. That little rascal. Don't record me, Mom. I scream as I run up to her phone and cover the lens. Oh, come on. You two are so cute. Do the chicken dance for me, please? Please see? Evina begs as she jumps up and down in excitement. I shake my head as I release a big sigh. You better not send this to anyone, I mumble. After the 3 of us eat dinner, I finally get to see Evina's drawings. The pony has rainbow hair and is lavender, while the fairy woman has long black hair and a red dress. Not gonna lie, maybe Avina should be a fashion designer when she's older. Even though a 6-year-old obviously did the drawing, the dress looked like something I would buy with a low V-neck and a slit up the right leg. I'd buy it. The fairy was in a blue bubble, and Avina vividly explained how she floated through the air. I agreed that she must have flown down in a blue bubble like Glinda did from The Wizard of Oz. There's no point in my pointing out that her imagination isn't real. I can't crush her dreams. Throughout dinner, I received texts from GREYSTON. I didn't answer the first two because I was listening to my mom talk about her new promotion, but after the third text said, "Text me back or else I'm coming over," I quickly replied that I was fine and eating dinner with my family. I'm quickly getting used to GREYSTON's need to stay in contact with me constantly. If he ever decides to mark me, I'm guessing the need to text so often will lessen because he'll instantly know if something's wrong with me. Just the idea that we can connect on such a deep level is astounding to me. Humans don't have anything of the sort, but I feel like I'm ready for something like that with GREYSTON. I'm constantly thinking of him, anyway. Why not be able to tell when he's upset? I could call him and cheer him up when he's grumpy, tired, or sad. Unfortunately, to feel that connection, he has to bite my neck. Ugh. I'm texting GREYSTON before bed when I get an incoming text from Eli. I perk up and immediately open the message. We haven't spoken since he removed the spell. I've been meaning to check in with him and see how his coven reacted to him reversing his magic. Eli, hey, how are you? Me, I feel much better. Thank you for saving me, even though it was kinda your fault, lol. Eli, I'm sorry you suffered because of me. The ethics were making me feel awful. Me, not how you use the word ethics in a sentence, but okay, lol. I shift in my bed as I wait for his reply. A minute passes, then 2, and I'm left wondering if he's done with the conversation. GREYSTON has told me countless times how much he hates witches and warlocks. They are careless and don't think about their effect on other creatures. They use magic in front of humans even though it's forbidden. They kill without empathy, and they disrespect other customs that aren't their own. He says they're dangerous. If all of that is true, then shouldn't Eli have been ridiculed? Hurt? Killed? He broke one of the coven's rules and fixed a human whom they wanted to kill. I need to ask him how he is. He saved me. The least I can do is ask if he needs saving, too. Me, are you okay? I think that text is simple enough. He responds instantly. Eli, no Eli, but I try to call him, but every call goes straight to voicemail. He doesn't answer any of my texts. This freaking warlock is driving me crazy. I want to know what's wrong. I consider him a friend, even if our friendship has been a little rocky. He obviously needs a friend right now, and he won't let me be there for him. Hopefully, on Friday, I'll get to see him and ethics class so I can interrogate him on his feelings. He doesn't seem like the type to have the feelings talk, but I can be very persuasive when I want to be. The rest of the week speeds by. Each day was like the next. I would go to class, GREYSTON would pick me up and drive me to Java to get me a coffee and a snack, and then we would either go back to my house or his to do our work. I must admit, trying to work in the presence of a Greek god is extremely difficult. Every time he would stretch his arms above his head, his triceps would bulge out and distract me. Why on earth would I focus on calculus when I can look at GREYSTON's muscles? I found myself looking at him quite frequently while he typed on his computer, doing God knows what. What does an alpha even do for work? There were a few times when I knew he was teasing me. He said he spilled something on his shirt twice, and he took off his shirt because he said he didn't want the mess to leak onto him. Both times, the shirt was stain-free. He just wanted to rile me up and get me to stare at his abs. I had to tighten my legs to stop myself from getting more excited. I eventually began to tease him back, slowly at first, but then I made bigger moves to get back at him for taking off his shirt. I cannot focus on anything when he's not wearing a sweater. I would chew on the edge of my pen, which you would think wouldn't be a turn-on, but the way his eyes tracked my lips as I wrapped them around the pen made it evident that it distracted him. After that, he quickly got up and sped over to me with his werewolf speed and forcefully kissed me. I didn't mind. I never found the perfect time to bring up marking. We were both busy with work, and by the time we were done, I chickened out and decided to ask him the next day. Carter said that marking is something sexual and intimate, so I didn't want to push the subject. I wanted it to come naturally. Today is Friday, and I'm currently walking from Java to my ethics class. GREYSTON told me he doesn't want me going in case Eli shows up, but I told him I couldn't miss, hence the bodyguard following me into class. I feel like royalty with someone closely watching me for my protection, not in a good way. I feel like I'm being watched, and frankly, it's pretty creepy. GREYSTON didn't give me a choice, though. I walk into the lecture hall and peer over the seats, scanning for a particular platinum blonde. I need to make sure he's okay. I haven't seen him since he saved me. After a few moments of searching, I put it together that he's not here today. The bodyguard behind me, who is doing an abysmal job of blending in with the students, seems to scan the room for the warlock, but he doesn't tense up like he would if he were here. I frown and sit in my usual seat next to the random girl who is always sketching roses. I half-heartedly listened to the lecture, disappointed that Eli isn't here to make fun of my ethical decision-making. I miss arguing over the random scenarios we're given. The hour passes slowly, but the teacher finally dismisses us and reminds us of our upcoming midterms. I internally groan. I hate taking tests. I know the material, but whenever I sit down for a test, I blank out. Therefore, I have to overstudy to get good grades. Some people naturally have good memories and require less study. I'm not one of those people. I pack up my bag slowly, making sure I don't leave anything behind. The warrior wolf watching me stomps his foot as if he were impatiently waiting for me to collect my things faster. I pack my bag slower. I can see annoyance creeping on his face, but he decides to keep his mouth shut. Thank goodness. I finally have my bag all packed up and lug it over my shoulder. I'll drive you to the pack house. Alpha GREYSTON's meeting is running a little overtime, so he can't pick you up, Thing One says. Okay, thank you, I reply, trying my best not to show my displeasure at spending more time with my bodyguard. I exit the lecture hall and am about to ask him where he parked his car when out of nowhere a pair of hands grabs my forearms and yanks me forward. My scream is swallowed by a curtain of blue as I fall into the darkness. Chapter 39 Thing 1 doesn't have time to grab me before I disappear into a dark blue haze. I come to in a dark, empty room that resembles the interior of a warehouse. The floors are coated with a layer of dust, which thickens the air in the room. I turn in circles as I search for an obvious exit, at least. I feel like I'm spinning. Actually, no, I'm just extremely nauseated. I try to take a step forward, but I crumble with my first step. I hunch over and gag a few times, thankfully not expelling any of my breakfast. When the room finally stops moving, I take in my surroundings. I see a dark form on the floor about 5 feet from me, and I instantly scoot back as I gauge the danger. Once I see white hair on the individual, I sigh in relief and rush over to him. Eli looks awful. He's sweating profusely, and that's not the worst of it. He has horrible injuries all over his arms, face, and neck, and that's only the ones I can see. His face is red and swollen. I see more bruising than skin color. His lip is split, his cheekbones are scattered with tiny cuts, and he looks like someone just left him bruised and battered on the side of the road. What the hell? Eli, are you okay? I frantically search his body for more obvious injuries. When I notice the yellowish-green bruises on his face that accompany the purple and reds, I realize that these injuries aren't new but are days old. Fine, he mumbles incoherently. He opens his eyes and takes a sudden breath, then winces at the action. He tries to sit up with difficulty, so I gently help him sit up. He is in pain, but he tries to hide it with a fake smile. Who did this to you? I whisper as tears form in my eyes. He leans in to wipe my tears away, but I gently grab his wrist and look at his hand. 2 of his fingers look crooked and are most likely broken, while the rest of the hand looks bruised. What, shoo, don't worry about it. That's not why I brought you here, he reasons. If he thinks that I'm just going to sit here and not find out who hurt him and beat the hell out of them, he has another thing coming. Okay, maybe I'll make GREYSTON deal with them, but it's the thought that counts. I needed to talk to you, and your freaking werewolf boyfriend wouldn't let me get within 5 feet of you. And he blocked my number from your phone after we texted, so none of my newer messages were going through. My shock turns to anger when I realize GREYSTON invaded my privacy and took away my freedom without me even knowing it. My mind slows down enough to process that Eli must have portaled us to this obsolete building so he can talk to me. That explains why he brought me here, but not why he looks like he was run over by a truck. Unless... Eli, I begin, anger seeping into my voice. Did GREYSTON do this to you? He looks at me with a small grin. I wish. Maybe then you wouldn't talk to him again. Werewolves are so primal, animalistic. They're beasts, Thana. But to answer your question, no. Your perfect little wolf didn't touch me. He groans as he rises to his feet. He stumbles forward, and my hands shoot to his shoulders to steady him. I'm usually the one with balance issues, so it feels good to help someone else for a change. Tension leaks from my body when I realize that GREYSTON didn't do this to him. If GREYSTON didn't do this, then who did? He looks like he's going to skirt around the answer, so I firmly order, you have to tell me. Right now. He grumbles something under his breath, then looks at the floor. The small amount of confidence he did have drained out of him the moment he answered me. It was the coven. My eyes widen as strange noises of shock come pouring out of my mouth. His people did this to him? What could he possibly have done to deserve, oh my gosh? He saved me, so they punished him. They hurt him because of me. This is all my fault. This time, my tears don't stop. I cover my face with my hands as I stand before my injured friend and bawl. I suck in air greedily in between sobs. This is all my fault. I did this, hey. This is not your fault. I'd gladly go through it again if it meant that I got to save your life. I hug him tightly, but when I hear him grunt in pain, I immediately let go of him. I boldly reach for the bottom of his shirt and lift it so I can see the damage. If I ask him for permission, he would say no and claim that it's not a big deal. Thank God I checked, because his abdomen is even worse than every other injury on his body. Besides the evident bruising, there is a deep wound just below his ribs that is infected. It's disgusting and is oozing a yellowish-green colored fluid. I can't help the look of revulsion on my face. Jeez. Eli, this is infected. Why haven't you seen anyone about this? I probably sound like my mother when she would reprimand me as a child for playing in the front yard alone. I'm beginning to understand her frustration when people do, or don't do, things they obviously should do. It's infected? He looks down at the cut and cringes at the ghastly sight. Yes, it looks awful. No wonder you're sweating. I put my hand to his forehead and shake my head when I feel how warm he is. You're burning up too. I need to take you to the hospital so they can clean this and give you some strong meds. He's already shaking his head no. Why the hell not? You're going to get worse if they don't help you. Why is he such an idiot? I'll just go shower at home, and you can get me the pills or whatever you need. He begins walking away from me, most likely towards the exit. I quickly pick up my bag as I rush to follow him. I feel my phone vibrating, but I can't pick it up now. I have to take care of Eli and convince him of how stupid he is. You need a lot more than a freaking shower and a few over-the-counter pills to fix this. I mean, what have you been cleaning this with? It looks so crusty and dirty. His face scrunches with confusion, and I internally facepalm myself. Here comes my motherly instinct. You haven't cleaned it? He winces at my tone and increased volume, and thankfully stops trying to walk away from me. He repeatedly blinks before he rolls his eyes at me. Are you trying to kill yourself? What? He exclaims as he spreads his arms out in annoyance. He looks thoroughly confused at my concern, so I speak slowly to attempt to understand how he could have such horrible injuries and not take care of them properly. Have you never cleaned a cut before? He looks down at the ground and rubs the back of his neck. No. I'm speechless. I know for a fact that he's been hurt before. We all get scrapes on our knees or get into minor accidents that require wound care. How would he not know that this was a necessary thing to do? He speaks up before I can finish rationalizing the situation. I've never had to before. Usually, I use magic to fix them. He says this as if it's an entirely normal thing to say. Maybe for him it is, but I'm still mind-blown by the fact that he can perform magic at will. It's still such a foreign and unbelievable concept to me. I'm starting to get around to the idea of werewolves existing, but magical spells and portals are still new to me. I really want to slap Eli right now, but he's in so much pain that I can't risk hurting him more. Dear little hand trick thingy, and fix yourself. Why didn't you do it days ago? He frowns and looks me in the eyes. My punishment was to endure pain like a human would. Like you would. They won't let me. My eyes clouded with tears for the third time in 10 minutes, but I refuse to let them fall and make this about me. Why can't you justify them? You're hurting. Fix yourself. I reach out to touch him, but I retract my hands before I make contact with him. I'm afraid to hurt him more. They would know if I used my magic to do it. Magic is like a big pool of energy that witches and warlocks pull from. When one person uses it in the coven, we all know. The kind of energy I would need to heal myself. They would know immediately. They would hurt Elle if I tried anything. I nod my head and grit my teeth in anger. I'm infuriated by the people he calls his coven. They are all monsters. How can they let Eli suffer like this when he could easily be healed in minutes? Beating him to a pulp wasn't enough, but they want him to remain in pain for weeks after? They're despicable. I don't want to go on a rant while Eli gets sicker by the minute, so I pull out my phone and order an Uber. Eli leans over my shoulder and looks at my phone. What are you doing? I'm ordering an Uber to the hospital. I didn't think you'd appreciate me calling an ambulance. Before he can complain, I shush him. You said you had to heal like a human. Well, a human would go to the hospital in the state you're in. So let's go. You can tell me what you wanted to tell me when we get there. I don't leave room for an argument. The Uber shows up 5 minutes later. I tell the Uber driver to step on it, and just from one look at Eli's sickly form and our final destination at Redwood Regional Hospital, he complies. We walk into the emergency room, and I nag the lady at the front desk until we're walked into a curtained-off section of the hospital. Eli continues to search his surroundings in a daze. He's probably never been inside a hospital, at least, not as the patient. It doesn't take too long for Eli to be seen by a doctor, but as soon as she looks at Eli's abdominal wound, she immediately jumps into action. She looked at the chart that a nurse had filled out, and she noted that Eli's fever was at 103 degrees. She had us transferred to a private room where Eli was given N4 with fluids and an antibiotic. He whined a lot, which would have been extremely hilarious if he weren't in such bad shape. A nurse came in to dress his wound and care for his other injuries, and he began cursing her out for being too rough. My mouth remained in a flat line as I silently apologized for Eli's behavior. The nurse looked like she had dealt with way more difficult patients before, so she wasn't too fazed by the irritated warlock. When the nurses and doctors stopped coming in and out of the room, I sat down on the edge of Eli's bed. He looked a little better already. He stopped sweating as much, and the painkillers must have kicked in because he seemed calmer. His fingers were in a splint, but other than his fingers, nothing else was broken. Are you feeling any better? I asked gently. He smiled and placed his hand on mine. Yeah, thanks for taking care of me, Dana. You're a good friend. I grinned back at him, happy to see the Eli I know come through instead of the irritated guy he's been ever since we got here. What can I say? You save me, I save you. We're even now. His eyes darken immediately. His eyebrows scrunch in anger, but I'm not sure why. We need to talk about why I came to see you. They're planning something. They want to. Eli stops talking, and we both turn our attention to the hospital door. Intense yelling can be heard from the nurse's station, and my heartbeat speeds up. I stand protectively in front of Eli, half expecting his entire coven to come storming through the door to hurt him again. What I don't expect is my mate to come barging through the door with silver eyes blazing. He enters the room and heads straight for me while 2 nurses come flying into the room after him to make him leave. The nurses are utterly unprepared for a visitor as large and strong as GREYSTON, so they are unsure how to respond. One of the nurses holds a phone in his hand as he prepares to call hospital security. The other nurse turns to me and Eli with fear. Do you know this man? I turn to Eli, knowing that if he says no, then hospital security will be murdered along with half the residents in this hospital. I beg him with my eyes to answer in the affirmative. Yeah, this is my cousin Richard visiting me in my time of need. All's good, nurses. Shoo. Eli makes a shooing motion with his hands, and the nurses hesitantly leave the room, but not before glaring at GREYSTON once more. I've gotten pretty good at gauging GREYSTON's emotions, and I can tell that he's moments away from shifting. I jog over to him, and he meets me halfway as he wraps his arms around me and buries his head in my neck. I close my eyes and rub my hands up and down his back in a soothing motion. His muscles slowly relax the longer I'm in his hold. He lifts his head from my shoulder, but keeps my body close to his as he finally turns to look at the Platinum Warlock. I told you I would kill you if I ever saw you again. Eli releases an emotionless chuckle. Go ahead, Wolfie. Kill me while I'm defenseless. I'm sure Thana would appreciate that. I reluctantly back away from GREYSTON, only for him to growl at our separation. I stand between the two while attempting to ease the tension in the room. Eli, GREYSTON won't kill you. And GREYSTON, don't kill Eli, I say in a slightly raised voice. I never thought I would be in this position. Asking my werewolf boyfriend not to kill my magical friend. If I were anybody else, I would think I was crazy. GREYSTON breathes heavily, but doesn't make a move towards Eli, which I'm grateful for. Instead, he looks at me and says in a low voice, "Where have you been?" Well, I was because Jared mind-linked me that a warlock abducted you he couldn't identify. That's Thingwin's name. I try calling you and you don't answer. I track your phone and see that you're in an abandoned warehouse, probably being tortured or worse. I race over there without any backup, only to find that you're not there. My phone says you're at the fucking hospital. The more he talks, the angrier he gets. I feel guilty for putting him through that, but Eli needed me. I didn't exactly have the time to text GREYSTON an update. What the fuck am I supposed to think? I thought you were dying. Again. I knew you weren't dead because I would have felt it, but I didn't know what to expect. I followed your scent up here only to find you taking care of him. He spits out the word him like it's a vile word. I'm sorry, but what was I supposed to do? I ask. Eli had something important to tell me, and you wouldn't let him near me, and you blocked his number on my phone. I cross my arms and shift all my weight onto my right foot as I send my meanest glare towards GREYSTON. I want him to know that what he did wasn't okay, and that I'm allowed to be mad at him too. He doesn't get to hog all of the anger. His eyes soften slightly, but they are still hard. I did that for your protection. Really? Because apparently, Eli risked his life to tell me something really important. He was just about to when you barged in here like a bull in a china shop. Well, how was I supposed to know that? GREYSTON scoffs. He acts all innocent, but he knows what he did was wrong. The last time you two were alone, he almost killed you and Eli clears his throat, causing me and GREYSTON to pause our argument to look at him. I hate to break up this lover's quarrel, I do, but I have important shit to say and not a lot of time to say it. I walk over to Eli's bed and sit down at the edge of it. GREYSTON growls at how close I am to Eli, but one glare from me has him shutting up. Good. He's learning his place. Eli looks at me, then at GREYSTON, and when his eyes finally rest on me, he tells me something that I've been dreading. The Coven is planning to kill you. Chapter 40, The Coven is planning to kill you. At those words, GREYSTON lets out a loud growl and speeds around me to grip Eli's neck tightly. Eli gasps for air as GREYSTON's arms tense from the harshness of his actions. I let out a loud cry and put my hands on his shoulders as I shoved him back as hard as I could. Looking back on it, that probably isn't the best thing to do when facing an alpha who is blinded by rage, but GREYSTON is literally strangling Eli, and I'm not thinking about my own safety. It feels like hours, although it must be only seconds, before GREYSTON reluctantly loosens his grip on Eli and backs away from him. GREYSTON's steel eyes settle on me, and instead of the anger dissipating, it remains. Never, ever step in front of an infuriated werewolf. If you were anyone else, you would be dead. I back away from him, slightly scared of his black eyes and elongated canines. I rarely see this threatening side of him directing anger at me like this. He's been angry at Eli and Clay, the werewolf he attacked for disrespecting me, but never at me before. The way his veins strain in his neck and the malice I feel directed towards me is not something I want to get used to. I remain strong in the face of Greyston's dangerous form as I cross my arms in front of my chest in a defensive stance in front of Eli. Just because I'm speaking to Alpha Greyston instead of my Greyston, it doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and accept his behavior. Eli continues taking ragged breaths as the heart monitor attached to him slows down from its increased speed. I feel partly responsible for Greyston's actions. Although I shouldn't feel this way, since we are mates, I feel like many times our actions are tied to one another and that I should apologize for him. However, I'm not going to pretend that this aggressive side of Greyston's is acceptable. I would hope that you wouldn't kill your mate, Alpha. I spit the word out like an insult. He doesn't deserve to be called by his first name when his werewolf side is acting all possessive and irrational. Greyston's eyes slowly turn back to their usual icy blue, and I can see the remorse now that his anger has passed. Baby, I'm sorry. My wolf side dash. He tries to reach out for me, but I back up even further as I glare at him and cut off his apology. No, you don't get to be forgiven that easily. Eli just told us that his coven was planning to kill me, not him. He obviously disagrees. So why would you hurt him, especially when you know that hurting him will hurt me? You don't know warlocks like I do, he attempts to reason. They're loyal to their own while they betray anyone who isn't one of them. This is probably just some huge plot for you to trust him, then he'll kill you when you least expect it. I shake my head and turn around to see Eli's hand clutching at his neck, which is now morphing into a reddish-purple color to match the rest of his beaten body. I hold Eli's broken hand gently in my own and rub my thumb back and forth over it. This is the closest I can get to giving him a hug while he's in this condition. Eli wouldn't do that. Greyston's sarcastic laugh pierces the air, adding to the tension in the room. His jaw is clenched as he breathes heavily through his nose in a failed attempt to calm himself. You don't know that. I wouldn't do that, Eli adds, his voice rough and tired sounding. He looks like he's on the verge of sleep as the medicines and the previous pain catch up with him, yet he still looks Greyston directly in the eyes. You can hear my heartbeat. You know that I'm not lying to you. And let's be honest, I'm too weak to use any magic to deceive you. I turn to Greyston as my eyes widen slightly. He's a built-in lie detector? Has he always been able to tell when I'm lying? That's unfortunate. Greyston glares at Eli, his chest heaving up and down. Fine, he grumbles. If you're not planning on harming my mate again, then tell me what your coven is planning. His front is now pressed to my back as his hands slowly slide to my waist. He holds me possessively to his body, and I don't even try to fight him. Although I'm still annoyed with him for hurting my friend, he is still wound up from thinking that I was injured again. I know firsthand what it's like to feel your mate is broken. It's horrible. I lean my head back to rest on his chest as I close my eyes. I wish that there wasn't an entire supernatural coven out to kill me, and if I just close my eyes and focus on the woodsy smell of my mate and the warmth of his fingers through my shirt, I can almost forget about it all. Almost. Eli grunts as he adjusts his position. My eyes fly open at his struggle, but Greyston's arms act as metal restraints, not allowing me to move forward. I don't know what they're planning. I'm a traitor in their eyes so that they won't tell me anything. Eli takes a few raspy breaths as he holds his hand to his side. Fuck, this shit hurts. How do you deal with this? My cheeks slowly deflate as I blow out a slow breath between my lips. I've never been hurt as badly as you, but you deal with pain if you have to. Well, Eli laughs, then winces. Let me know the next time you have even a paper cut. I'll take care of it. Yay! I jump up and down and do a little dance in celebration. Paper cuts are the worst. They're so small, yet they're so uncomfortable. And I read a lot so that I would know. Eli rests his hands behind his head as he grins at my excitement. You read way too much. It's not natural. It is. Your thing is magic, and my thing is reading. Oh, I say, then begin fiddling with my fingers. Does your offer extend to helping my little sister? She's always falling and scraping her knees, or hurting herself on the playground. There's a little Brooks? I've got to meet her. I'll bet she's cute. He smirks and quickly looks down my body before meeting my eyes again. Just like you. I roll my eyes at his empty flirting, but Greyston's grip on my waist tightens protectively as he pulls me away from the warlock. Are you asking to be murdered? Because I can take care of that for you. He growls more than speaks. I spin my body in his arms so that I'm facing him and place my palms on his shoulders. The tingling spread throughout my body with just a touch, and I hope it's enough to calm him down. He was just joking. He knows I'm with you. When Greyston continues to tense up and send metaphorical daggers at Eli, I sigh and cut my hands around the back of his neck. I bring him close to me and kiss him lightly on the lips. What I expect to be a short and sweet kiss turns out to be the exact opposite. Greyston's hands latch onto my body like I'm about to run off into the sunset with Eli instead. His lips attack mine as if he'll never have another chance to claim them again. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was jealous. I bask in his possessive nature, secretly enjoying his powerful aura and intensity as he kisses me senseless. I back away when I become embarrassed that we have an audience. Greyston opts to hug me to his side instead as he nuzzles my neck. Mine, he mumbles, his warm breath hitting my neck. Not his. Mine. I place my hands on his cheeks and look into his eyes, which are battling between black and silver. I nod and whisper, "I'm yours." He nods stiffly, then grabs my hand. Let's go. The warlock doesn't have any useful information. I plant my feet firmly on the ground as I lean back on my heels to keep my position. Greyston keeps moving, and my shoes begin to squeak on the linoleum hospital floors as I refuse to move. Greyston doesn't even notice my struggle until I start to pull my arms back out of his grasp. No, I say firmly as I retract my hands from his. He let me go, because there's no way I would get out of his grasp if he didn't allow me to. He's much too strong. Eli's coven almost killed him. You can go if you want, but I'm staying while he recovers. Greyston lets out a humorless chuckle. That's cute if you think that I'm letting you stay here with him. No, you're coming back to the pack house with me, where you can be surrounded by guards 24/7. Not here in unmarked territory with no easy means for extra protection. He takes my hand in his once again and walks me towards the door. I once again plant my feet on the floor and pull away from him. This time, he doesn't let me go. Stop. Grey, stop. I cry out as he continues to pull me towards the door. I look back at Eli and see him trying to get up from the hospital bed, but he's so weak that there's not much that he can do. He looks extremely angry, and I see a hint of blue swirling in his typically mocha brown eyes. I know one way to get him to let me go, and without overthinking it, I begin whining. Ow, you're hurting me. He wasn't hurting me. He was being pretty gentle in the way he helped my wrist, but he immediately let go of my hand once he heard my words. His eyes widen as they focus in on my wrist, which I am cradling to my chest. Thank you, Mom, for making me go to theater camp for one summer when I was 7. I stumble back from the lack of resistance and thankfully catch myself before I fall on my butt. I glare at Greyston, who has a guilty look on his face. Baby, I didn't mean to. Did I hurt you? I cut him off now that I have his attention. I'm fine. Now listen up, because this is what's going to happen. I'm staying with Eli until he recovers. Whether that means I stay here, or he comes to the pack hospital to recover, I don't care. He's hurt because of me, so I'm not leaving him alone until I know he's gonna be okay. You don't get to boss me around. I'm your mate, not your pack member. Greyston clenches his jaw the further I get into my speech. I can tell he's not used to being challenged. I can also mean that there's no way in hell he's leaving me unprotected. Unless he wants me to hate him, he needs to work out a solution, a compromise. His eyebrows are lowered, one slightly higher than the other, as he thinks through his options. While he's considering, I turn to Eli to find him passed out in the hospital bed. His soft snores, along with the rhythmic beeping of the hospital machines, are the only sounds in the room. The steady sounds are soothing and consistent. I choose to focus on them instead of the possibility of Greyston forcing me to leave. Physically, Greyston could overpower me. Not only is he a man, but he's a werewolf, which makes him much stronger than I. If he's so pleased, he could drag me out of here effortlessly and keep me locked in a room with guards stationed outside. One of my original fears of dating a wolf was this exact situation. We disagree about something, and then he uses his strength and power to force me into submission. It's not the Greyston I know, but this is the first argument we've had. I don't know how he's going to react to being ordered around by his little human mate. I bite my lip until a metallic taste spills onto my tongue. I release my lip and run my tongue over the broken skin. I'm waiting and waiting for him to say something, and after a full 5 minutes of silence, I look back at Greyston and see him looking out the window with a blank look on his face. I've learned to recognize that far-off look he has now is when his mind is linking others. When 2 guards come into the hospital room and head straight towards me, I squeak and back up into a corner of the room. The unlikable Jared grabs my wrist, harder than he has to, as he drags me to the front door. The other guard steps in behind me and places his hands on my mid-back as I struggle to break free from their hold. Be careful with her. When I return, if I see a scratch on her, you'll both face the consequences. Yes, Alpha, the 2 guards say in low voices. Thing 2 behind me ends up having to carry me towards the door as I refuse to go with them willingly. I'm kicking, screaming, and crying for them to let me go, for Greyston to change his mind. He's going to kill Eli as soon as I leave. It's up to me to save his life. I use all of the anger and resentment I have for Greyston at this moment and put it into the most significant threat. If you do this, I will never let you mark me. The 2 bodies holding me stiffen against me, obviously understanding the severity of my words. From what Carter told me, marking your mate is how you show your affection as well as claim your mate. It would be the equivalent of a human never marrying or never telling others that they were together in the first place. Through the tears of betrayal in my eyes, I can see Greyston's wavering form. His jaw loosens as he looks at me. How do you know what marking is? It doesn't fucking matter. I curse at him as I wriggle out of the guard's arms. Once I'm free, I use their shock to my advantage. I run in front of Eli and block his vulnerable, sleeping body from Greyston. You kill him, you hurt him, I'm done with you. Do you hear me? Greyston immediately growls at the thought of me leaving him. His eyes instantly turn black. After the growls cease, I hear a light whining sound coming from his throat. His eyes shine with sadness. He looks at me, confident and in control, then turns to his warriors, who were previously carrying me out the door. Take him to the Pack Hospital. I want eyes on him at all times. The moment he tries anything, you stop him. By any means necessary. The threat is evident in Greyston's tone, but the fact that he's not planning on killing Eli lifts a weight off my shoulders. The next hour is a blur to me. They work on getting Eli discharged from the hospital, a significant feat considering the shape he was in. I'm pretty sure threats were passed along for the hospital staff to comply. Somehow, I ended up in the passenger seat of a black truck with Greyston driving. The details of how I got there were fuzzy as I'm blinded by anger. I'm still shocked and hurt that I had to threaten our relationship for him to respect my wishes. Once we get to the Pack house, I immediately open the truck door and slam it closed again. I storm into the house, not stopping until I reach a familiar door on the 3rd story. There's no point in my avoiding the conversation that's about to occur. He's going to explode. I'm going to explode. Let's hope that the destruction isn't irreversible.